Amazing Village Building. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Chapter 1. My gift is Village Building. Luke Albert Sama. Your gift is. Let's see. Village Building. At the priest's announcement, the whole crowd gathered in the largest cathedral in the Albert territory went silent. Both sons of Lord Albert, the lord of the territory, were set to receive their gifts today, so it was no surprise that people from within the territory and even people from outside of it were most interested in witnessing this important ceremony. Village Building. What kind of gift is that though? I unconsciously raised my voice and asked so. Yes, I was none other than Luke Albert. I was born as the eldest son of Lord Albert and thus was always expected to inherit the territory from my father. So, for me, receiving a gift today was the thing to seal the deal. I am afraid I don't know. I've never heard of such a gift before. But it doesn't sound like a gift suited for combat, that much I can say. The priest, with some hesitation, replied so. No, not everyone could receive a gift. It was something that the gods bestowed on only a select few at the age of 12. And among those gifts, those that could be used for combat were the most wanted. Especially in the times we were living where the power of the royal family has declined, and lords were fighting for each other's territories. And because they were expected to lead troops in battle, a lord or someone who belonged to the family of a lord would want such battle-oriented gifts the most. My father was blessed with the gift called Master Swordsmanship. My father, who had both this high-ranking swordsmanship gift and the courage to cut through enemy front lines himself, was now well known throughout the country. He was originally just a viscount, but in just one lifetime, he was able to expand his territory to the point that his domain could rival those of other, high-ranking lords. It would be no exaggeration to say that his gift played a vital role in that, because one's heritage greatly influenced the gift they could receive. It wouldn't have been a surprise if I was blessed with the same gift as my father. And given that my mother possessed swordsmanship herself, it was said my chances of getting master swordsmanship as a gift was roughly 80%. I then fearfully looked at my father. Until just a few life-changing moments ago, he was looking at me expectantly. Now though, his gaze was blank as though he had lost all interest. As for my mother, she was looking at the sky with what could be described as a dumbfounded expression on her face. You're in the way, brother. It's my turn next. Move aside. TSK. The one to push me aside was Raoul, my younger brother. Well, my younger half-brother. To be more accurate, I was the son of a legal wife, whereas he was the son of a concubine. His mother was formerly a maid, so even as a concubine, her social status wasn't that high. More importantly, because she didn't possess a gift at all, Raoul's chances of receiving master swordsmanship was less than 10%. Even getting swordsmanship was a 50-50 chance for him. As such, unlike for me, expectations for Raoul wasn't much. Raoul Albert Sama, your gift is. What's this? Your gift is master swordsmanship. Because Raoul was blessed with the same gift as father, the cathedral's reaction this time was the exact opposite of their reaction to my gift. Utter excitement. Ooh. Father, smiling from ear to ear, rushed to Raoul's side and hugged him tightly. Tears of joy flowed from his mother's eyes, whereas my mother's eyes were filled with hopelessness. Just like that, my whole world was turned upside down. For a long while, due to my shock, I was unable to anything but stand there like a fool. I'm going now, father, mother. I was by myself, but still whispered so as I boarded the carriage. No one was there to see me off. My father and mother were a given, but not even a single servant of our family was here. But then again, why would they be here? There was nothing to be gained from seeing off someone who not only failed to become the next lord but also was being sent away to a remote place. I knew even from before that people were being nice to me simply because I was supposed to be the future lord. Yet this still made me felt so lonely. At any rate, the place where I was headed was the uninhabited wasteland to the north of the Albert territory. Due to the dangerous creatures in the area as well as the land being terribly infertile to begin with, efforts of cultivating the land were abandoned each and every time. My purpose in being sent here, to do that impossible task. Chapter 2, Make a village here? The one to suggest that I be sent to develop the wasteland was my stepbrother Raoul. It was next to impossible to develop such a horrible place, so it was only a mission in name. In reality, it was me being exiled. Be it from starvation or from the monsters in the area, there was a high likelihood of my death. Yet, no one, not even my mother, raised an objection to them. I was such a disappointment that dying horribly and alone was the fate I deserved. Luke, the gift you got was called village building, right? Then developing this wasteland should be easy. Ja ha ha ha. Even now, I could still hear Raoul's laughter. Perhaps it was because he was always being ostracized that he grew up have a twisted personality. But then again, maybe someone with his disposition might just be what was needed in this turbulent time. To be frank, I wasn't quite fond of fighting. I had been trained with the sword, and was able to get proficient in a short amount of time. But the act of killing people just didn't sit well with me. My instructor would often remark, "You're talented, but you're just too kind." Luke-sama, we've arrived. Along with that announcement, the carriage stopped. About a week had passed since I left home, but only now did we reach the wasteland I was banished to. I've been told what this place is like, but it's somehow worse. All around me was a wasteland. There were scarcely any plants, and most of the mountains that dotted the place were bald and rocky. The only saving grace were the forest to the north and the lush mountain range to the east. However, these were also where the monsters lived. The monsters liked those places, so they rarely ventured outside. But rarely is not as good as never. Once the luggage was dropped off as well, the carriage quickly departed. There was only one servant that stayed behind with me. Luke-sama, it's just like we've heard. There really is nothing out here. Her name was Milia. I had never asked for her age, but if I had to guess, I would say she was probably around 20. She had beautiful black hair and a great sense of style. She was tall too. She was my personal maid, but that was before I was banished here. She was an excellent maid and was therefore an important personnel at my father's castle, so she didn't have to come with me at all. You sure about this? I mean, you can make head maid sooner or later if you stayed. What are you talking about, Luke-sama? When I became your personal maid, I swore an oath that no matter what happens, I will continue serving by your side. Those feelings haven't changed, Milia. To think that there was someone who would care for me like she does. Fufafu. After all, I love young boys too much, and you, Luke-sama, are my perfect type. Gufafafu. Huh? Did a chill just run down my spine? Nah, must be my imagination. Yeah, that must be it. Well then, Luke-sama, it might be too sudden, but I believe you have to choose between two options. Two options? Yes, the first is live off the land. At the moment, our supplies can last up to maybe a month. We can cultivate the land and farm, but as you can see, the land is terribly barren. Even if we somehow make it work, harvesting enough for the two of us within a month's time is unbelievable at best. Of course, we can hunt and forage in the forest over there, but, well, either way, it'd be extremely difficult. Once again, I thought of what an outrageous place I was sent to. The other option is for us to escape from here and go to some faraway city. No one's here to stop us or even tell on us, so it'll be an easy thing to pull off. Somehow, I got the feeling that Milia was suggesting the second option, which made sense since it was the more practical option. I would have gone with it right away, but I had something I wanted to try first. My gift, village building. I never really learned how to use it after I received it. I don't even have an idea what it does. I didn't know how, but I just knew my gift would be useful at this moment. And then, make a village here? The characters for those words then appeared at the edge of my vision. Chapter 3, it's recommended to give it a try. Make a village here? Such words suddenly appeared at the edge of my vision. What was that just now? Luke-sama? That look? No, it can't be that he saw the face I made, right? No, anything but that. If he saw that wretched face I made, he'd surely come to hate me. I didn't know why Milia looked like she was panicking, But even more mysterious than that was the reason why those words appeared. Because it's possible to make a village here. Wow. The words changed. Is it possible that it read my thoughts? Let's see. Just who are you? Your guide to using your gift, rural development. It answered my question. But a guide for my gift? I've never heard of such a thing though. Luke-sama, are you talking to yourself? Has your cruel circumstance made you go? Luke-sama, there is no need for you to worry about a thing. For I am here by your side. No, I'm fine. Completely fine. It's just that it seems like my gift has activated. I hurriedly explain as much as I could to the worried Milia in front of me. Let's see. If you're a guide, do you know what my gift does? Just as its name might imply, it allows you make and develop a village. This place has no owner, so it's possible to make a rural village here. It would seem like the reason why my gift hasn't activated before was that I was in a place that already had an owner. I still don't really get it, but I guess I should give it a try. Yes, make a village here. In the next moment, the ground beneath me became perfectly leveled. This was the case within the 100 meters radius circular area around me. Beyond that though, everything stayed the same. The village has been made. Would you like to check the status of the village? Status? I wasn't sure what it meant, but I agreed anyways. When I did, words appeared in my vision. Luke's village. Village level, 1. Village points, 50. 10 points are gained per day. Number of villagers, 0. Village skills, none. What are these? The current status of your village. What's this village level? The current level of the village. By gathering a certain number of villagers, the level of the village will rise. What about this village points? These points can be spent to install various facilities in the village. You currently gain 10 points per day. This amount depends on the current number of villagers as well as the village level. By improving those values, the number of points earned per day will increase. Facilities? Would you like to check the facilities that you can install at the moment? I nodded and another set of words appeared in my vision. Shed 20, flower bed 20, watchtower 20, storehouse 20, earthwork 20, earthen wall 20, canal 20, field 20, water well 20, small house 50. What is this? The list of facilities you can build right now. Each facility has its village points cost next to it. More facilities will be available by increasing the village level. It was just explained to me, but I still wasn't sure what it all meant. I mean, spend points to build houses and fields? How does that work? There was no doubt that these facilities were necessary to my mission, but this just sounded too good to be true to me. It is recommended to try it out instead of needlessly overthinking it. That's a little too forceful, don't you think? But fine. If you say I should try it, then I'll try it. Here goes nothing. I scanned the list again. Not all items cost the same. While a hut would only cost 20 points to make, a small house required 50 points. If I were to build a house, it would consume all the points I had at the moment. So, for the sake of this experiment, I decided to make a shed instead. And so, I selected where it would be built and then just prayed that it would work. 20 village points will be consumed to build a shed. In the next moment, a small wooden infrastructure appeared. I and Milia shouted in surprise. It really was built? It was a shed, so it was rather small. I tried to peek inside, but there was nothing at all in there. There was no bed or any furniture. There wasn't even a single window. Even so, now we didn't have to worry about wind or rain so much. If we tried to build this ourselves, it would doubtlessly taken a lot of time and effort. Plus, it might not have turned out to be as good. Luke-sama, is this? Yeah, it's somehow due to my gift. My gift, village building, might actually be useful. Chapter 4, Make her a villager? That's amazing, Luke-sama. You've built a shed in the blink of an eye. While we were in front of the shed that appeared out of nowhere, Milia praised me so. Food, clothing, and shelter, these are said to be essentials to human life. And now, we don't have to worry about one of those. Yeah, well, it's not like I did anything myself. It's my gift. Oh, my and Luke-sama's very own love nest. Goofafafu. Milia. Because I built the shed, I only had 30 village points left. Should I build another shed? Or will a field or water well be better? Since each of those items cost 20 points, I can only build one for today. Wait, you can build things other than a shed? Yup. When she understood my little problem, Milia quickly shouted, then, why not build a well? But isn't this place too small for 2 people to sleep in? Yeah, I guess I should build another shed. Don't. Yes, this place is small, but it's enough. Rather than improve our dwelling situation, we should prioritize securing a water source. It's said that us humans won't die easily from starvation, but even a few days without water can result in death. Oh, okay, then, I guess I'll build a water well. Pressured by Milia's eagerness, I chose to build a well. I still thought we had enough water for about a few days though. That was close. But with this, my knight's Luke's Sharma are secured. Gufafafu. While giving a sidelong glance at Milia, who seemed for some reason relieved about something, I interacted with my gift. 20 village points will be consumed to build a water well. Just like before, it happened in an instant. The next thing I knew, there was a circular well made of joined together stones right where I wanted it to be. Wait, this cover won't come off though. We tried removing the cover of the well but to no avail. It was possible that the cover was actually part of the well itself. As such, I decided to put that aside and investigate another unfamiliar part of the well. What could this be? Whoa! When I pushed the thing that looked to handle, water suddenly poured out through a pipe. In my surprise, I hurriedly returned the handle to its initial position. When I did though, the water stopped. Is this how it's used? It's quite convenient, isn't it? Just drawing water out of the well is such a laborious task. In fact, back in the castle, it's mostly left to manual labor slaves. In the first place, being able to secure a water source was a success already. Especially in this wasteland. If we didn't have this well, we would have had to wait for rain and gather as much as we could. And that was assuming that there would be rain. Much like what Milia said, we were in real danger of dying due to thirst. At any rate, I now only had 10 points left. There wasn't anything I could build with just 10 points even if I wanted to. So I was forced to wait at least a day. It looks like I gained 10 points per day, so maybe I should build that other shed tomorrow. What do you think, Milia? No, let's build a field next. Yes, we absolutely must build a field. It takes time to grow the seeds we brought and even more time to harvest them. So the sooner we start, the better. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Then, pressured by Milia's threatening gaze, I had little choice but to nod. But then, words suddenly appeared in my vision. They hovered right below Milia's face. Make her a villager? Eh? I can make her a villager? Yes. If the person themselves consent to it, it's possible to make them a villager. Which reminded me. When I looked earlier, it said that my village had 0 villagers. It might be like that because I couldn't be considered as a villager. Milia. Of course, I'll accept. Luke Sama. Please, let me be a villager. Milia had correctly guessed what I was trying to say and even answered it. Are you sure though? Luke Sama, let me repeat what I said before. No matter what happens, wherever you may go, I'll be by your side. If what you choose to do is stay here and build a village, then I'll do my best to help you make that happen. Milia's resolve was unwavering. Thank you, Milia. Milia is now a villager. Like that, Milia became my very first villager. Alongside that, I made a little promise to myself, that I would use this mysterious gift of mine to develop this wasteland and develop a prosperous enough village. Chapter 5, Sniff, Sniff. Luke's village. Village level, 1. Village points available, 10, 11 points gained per day. Number of villagers, 1. Village gift, none. So, I now officially have 1 villager. Plus, the points I earn each day rose a little. It would seem that because the number of villagers rose, the number of points I gained increased as well. I doubt I'd have more villagers though. Foo-fa-foo. I don't think it being just the 2 of us is so bad. Nothing. But now, I didn't have enough points left to build anything. I would have to wait a day at least. Afterwards, Milia prepared some food. By the time we finished eating, it had become dark. Unlike back in our capital, there was hardly any source of light here. It was mostly just the light of the moon and the stars. Because we could do nothing in the dark, we decided to stay within the shed that my gift built. We made a little hole in the wall so that a little light would shine in, but it was still pitch dark inside. As such, we had to fumble in the dark until we managed to cover ourselves with a blanket and lie down side by side. Still, to think my gift can do all these. I initially thought, why of all gifts was this the one I got? But now that I was beginning to have a clue of what it could do, it might not be so bad. As I mentioned, I had a dislike for fighting. Instead of a world where everyone fought and killed each other for land and resources, I would much rather live in a world where everyone was peacefully coexisted with each other. I had thought so ever since I was a little kid. And this place where I could build a small village would be my chance at such a life. It might not be grand, but at least it would be peaceful. I was so focused on thinking such things that I failed to notice something. The person next to me was making some strange sounds. Huff, puff, huff, puff, goofafu. To be able to sniff Luke's armor's scent so closely and for the whole night, is this what heaven is like? I wasn't sure what it was, but something told me that it was better to ignore it. The next morning, I was awoken by the sunlight that poured in through the hole we made. As for Milia, her eyes were closed as she held me tightly. Yeah, I should build another shed. Don't. Isn't this one enough? You're awake? Yes. It's expected of a maid to wake up earlier than her master. Then, why didn't you get up already, so that I could enjoy your adorable sleeping face and embrace your soft body for as long as I could? Of course, there were times that I felt like Milia was hiding something, but then again, everyone had secrets. Be that as it may, you're no longer a maid. There's no need for you to force yourself to wake up early. Yes, but now I'm a villager and you're the village's leader. It's only proper that I do certain things to show my respect. Is that how it is? I had never lived in a village, so I didn't really know. Oh, I have 21 points now. Congratulations, Luke's armor. You can build a field now, can't you? A day has passed, so I earned some village points. And as Milia insisted multiple times, I decided to build a field. 20 village points will be consumed to build a field. Proceed? Yes, no. A similar message from before appeared in my vision. When I chose yes, an area in front of the shed instantly became a tilled field. This Luke's armor, this earth, it's extremely amazing. We'll surely be able to grow great crops with this field. While excitedly exclaiming so, Milia began planting the seeds we brought along. She was formerly a maid, but she was planting with incredible speed and grace. Does she have experience in farming? I'll help too. Luke's armor, such work isn't. Please don't treat me like I'm still the heir of a lord. This is my village, so it's my responsibility. I want to do as much as I can to make it grow. Very well. I appreciate the help then. The field was about 50 meters both in length and width. Milia was expertly teaching me how to plant the seeds, but even so, it should take the two of us quite a bit of time to finish, and this was just the planting. If we were to start all the way from preparing the field, it would have definitely taken us a considerably longer time. Up until recently, eating meals were a matter of course for me, but now, I was beginning to understand just how much hard work the farmers behind the scenes were undertaking. Chapter 6. I'm leaving the family. Forgive me, father, but I'm leaving the family. What do you think you're doing, Selen? After hearing my declaration, my father's eyes were wide open in anger. This is unacceptable, father. I can't go through with it. In these times, a lord marrying off their children for political and financial gain was commonplace. I was no exception. From the age of 10, I had already been promised to Lord Albert's heir. Because I understood that this was the best option for the safety of our lands, I agreed to follow such a decision. To be exact, I agreed to be married to Luke, Lord Albert's oldest son and heir apparent. I had met him once or twice already, and he seemed to be a gentle and sweet young man, quite unlike his father. It was beside the point, but he was also 3 years younger than me. However, what he received for his gift during his blessing ceremony was one clearly not geared toward fighting. Meanwhile, the one to inherit his father's master swordsmanship was his stepbrother, Raoul, instead. As a result of this twist of fate, I became promised to Raoul. If it was to Luke, I was willing to go through with it. But if it's to that twisted man, I absolutely refuse. But he's the one to inherit the Albert territory, Selen. If you cared for our lands. No, father, absolutely will not do this. I'd rather die. After shouting so, I stormed out of our castle. I would have continued until I was out of our territory, but soldiers deployed on the highway blocked my path. Lady Selen, please turn back. Well, if you think you can stop me, go ahead and try. I said so and then drew out the two swords hanging from my waist. With a crackling sound, ice then formed on the blades of my swords. My seriousness perhaps understood. The soldiers instinctively stepped back. They must have known about my strength, and thus concluded that their force wouldn't have been enough to stop me. Please, Lady Selen. You're so persistent. If you continue to stand in my way, you'll be in a world of pain. Upon hearing my threat, they reluctantly made way for me. And so, I walked through the space they made until the place I was born in was far away behind me. Section. A few days passed after coming to this wasteland. Luke's armor. Please take a look. There are sprouts in the field. Huh? There really are. When I hurriedly came out after Milia called for me, I saw for myself the sprouts she was talking about. To be honest, I was unsure whether crops would grow at all from this field, but seeing this, my worries went away. Moreover, according to Milia, they were actually growing sooner than usual. We did it. There's obviously more work to be done, but at least we've secured a source of food. Yeah. Thank goodness. In other events, I spent the points I accumulated on a watchtower and an earthen wall. Each cost 20 points. I wanted to build another shed, but Milia insisted that we should prioritize facilities for defense in case the worst were to happen. At present, we still haven't been attacked, but when I saw figures in the distance a few days ago, I was glad that this was the choice we made. The earthen wall was about 2 meters tall. It wouldn't be of much use against large monsters, but against small ones, it should be enough to stop them. Luke's armor. It's an emergency. Milia was at the top of the watchtower when she shouted. Because it was rather sudden, my first instinct was to look in her direction. Wah! I can see under her skirt. No, now is not the time for such things. A group of goblins are headed this way. What? Goblins were ugly humanoid monsters. They were usually short, the tallest among them being at about 150 centimeters. Alone, they were said to be easy to deal with, but in a group, they could spell trouble. I hope the wall will be enough to make them give up and turn back. They're stepping on top of their allies to climb over the wall. So much for that. Now, it's only a matter of time before they get past that wall and invade the village. We have to fight. Luke's armor. I resolved myself and drew out my sword. Chapter 7. You hate it that much? I steeled myself to face a group of goblins and drew the sword I brought from home in case occasions such as this arose. I'll have to fight them. Luke's armor. It was said that if a child did sword training, that child would have a higher chance of receiving a swordsmanship type gift. For that reason, I too studied how to use a sword properly and effectively. In the end, I didn't receive such a gift. However, that didn't mean all that training was a waste of time. Especially at times like now, it was better to know how to use a sword than not at all. One goblin made it over the wall and into the village. Its physique was similar to mine, but unlike me, this one didn't have a weapon. Then, I should be able to take it down. Ha! I yelled like that as I charged toward the goblin. But before I could reach it, an arrow made of ice flew out of nowhere and hit the goblin's head. It's been a while, Luke. When I turned my head toward the source of that voice, I saw a blue-haired girl standing on top of the wall. Selen? I knew that girl. I knew her because she was a daughter of the Bazurata family, a family which had close ties to my Albert family since the olden days. To be more specific, she was the daughter of the Bazurata family that I was formerly engaged to. She had been to our family's castle a few times, and back then, we would spend the time playing. She was 3 years older than me, so at least to my younger self, she seemed very mature. She didn't seem to have grown much since then though. As for why our marriage was called off, it was because I was no longer the heir of our land. The gift I received wasn't deemed enough to hold such a position, so I was disqualified and sent to this wasteland. So instead of me, Raoul, who managed to inherit our father's gift, was now the heir of the territory as well as Selen's husband-to-be. Regardless though, what's she doing here? Ice needle. Gudua. Selen's ice projectiles hit and killed the next goblins that managed to climb the wall. In no time at all, those and the rest of the goblins were annihilated. Wow, you sure have grown. It has just been 2 years since we last saw each other, right? Casually, as though there was no fight moments before, Selen dropped down from the wall and walked toward us. Yeah, I think so too, but more importantly, why are you here? Because I ran away from home. What? After giving a tea and then cutely sticking her tongue out, Selen said such an outrageous thing. It was so outrageous that I almost fell on my behind. I guess it's more accurate to say I've cut ties with my family. Isn't that worse? Why are you doing this? Plus, aren't you engaged to Raoul? What about that? That's been called off. What? Despite my shock, Selen nonchalantly gave me her reason. I'd rather die than be married to that man. But I'd rather cut ties with my house than die. Pretty simple, right? You hate it that much? Thinking about it, it might be the norm to dislike arranged marriages. It might for the sake of our respective territories, but we children of nobles were nevertheless being forced to marry someone we didn't love. As for me, I didn't really feel any opposition toward the arrangement, but then again, it might be because I was being matched with such a charming girl. Oh, I think I get it. All this time, I thought you also didn't mind this kind of marriage. But I should have known it's much tougher for a woman to be forced into a marriage with someone they didn't love. I feel you've misunderstood something. I refuse to be married to Raoul, but if it's with you, I don't really. What's that now? Selen's voice became smaller with each word until I couldn't hear her at all. I said. Stop right there! Exclamation mark. Milia suddenly shouted and cut in on our conversation. I'm here too, you know. Are you going to just leave out of the conversation? And you are? I'm Luke Sama's first villager. First villager? Selen tilted her head. Yes. This is, after all, Luke Sama's village. Oh, that reminds me. What's with this place? I was worried for you when I heard you were sent to this wasteland to develop it. But, that watchtower, that wall, that well and that field, can it be that you two alone built them? While looking around, Selen wondered out loud. I think it's faster if I just show you. Show me? Chapter 8. Why can't we just get along? Show me? Selen asked me that as she wondered what I was talking about. I decided to make a storehouse so that I could more easily explain my gift. We didn't have any pressing need to have a storehouse right now, but a use for it would come sooner or later anyway. 20 village points will be consumed to build a storehouse. Yes, no. The moment after I selected yes, a splendid storehouse made of earth appeared before us. Huh? Her mouth wide open, Selen was stunned. This is what my gift, village building, does. It can build something I need in an instant. Of course, it can't build all kinds of things. Actually, right now, I can only choose from 10 kinds of facilities. Plus, because of the cost of each item, I also could only build a limited number of them. Wait. I've never heard of a gift that does something like that. Ah, are you saying that this field is also, yup, made through my gift? So that's how you have all these things in such a short amount of time. It would have been impossible otherwise. When Selen understood the situation, words once again popped at the edge of my vision. Make her a villager? Yes. No. There's no way Selen should live in such a simple village. I retorted so in my mind as I came to decision to just ignore the message. But are you really sure about breaking off your engagement to Raoul? I mean, I doubt my family will just let the matter go. Compared to the Albert family, the Bazurata family had a meager army. So, if the Bazurata family were to unilaterally cancel this arrangement, it would be no surprise if the Albert family would respond by sending in troops. Even the Albert family won't have enough resources to do that. If they decide to make the Bazurata family their enemy as well, they'd be surrounded on all sides. You have a point. The Albert family might be powerful, but because its territory was so large, it had many hostile neighbors to worry about. In other words, ruining their relationship with the Bazaruta family was not something the Albert family would actively pursue. Still, won't you leaving hurt the Bazaruta family? Selen was one of the few people who had two gifts. In addition to dual wield, which was a gift that enhanced her ability to fight with two swords, she also had blue magic, which allowed her to use water and ice magic. In fact, due to her contributions in the battlefield, she already earned herself an alias, Frozen Blades Princess. I was going to be married off and sent away anyway, so my absence was taken into account a long time ago. Plus, my younger brother's blessing revealed that he had a strong gift. As long as he's there, they'll manage. If memory serves right, her younger brother was about my age. Anyway, by the looks of things, living here doesn't look so bad. Huh? You're planning to live here? Yeah. I mean, I'm not going back and I have nowhere I got to be. Selen is now a villager. Whoa, she became a villager on her own? When I checked, it indeed said that I now had 2 villagers. The number of points I earned each day rose to 12 as well. More importantly though, won't you reconsider? Even with my gift, the fact remains that this is still an undeveloped wasteland. We still don't have decent houses and harvest is not until much later. Meanwhile, with your powers, I'm certain you would be given a high post anywhere you might go. Are you saying you don't want me here, Luke? No, that's not my point at all. For some reason, Selen asked so while giving Milia a sharp look. Weirder still, Milia responded with a sharp look of her own. Why are these two glaring at each other like this? Isn't this supposed to be their first meeting? To be frank, this is not at all a suitable environment for a daughter of a noble house such as yourself. We don't even have beds or baths here. These conditions are common in the battlefield, so this is nothing new to me. Besides, what if another monster attack like the one earlier happens again? Wouldn't you agree that my strength will be needed? Or are you saying you have enough power to protect Luke? I felt a dangerous atmosphere as Milia and Selen talked to each other. Hey, why are the two at odds? You make a fine point. Very well. Do as you please, but please be reminded that your previous social status won't be recognized here. I'm the first villager. You're the second, so I'll be the one with superiority between us. Oh, so you're saying that that's the only thing you have an advantage over me? If I absolutely had to comment anything, I would have said Selen was on the offense here. I mean, why can't we just get along? Not really. I could have compared our breasts, but even I thought that was too harsh. Who are you calling flat-breasted? Oh my, when did I ever utter the words flat-breasted? Shut up. I'm still growing, you know. Now that you mentioned it, I think my breasts were 3 times as large as yours when I was 15. I'm just a late bloomer. As though she had a complex about it, Selen became teary-eyed and shouted so. In a complete reversal, Selen was now on the defense. As for me, I simply headed the other way. I didn't want to get involved any more than I have, so I stealthily snuck away. Chapter 9, If you turn the red one, hot water will come out. For some reason, there was a tense atmosphere between Milia and Selen. When night came, another argument among them arose. You two have been sleeping in a room this small? Yes. Is something the matter? Don't is something the matter me? No matter how you look at it, this is not normal. With a powerful voice, Selen reprimanded us. In our defense though, we were forced to share the shed because it was the only one we had. If you find this so unacceptable, we won't force you to sleep here. Feel free to sleep outside. Why would I do that? Why you two? Let's just try to get along. Luke Sama, please, stay out of this. Okay. If I could, I would have built another shed right away. Unfortunately, because I built a storehouse earlier in order to demonstrate my gift to Selen, I didn't have enough points anymore. That's it. I'll just go sleep in the storehouse. Proud of my idea, I quickly tried to put it into action. Absolutely not, Luke Sama. You're the chief of this village, after all. Right. If anyone has to sleep there, it's this girl. Oh my, are you saying you want to be alone here with Luke Sama? What scandalous girl you are. That's not what I said, and don't act like you're innocent yourself. In the end, it was decided that all 3 of us would sleep in this tiny shed. In addition, I was told I had to sleep between the two of them. I can't sleep. Luke's village. Village level, 1 village points, 54, plus 12 village points per day. Number of villagers, 2. Village gifts, none. All right. I finally have 50 points. I made the village around dusk, so the time I gained additional points was around dusk of each day as well. And so, at the rate of 12 points each day, I finally saved up 50 points. Using this, I could escape that hell tonight. Ever since Selen came to the village, I had to sleep between the two who were always bickering with one another. Obviously, I couldn't sleep much under such circumstances, resulting in a decline not only to my productivity but also health. Now that I had 50 points though, I could finally build the small house I wanted so much. I had no idea how big it was going to be, but at least I was certain that it would be bigger than our current shelter. 50 village points will be consumed to build a small house. Proceed? Yes. No. Yes. Yes please. After I confirmed yes, a one-story wooden house appeared before me. Whoa. What? There's even furniture. Amazing. It was about double the size of the shed we were using. However, unlike that empty shed, this house had a bed, a desk, a shelf, and other furnishings. What's this area? This is the kitchen. Kitchen? But then, what's this? A faucet. If you turn the blue one, regular water will come out. But if you turn the red one, the faucet will release hot water instead. Huh? Like this? When I tested it out, it released water as he explained. Can this be some kind of magical device? I don't sense any magic power at all though, Selen said so as she tilted her head. We then found something else of note. By pushing the knob and then turning it, fire will be produced. It seems like we can light fires with this. Let's try it. It really does. What's going on? Your gift's really amazing, Luke's armor. We were able to cook outside, but with this thing, cooking meals should become so much easier. Milia said so with a somewhat excited voice. What about this door? Huh? What are these? When we opened the door, we found a small room. A little bit in, we saw something that looked like a chair, and further inside the room, there was something that resembled a large water tank. This is a unit bathroom. A unit bathroom? The toilet and the bath are combined in this single room. So you're saying that this is the chamber pot, and that is the bath? It certainly didn't seem like an ordinary chair, but apparently the chamber pot was just covered by a lid. Without the cover, it looked like a large bowl where a small amount of water pooled at the bottom. The edge seemed like the place to place one's bottom. There was also a small hole in the part where the water pooled. This is a flush toilet. A flush toilet? How is it used? One sits down and relieves themselves. After that, one simply drains the water, along with the waste, by turning the handle there. When I tried to turn the said handle, more water flowed down, seemingly replacing the one that was there before. In the castle, lower-ranked servants are the ones tasked on disposing of the gathered waste, but now, there was no longer a need for any of us to do that job. That said, I wondered where the waste will go. I had heard of other territories whose lavatories made use of slimes. Slimes would absorb anything, even human waste, so they were helpful in keeping things clean. This device didn't seem to make use of those slimes though. Well, for now, what matters is that it works. Figuring out the how can come in later. And so, I moved on to the bath. It had a faucet like the one in the kitchen. In other words, we could wash our bodies easily with this. How convenient. We can bathe here without using the well outside. It seems so. TSK. But this also means I can no longer peep on Luke's armor as he washes his body outside. Selen had an expression of joy, but for some reason, Milia expressed frustration. And now that we have 2 beds, we can have separate places to sleep for the men and the women. I proudly announced so. But the two didn't seem to share my joy. As though to clear my confusion on why they were silent, Milia spoke first, quickly followed by Selen. Sleeping alone with this woman is quite impossible for me. Me too. Forcing the two of them, who were at odds with each other all the time, to sleep alone with each other certainly wasn't a great idea. However, it also would be quite strange for me to sleep beside only one of them. No matter which one. The only reason Milia and I did so before was because we only had that shed. I understand. Then, I guess all three of us will just have to sleep in this house. We should have enough space, so I thought maybe I could sleep on the floor or something. Wait, why are all three of us on the bed? Somehow, it was decided that, like before, I would sleep in the bed between the two girls. Because of that and because of the fact that the bed was smaller than the floor of the shed, we were now even closer to each other than we were before. Luke-sama, we can't let you sleep anywhere else other than this bed. I wouldn't mind sleeping on the floor, except I absolutely refuse to let this woman sleep beside you by herself. How unexpected. I also can't let you sleep beside Luke-sama by yourself. Given that, it seems the only solution left is for all of us to sleep here. Agreed. I don't understand that logic at all. Chapter 10. They're probably refugees. Almost a month has passed since we arrived at this undeveloped land. Thanks to my village building, we've been living more comfortably than I expected. Even now, the relationship between Milia and Selen hasn't improved. But other than that, things were going well. Back when I still lived in my family's estate, I spent each day studying for the future. As such, this was probably the first time in life where I passed the days in a leisurely manner. It isn't so bad, I thought as I began enjoying my life here in this undeveloped land. As for the crops we planted in the field, they were growing at a good rate. Actually, according to Milia, they were growing so much faster than normal that we might be able to harvest them soon. By the way, we now had 4 fields. There was nothing else that we needed to build at the moment, and letting the points be unused felt a bit of a waste. So we decided to add more fields. It was something we were bound to do at some point anyway. Moreover, there was a chance that some crops wouldn't grow at all out here or during this season, so to be safe, we tried out a bunch of seeds. Thankfully, Milia brought a lot of seeds. However, at this rate, we might be harvesting more than what the 3 of us could possibly eat before the rest goes bad. Well, we can preserve them by storing them in the storehouse where my magic is in effect. I see. Magic sure is convenient, isn't it? Fufu, aren't you glad I'm here? I mean, let's not forget, it was me that got us those precious meat. Selen proudly said so while looking at Milia. Recently, she went into the forest in the distance and managed to hunt a wild boar. Given her abilities and gifts, hunting alone was no problem at all, provided of course that she didn't enter the deepest parts of such a dangerous place. Since we're making sure we don't forget things, who was it that, unlike some muscle-brained idiot, was able to dismantle the boar as well as cook its meat? Milia calmly replied, so Guna Nanu. Unfortunately, Selen's cooking abilities were not great. She once tried to challenge Milia's cooking skills, but the food she made smelled so awful, we couldn't eat even a bite of it. Now, let's not fight. While sighing, I stepped in between the two. I myself doubted I could stop them, so my voice lacked conviction. However, at that moment, as though Selen noticed something, she quickly turned toward the west. What's the matter, Selen? You don't hear that? Hear what? I'll check from the watchtower. And so, Selen agilely climbed the tower. I climbed after her. Is it another monster attack? If so, this would be the first attack since the group of goblins that Selen defeated. When I reached the top of the watchtower, Selen pointed at an area beyond the wall that surrounded the village. Look, people. You're right. Looking at us with a mix of wonder and caution was a group of about 50 people. It seemed like they already noticed Selen and me in the watchtower. They were talking among themselves, but they were too far away for me to hear anything at all. I couldn't see any weapons on them, so there should be a low chance of them suddenly invading our village. They don't appear to be dangerous. Majority of them are women and children, unarmed at that. The clothes they're wearing seemed tattered, and they all looked exhausted. If I had to guess, I'd say they're refugees. Like Selen said, about 40 out of the 50 people were women and children. In these times, it wasn't rare at all for people to lose their homes to natural disasters or battles. I heard there was a big battle recently, so they might be from somewhere near there. Oh no. There are some of them that looks like they're gonna fall any moment now. There's no way we can leave them alone. This village aside, no water or food could be easily obtained in this wasteland, especially for a group that large. It probably wouldn't take long before all of them would die of starvation or thirst if nothing was done. And so, I climbed down from the watchtower and hurried to their side. Chapter 11. Your village has reached level 2. I can't believe it. There's really a village out here. It was only recently established and with only just 3 people. For the meantime, I stand as this village's leader. I am Luke R., village chief Sama. Please excuse the late introduction. I am Belrith. And for the moment, I stand as this group's representative. Blithsan was a man who seemed to be in his mid-30s. He had sign of being muscular, but perhaps because of malnutrition, he was sticks and bones at the moment. Not just him either. The entire group seemed to be starving. After a brief discussion with Selen and Milia, we agreed that the group was not dangerous and that we should invite them into the village. Once inside, we talked to them some more. We had confirmed that they were indeed refugees. The reason there were so few adult men was that they were forcefully conscripted, and the reason there were almost no elderly among the group was that most of them insisted on staying in their village so as to not burden the group on their journey. Old people were unlikely to be conscripted or be turned into slaves, so the group reluctantly agreed. Belrithsan's father, who was their village's leader, also stayed behind. So, Belrithsan took it upon himself to lead the escaping group in his father's stead. After that, we wandered aimlessly until we reached this wasteland. And right when our water and food supply had run out, we found your place. I see. Well, we haven't harvested our crops yet, and our own food supply might not be enough for all of you. But don't worry, we'll do whatever we can to prepare food for you all. Oh, and as for water, we have a well here, so feel free to drink from it as much as you want. Ah, really? Thank you very much. In addition to looking like they're starving, the group also looked thirsty. To help with that, I showed where the well was. In response, they all rushed toward it. Is one well not enough? I have spare points, so why not build another one? 20 village points will be consumed to build a well. Proceed? Yes. No. I selected yes. Everyone, feel free to use this other well. Really? Was there a well there earlier? Either way, I'm grateful. While the people were quenching their thirst, Milia cooked the boar from Selen's hunt yesterday. Our remaining stock of wheat was used up as well. It's not much, but please have some. Oh, maybe it was because they were famished, but the refugees made all that food disappear almost instantly. We are truly grateful for this kindness you showed us. We're not sure how to properly thank you beyond these words. Their hunger sated for now, Belrithsan uttered words of thanks while tears fell from his eyes. As for the others, they put their palms together as though they were trying to worship us. Regardless, their crisis wasn't over just yet. For their group to live here in this wasteland by themselves wouldn't just be hard, it was nigh impossible. Make them villagers? As though reading my mind, some text appeared at the edge of my vision. Belrithsan. Yes, village chief Sama, would you like to live here in this village? Belrithsan was completely surprised by my proposal. To tell you the truth, we can use extra sets of hands. As you can see, we have fields with crops that are on the verge of being ready to be harvested, but harvesting them all should be a lot of hard work for just the 3 of us. Moreover, it will be too much for us to eat. However, we have a lot of children in our group. The workforce we can offer might not meet your expectations. Even then, I'd say don't worry about it. Let's just lend a hand whenever the other needs it. Oh, thank you very much. In reaction to my words, Belrithsan cried out loud as he profusely thanked me. Right after that though, lines of texts appeared in my vision one after the other. The 51 people represented by Belrith are now villagers. Congratulations. Because you now have more than 10 villagers, your village has become level 2. 200 village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, villager appraisal, has been acquired. Congratulations. Because you now have more than 30 villagers, your village has become level 3. 300 village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, reposition, has been acquired. Chapter 12. Did the walls move? Wait, what? The village's level has increased. So, having more villagers does increase the village level. But in the first place, what is this village level? Even now, I still couldn't really fully comprehend what it is. Luke's village. Village level, 3. Village points, 764, 83 points are gained per day. Number of villagers, 53. Village skills, villager appraisal, reposition. Because of that so-called level up bonus, I seem to have earned 500 village points in one go. Moreover, the amount of village points I gained each day has increased as well. But I thought only 1 point per villager was added to my daily earnings. Is that not the case? At village level 3, the base daily earning becomes 30 points. I see. It's the base points plus the points based on the number of villagers. So, 30 plus 53 equals 83. Truth be told, even though I invited them, I worried how their group will live here. However, between the level up bonus and the increased daily earnings, we should be able to manage. Before I forget, I can build more things now, right? By reaching village level 2, you've become eligible to build new facilities with village points. They are as follows: landfill, 30. Paddy fields, 30. Public park, 30. Animal barn, 80. Terrace house, 80. By reaching village level 3, you've become eligible to build new facilities with village points. They are as follows: stone wall, 50. Incinerator, 60. Outdoor kitchen, 60. Jailhouse, 80. Medium-sized house, 100. What's a terrace house? A one-story building. It is the combination of 5 residential units. Each of those residential units is estimated to be able to house a household of 5 people. Great, that's just what we need. Compared to a shed which could house at most 3 people for 20 village points, a terrace house which could house 25 people for 80 points was clearly the more economical choice, points-wise. As to be expected though, we couldn't afford to build a small house for everyone. We should be fine for a while, but increasing the number of our fields still seems wise. Before that though, I should expand the village. Apparently, my village level increasing also increased the village's maximum area. At its previous size, 3 terrace houses would have barely fit. It's quite a shame, but I guess I have no choice but to tear down the walls to make space. You don't have to. The skill, reposition, should come in handy at times like this. Using that skill, it is possible to move a facility that you've already built to a new location. Oh, how convenient. And so, I surrounded the borders of the village with earthen walls. Of course, the walls from before wouldn't be enough to surround the larger area, so I built new ones. Additionally, it is possible to upgrade the earthen walls into stone walls. The cost for doing so is the difference between the two, which is 30 village points. These are fine for now. I want to use my points for something else. With space now available and secured by the walls, I built 3 terrace houses. When I peeked inside, I discovered that much like the small house, the terrace houses were somewhat furnished. Regarding restrooms, it seemed like there was only one for each terrace house. However, there were several toilet bowls in each restroom, so it wasn't so bad. I also set up a water well for each building. Through reposition, one of those wells was the one from before. And so, just like that, we solved the issue of where the group was going to live. Everyone, please feel free to use these buildings. Maybe they were like that since earlier, but when I looked at them, their eyes and mouth were wide open. Just now, did the walls move? There was nothing there a moment ago, and now there's this building. Woak. Among them, an older man was so surprised that he fell on his behind. Sorry, didn't mean to surprise you all. Well, all of these are because of my gift. It's not some shady magic or anything like that, so there's nothing to worry about. I hurriedly explained. So what? The village chief has a gift? He can make even this kind of things? It's like an act of God for them to be surprised this much. It might be due to them not being used to gifts. After all, people who had gifts were quite rare. On top of the people who received an act of blessing but was revealed to not have any gifts, there were people who don't even receive a blessing in the first place due to their low social status. Technically, Even common citizens were allowed to have a blessing, but they needed to give an astronomically large sum of money first. For that reason, it was mostly nobles and wealthy merchants who were given a blessing. A blessing was also given to craftsmen whose family lineage was known to inherit useful gifts for the development of the territory, but those were rather rare. The impact of gifts was so huge. If everyone, regardless of social status, had gifts, territories would be developed so much more. I thought so, at least. Chapter 13, Please throw them into the jailhouse. While the new villagers cautiously entered the newly made terrace houses. All right, time to expand the fields. At present, the village had 4 fields. The crops grown from these fields should be able to feed 50 people, but only for a while. So, I decided to build additional fields on the vacant areas of my expanded and reorganized village. Let's see, I think having 10 fields in total will do for now. The fields occupied nearly half of my village. Planting seeds in all of them will be a lot of work. Should I ask the new villagers to help? It wasn't just extra sets of hands that I could receive, but advice as well. Their previous village was an agricultural one, so they were probably more knowledgeable than me. After that, oh, right, I think I have another of those village skills. The first skill was called reposition. It allowed me to move any already built facility to anywhere I wanted, as long as it was still within the village, of course. It was quite convenient. So, what does villager appraisal do? It allows you to appraise the villagers. Appraise them? It is recommended to try it for yourself. To activate, try saying, appraisal, while looking at a villager. At the perfect timing, Belrith-san walked by. Village Chief Sama, these fields? We have more people now, so I thought I should add more fields. I know you're tired, so resting your tired bodies should be your priority. But after that, I'd really like it if you can help in planting the seeds. We'd be happy to help. Not only have you given us food, but shelter as well. If we can repay that favor even a little, it'd be our pleasure to help. Okay, but don't overexert yourselves, okay? While looking at Belrith, who proudly declared so, I uttered, appraisal, under my breath. Name, Belrith. Age, 36 years old. Village bond level, high. Suitable occupation, coordinator. Gift, none. When I did so, a set of text appeared in vision. The first 2 lines were as straightforward as things could be, but I wasn't sure what village bond level meant. It is one's loyalty and sense of belonging toward the village. So, because Belrith-san says hi, does that mean he thinks favorably of the village already? That is the case, yes. A villager with a low village bond level is more likely to perform criminal acts within the village or even incite insurrection, so please do be careful of them. I see. Thinking about it, the risk of having such a villager becomes higher as the population grows. However, through this skill, I would be able to tell who were likely to cause problems. I wasn't quite comfortable on peeking at others' minds though. If such people become present in the village, please throw them into the jailhouse. Oh yeah, I became able to build a jailhouse when the village reached level 3. I hope building one never becomes necessary though. Anyway, how about suitable occupation? As its name implies, it is the job that is advisable for the villager. In other words, Belrith-san's current position was just right for him. As much as possible, assign villagers to duties that match their inclinations. For example, a villager with a suitable occupation of farm work will likely excel in agriculture, while someone with sentinel might be great as a guard or a peacekeeper. Wait, is it really alright for me to be able to get that much information that easily? I mean, I'm not complaining, but isn't it too strong? Just that alone could rival a powerful gift. The only thing that might hold it back was that it could only be used on my villagers. The next morning, I gathered everyone in the center of the village. It was a space large and open enough to be used as a public square. Good morning, Belrith-san. Were you able to sleep well last night? Yes, thanks to Village Chief Sama's comfortable beds, we've been able to sleep well for the first time in quite a while. The residential units in a terrace house weren't especially spacious, so I worried if they were able to sleep well, if at all. Apparently though, just having a place to sleep was enough to make their sleep feel heavenly. Or it might be because of the joy of surpassing their hardships. I'm glad to hear that. Well then, let's talk about why I wanted everyone to gather here. For the sake of our future endeavors, I'd like to know each of you one by one. I believe learning your name, age, family structure, and so on will help me in assigning which jobs will be best suited for you. Yes, you're right. But then in that case, won't it be faster if simply tell you those kinds of information? Maybe. But I'm going to have to say no. As the village's leader, I want to memorize each and everyone's faces as much as possible. And so, I gathered and recorded information from each of the villagers. Of course, I was also secretly using villager appraisal. As I met with them, by the seventh one, I was so surprised that I unconsciously shouted name, Balrat, age, 32 years old, village bond level, high, suitable occupation, soldier, gift, swordsmanship. There's something in the gift line, but why is it enclosed in parentheses? Chapter 14. All of a sudden, this place has become village-like, hasn't it? Name, Balrat, age, 32 years old, village bond level, high, suitable occupation, soldier, gift, swordsmanship. What does swordsmanship mean? Why is it in parentheses? Because this person hasn't been blessed. His gift can't be used yet. So, does that mean that as long as he gets blessed, he'd received this particular gift? Yes, the ability that I could have gotten was lying dormant and going to waste like this. At any rate, villager appraisal lets me know even this. I wonder if there's anyone else who is like him. Village chief. It's nothing. Anyway, what is your family structure like, Balrat-san? It would seem that this person was actually the younger brother of Belrith-san. So that's why their names sound alike. Furthermore, he said that because he had a wife and 2 children, he was really grateful that I welcomed them into the village. His wife didn't have a potential gift, but their 2 children both had swordsmanship written on the line about their gifts. The children weren't at the age where they could receive the rite of blessing, but as soon as they turned 12, I hoped they would receive it somehow. After a while, I finished interviewing the newly arrived villagers. I organized some of the data as follows. By age group, 12 were children, 0 to 11 years old, 37 were adults, 12 to 50 years old, and 2 were elderly, 51 plus. By gender, 18 males, 33 females, total number of households, 14. As for the category of suitable occupations, they were all over the place. From orthodox jobs like farmer and merchants to somewhat suspicious ones like jailer and torturer, as well as entertainers like dancers and singers. It was quite varied. All that being said, why is being a torturer the suitable occupation for an old lady over 60 years old? Plus, she's the oldest among them by far, but she made it all the way here with strength to spare as though she was among the young ones. Anyway, I told those who were suited for agriculture to take care of the fields. Of course, because they alone couldn't handle all the things that needed to be done, I told everyone else to assist them in some way for the moment. In total, I found 7 people with potential gifts among the new villagers. As mentioned, Balrat-san and his 2 children had swordsmanship. The gift of the other 4 were as follows. Comprehension of concoctions, red magic, labyrinth exploration, literary talent. Comprehension of concoctions seemed to be related to the mixing and preparation of things like medicine. It belonged to a woman in her 20s who was already a widow. Red magic was a gift related to fire and heat magic. It belonged to a 10-year-old girl. No one else in her family had a gift, so it might be a mutation of sorts. Labyrinth exploration might be related to dungeon explorations. It belonged to a 30-year-old man. His parents were dead, he had no siblings to begin with, and he never married or had children, so among the refugees, his household was the only one to have one person. Maybe it was because he was a bit eccentric, but I felt like he really stood out like a sore thumb among the refugees. Literary talent was most likely related to writing and the like. It was possessed by a 14-year-old boy. It might just be a fluke, but the number of people who had potential gifts was more than I expected. According to my private tutor, over 80% of nobles had gifts, while less than 1 in every 100 commoners could get one. That made me curious enough to ask, what if we bless everyone? Wouldn't that lead to a great improvement to our territory? And my tutor replied, 1 in every 100 is not much. It'll be more trouble than it's worth. Looking back, it might just be that the nobility was trying to monopolize the power of gifts. Not to mention, there was always the risk of a commoner who possessed a powerful gift inciting a rebellion. And so, the nobility conspired with the church to limit the access to blessings. Even so, isn't their distrust a tad too much? All of a sudden, this place has become village-like, hasn't it? Selen said so when she walked by. I used that chance to use villager appraisal on her as well. Name, Selen. Age, 15 years old. Village bond level, high. Suitable occupation, general. Gift, dual wield, blue magic. Oh, she's recommended to be general. Huh. I can certainly see her as someone who would lead soldiers through a battlefield, but why would a mere village ever need general? That aside, more people meant an increase in the need for meat, so I asked if she could continue to hunt for us. Luke Sama, there's a good chance more refugees will come to village. I think we should ready ourselves for that. Yeah. According to the stories I heard from the new villagers, there have been an increase in fighting here and there. While Milia and I were talking like that, I decided to use villager appraisal on her as well. Will her suitable occupation be something like maid? Name, Milia. Age, 21 years old. Village bond level, ultra high. Suitable occupation, priest. Gift, oracle. So, Milia's 21. Wait. More importantly, she has a potential gift. Chapter 15. They're all crazy large. Name, Milia. Age, 21 years old. Village bond level, ultra high. Suitable occupation, priest. Gift, oracle. Surprisingly, even Milia had a potential gift. Furthermore, it was none other than a gift that allowed its wielder to bless others. Because the church has basically monopolized this gift, it was extremely rare if at all to see this gift except on its members. So, the person who does the blessing has to be blessed first themselves. However, on top of the fact that the closest church that offered to do blessings was too far away from the village, we also didn't have enough money for the ceremony. What should we do? Luke-sama, is something the matter? Actually, I thought it was not right to hide the issue to the person herself, so I told her. Of course, that meant I had to tell her about villager appraisal, which I had been keeping private so far, and in order to avoid the risk of Selen getting mad at me and saying, "Why are you keeping me out of the loop?" I decided to tell her as well. Villager appraisal. Yeah, it seems like your gift is truly absurd. Amazing, Luke-sama. You're really beloved by the gods. In contrast with Selen, who was understandably at a loss for words, Milia unreservedly showered me with praise. Well, you see, I secretly used it on you, Milia. I don't mind at all. I find no issue in exposing it all to you, Luke-sama. Yes, for example, my body. Hey, don't seduce Luke every chance you get. Come on, please stop fighting. It felt dangerous to ask Milia to continue what she was saying, so I decided to just ignore it. Instead, I spoke about the main issue at hand. Anyway, the result of using it on you is that I found out that you have a potential gift. If we can have you blessed, you'll be able to use it. It can tell you even that? Selen was shocked once again. I then proceeded to tell them that Milia's potential gift was oracle. Oracle, I see. If she has that gift, she'll be able to bless anyone in the village who has a potential gift. Yeah, but the problem is that she herself has to be blessed first, it appears. I didn't really expect to have a solution after talking to them. I just wanted to let them know of the situation. Oracle, I wonder how I can get that blessing. With an uncharacteristically meek look on her face, Milia said so. She was probably thinking how much she could contribute to the village if she unlocked that gift. Milia, the first villager, probably was more devoted to the village than I was. After all, she had an ultra high for her village bond level. Yup, that must be it. 3 days had passed since we welcomed the new villagers. At this time, we were finally ready for our first ever harvest. Whoa, what's all these? They're all crazy large. The vegetables over here too. They're growing unbelievably large as well. Such expressions could be heard in the field here and there. Thanks to everyone's help, we were able to harvest the first batch in about 2 hours. The first batch in question was the crops grown in 2 of the 4 fields we had at the start. The crops were known to grow quickly, but even they would normally have taken about a month before they could be harvested. It's so wonderful, village chief. It might be because the soil in the fields is great, but still, I've never seen grow vegetables this big. Belrith-san, who was more knowledgeable in agriculture than I was, told me so. By the way, I managed to bargain what he would call me down to. Village Chief's armor was just too embarrassing for me. By the looks of it, even supposedly out-of-season vegetables have no problem growing here. On the other fields, vegetables that were normally grown in autumn were growing just fine even though we were still in spring. I didn't know anything about agriculture, so I just planted whatever I could in hopes that at least some would grow. Thankfully, the seeds didn't end up wasted. Village chief, since you've grown these, how about having a taste? Huh? It's safe? Why, yes, they're vegetables that can be eaten raw, after all. I'm glad they grew big, but do they taste good? I thought so as I cautiously bit into the vegetable. A turnip, Belrith-san gave me! Exclamation mark. Village chief, it's delicious. Chapter 16. It's so delicious. The vegetables we just harvested was unbelievably delicious. Hey, are you alright, village chief? Excuse me. It was just so delicious. I couldn't help but shout out loud. I apologized like that to Belrith-san, who seemed startled by me. Belrith-san, why don't you give it a try? All right, I'll take you up on that kind offer. He said so and then bit onto a turnip. In the next moment, his eyes opened widely. So good. Our reactions were quite similar. Certainly, freshly harvested turnips taste great. But what's with these? I've never had turnips this delicious. Perhaps it was because of his excitement, but Belrith-san continued to munch on the turnip as he talked. Afterwards, we decided to hold a celebration for the successful harvest. The just harvested vegetables were a given, but we also decided to use some of the meat of the boar and the deer that the group led by Selen managed to hunt down. By the way, I built an outdoor kitchen for 60 points because we could use it not only to prepare meals for a large group but also as a place to butcher what we caught. It was quite an efficient facility. Well then, to the successful harvest as well as new friends. Cheers. Cheers. I proposed a toast and everybody quickly followed. There wasn't any alcohol in the village yet though, so what we used was just well water. What? I can't believe it. So delicious. Such shouts could be heard here and there. Hey, this is too delicious, ain't it? This is the first time I've had anything this good. Are these really prepared by our spouses? It's the ingredients, especially the newly harvested vegetables. Everyone was shocked at how delicious the food was. However, it was during then that the village chief, even when such a celebration was underway, a young man was keeping watch over the village from the top of the watchtower. However, he suddenly climbed down and hurriedly searched for me. What is it? What's wrong? A group of people are approaching the village. The group seemed to be refugees as well. This time, there were about 40 people. Each of them seemed thoroughly exhausted, but when they entered the village and confirmed that the village was real instead of being an illusion they dreamt up, their faces were of shock and awe. And when they smelled the food prepared for the celebration, they couldn't help but gulp down. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Luke, and I stand as this village's chief. A kid like you is there? Oh, sorry, never mind. Nice to meet you as well. I am Donga. When a man who seemed to be in his 30s said his name, Belrith-san shouted for some reason. Donga? Are you that Donga? It's been a while. Oh, you can't be Belrith. Can you? Donga-san was stunned. Do you two perhaps know each other? Yes, we do, village chief. Back in the day, Donga here frequently visited our village. Our villages had many interactions such as trade, but for Donga, the main reason for visiting our village was because he was smitten by my younger sister. Alas, that love was not meant to be. Can you not talk about the ancient past? I may not look it, but I have a wife and children now, you know. The two of them seem to have quite a friendly relationship. By the way, the younger sister in question seemed to be married to a man in another village. Wait, if you're here, does that mean your village was also? Yes, that's right. We had to leave behind our village, It was quite a harsh journey, but it came to an end a few days ago when we arrived at this village. Still, to think there would be a village here in this wasteland. Things were simple if Belrith's acquaintance was among the new group. They must be starving, so I interjected. I think the details can wait until later. For now, would you guys like to join us? We're having a celebration for our successful harvest. Wah! Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. Of course, no one objected to the idea. They knew firsthand the hardships the new group must have endured, so they welcomed them with warmth. Chapter 17. It is recommended that you build a church. How are things, Donga-san? Is there anything not to your liking? Hello, village chief. No, we have no complaints at all. How can we when on top of the delicious food, you also provide us with great shelter? Not to mention, we don't need to worry about all the fighting going on. This place is like paradise to us. All of us are truly grateful. A few days had passed since Donga-san's group arrived. They seemed to be pleased with their life here in the village, so as the village chief was happy as well. Yes, Donga-san and his group were our newest villagers. There were 44 of them, bringing the total number of villagers to 97. Just a few short of 100. I needed to prepare things for them first though, such as building new terrace houses. Fortunately, we had an abundance of crops from our harvest, so our food supply shouldn't be an issue for a while. Just to be on the safe side in the future though, I decided to add 4 new fields. Much like with Berith-san's group, majority of Donga-san's group were women and children. Even among the children, there were more women than men. I had used villager appraisal on them, and designated each of them a job they could do. That said, there were only a few types of jobs available at the moment, so their current duties were likely not the one most suitable for them. Also, I found out that there were 6 of them who had the potential to have gifts. Much like before, they needed to receive a blessing first before they could use those gifts. So it felt like wasting resources, which in turn made me felt frustrated. Anyway, around the time when Donga-san's group were beginning to grow accustomed to their life in the village chief, there's a group approaching the village. They look like refugees as well. Another group had come. This time, there were 70 of them. What will you do? I know you want to accept them, but that would put us over our current capacity. Yeah, Selen said so, and I couldn't help but agree because the points I earned daily had increased. There was no problem point-wise. In terms of food too, on top of the grand harvest, Selen and the others were diligently hunting for food as well, so we had a surplus for now. The issue was space. There just wasn't enough left to build additional terrace houses, much less fields. Maybe we can ask households with only a few members to share a unit. Or maybe, if the number of villagers exceed 100, your village will level up again, thus increasing its maximum area. Oh, is that so? Yes. For that reason, it is recommended to accept them as villagers. I've always wondered this, but on what criteria does this guide bases its recommendation? Moreover, how does it know my exact situation? At any rate, I did as was recommended and accepted the new refugees as villagers. The 76 people represented by Leon are now villagers. Ta-ta-ta-da. Congratulations, because you now have more than 100 villagers. Your village has become level 4. 400 village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, intruder detection, has been acquired. Just like the guide said, my village leveled up and expanded its maximum area. I was somehow able to sense how big my village was now. However, it would seem that the village was now double of its size when it was level 3. Does that mean that my village doubles in size each level up? Then it's possible for it to expand to an absurd degree, right? Yeah, no way that's gonna happen. Leaving that aside, I checked out the new facilities I could build. Store, 80. Workshop, 80. Public lavatory, 80. Rehabilitation facilities, 100. Church, 150. A store should be a building where a merchant can run their business. Meanwhile, a workshop should be a kind of atelier for craftsmen. Okay. But then what is a public lavatory? Also, A rehabilitation facility. What I was most curious of all though was the church. It is recommended that you build a church. Almost insisting. The guide recommended so. Even so, without a priest, there was no meaning in particularly having one. We could use the building for something else. But because it required 150 points to be built, there were far better alternatives. Why do you recommend that? If someone with the potential to receive oracle praise in a church, it's possible for the gift to be received. Huh? Wait, are you saying we don't have to go to another church? Yes, chapter 18. I can now bless people freely, right? Once again, I moved some of the earthen walls and then built new ones so that the new area would be surrounded by walls as well. I also built terrace houses and wells. Given these, the new villagers should have decent shelters. I still had points left, so I decided to build a church, as the guide recommended. 150 village points will be consumed to build a church. Proceed? Yes. No. I selected yes. Afterwards, a small church appeared. Small compared to other churches, at least in our tiny village, it was just about the right size. Luke Sama, is this? Yes, Milia, it's a church. I wonder what it is. Somehow, I have this feeling that I should go pray in this church. As though something was guiding her, Milia entered the church. Of course, I followed behind her. Within was as normal as a church could be. Milia continued walking until she reached the altar further inside. She then knelt down and prayed. With bated breath, I watched her for a while. Before long, Milia lifted her head up and opened her eyes. Luke Sama, I've received the gift. Oracle, I mean. Wow, great. In my awe, I accidentally let out a shout, which echoed in this empty place of worship. Now that I have this, I can bless people freely, right? Yes, that's right. I think we should go call in someone with a potential gift right away. Unless of course, if you prefer to take a rest first. No, that won't be needed. On the contrary, I insist that we do this as soon as possible. I haven't had a chance to use villager appraisal on the newest group, so I didn't know yet how many of them had gifts or the potential to have gifts. Out of all the villagers I had used it on though, there were 13 people that could receive gifts. 5 of those 13 weren't adults yet, so only the remaining 7 were the options right now. By the way, because the strain on the body was so heavy, it was generally advised to wait until reaching adulthood before trying to receive a gift. What do you mean, village chief? The people I called seemed to be puzzled, so I began explaining. What? I can have a gift? But I thought only some nobles can receive a gift? As far as I can tell, our people have been nothing but farmers for generations. I quickly denied their false information. Certainly, lineage plays a large role in the likelihood of receiving a gift, as well what kind of gift they would receive. However, social status doesn't play a role at all in those things. They were not fully convinced. Oh well, I guess it'll be quicker to convince them with results than with words. And so, I asked Milia to begin giving each of them a blessing. She began with Balrat-san, Belrith-san's brother. Balrat, you have received the gift of sword techniques. What is this sensation? Something. I can feel something flowing into my body. Name, Balrat. Age, 32 years old. Village bond level, high. Suitable occupation, soldier. Gift, sword techniques. Through villager appraisal, I confirmed that the parentheses around his gift were removed. It seemed like he could now use the gift. Balrat-san, please have this sword. Are you sure about this, village chief? Absolutely. I'm sure you and your gift will find more use for this than I ever would. Our village couldn't make our own swords yet. So, other than the 2 swords that Selen wielded, the only sword we had was the one I brought. How? Even just holding a sword properly was something I've never been able to do before. But now, it feels like it's part of my hands. After he received the sword, Balrat-san wonderingly said so. Thank you, village chief. I might not be young anymore, but I promise you I'll train as much as I can to become strong enough to protect the village. Balrat-san declared so. After him, Milia also blessed the others. In addition to the first ones I discovered, comprehension of concoctions, labyrinth exploration, and literary talent. There were master farmer, green magic, and spear techniques. I had never before heard of Master Farmer. Much like its name implies, it was a gift that pertained to agriculture. However, since it belonged to a 20-year-old man who was already working in the fields, there was nothing special that needed to be done. Green magic was a gift that concerned wind and weather magic. If the user has become skilled enough, they would be able to summon rain freely. That'll help us farm, right? Spear techniques was there. Sword techniques. For spears, the one who got it was a 15-year-old man. He was young, so whether we assign him as a guard or as a hunter, he would likely flourish. Chapter 19, His Two Beautiful Wives. My village's population had risen to 173 people, and as such, the place became full of activity. The days when it was just Milia and myself seemed so long ago now. By my count, there was about 2 women for each man. Moreover, the young outnumbered the old. Perhaps it was because of the many young women, but the whole village somehow felt quite cheerful and vibrant right now. Good morning, Chief Luke. Fufu, today's quite lovely as well, isn't it? My, Chief Luke, your skin's always so soft. I'm so jealous. I have no doubt that Chief Luke's the cutest village chief in the world. I especially felt so whenever these ladies teased me. Look, I'm aware that I'm not an authoritative-looking village chief, but by the way, most women over the age of 20 were married already. That said, many of the husbands were forcefully conscripted. To make matters worse, a lot of the women had children to take care of by themselves. They might be cheerful, but they surely had worries of their own. So, if they could have a bit of fun by teasing me, I was willing to put up with that. Well, even without that reason, I might still not complain because I'm that bad at talking to older women. I mean, I still sleep between Selen and Milia, for crying out loud. But to have those 2 pretty ladies as his wives, the chief's quite enviable. Yeah, you said it. Him being that young only makes him more amazing. He looks so cute and innocent, but he must be quite potent down there. Wouldn't you agree? Ha ha ha. Before I knew it, the villagers had assumed that Selen and Milia were my wives. I couldn't blame them for thinking so because the 3 of us did live under one roof, but still. And for some reason, both Selen and Milia didn't deny such rumors even after hearing them themselves. Thanks to that, even if I say no, I am not married to either of them, I would only be met with replies such as, "Oh, your face is so red, how cute Torah, youth." They wouldn't listen to me at all. Ha! Phew! Clang clang. At the open space in the center of the village, otherwise known as our public square, the shouting voice of 2 men as well as the clashing of metal resounded. The 2 men were doing some sword training. One of the 2 men was Balrat-san, the other was Perun-san. Perun-san, aged 26, was among the 76 latest additions to our village. Moreover, he was also blessed with sword techniques. Neither of them had any sword training before, but their movements were so good now, I could barely follow. As to be expected, the impact of a gift was huge. Now more than ever, I understood the reason why people say that those without gifts could never best those that had one. Also, now more than ever, I wish I inherited father's swordmaster techniques. Ha ha ha. He. Eventually, the 2 stopped trading blows. For a while, they just stood there staring at each other, their breath ragged. And then, suddenly and at the same time, they undid their stance and sheathed their swords. At that moment, the villagers watching them train clapped their hands. Wow! So that's the power of gifts. Unbelievable. Daddy, you're so cool. Our papa's just as cool. Among those watching were their children. Balrat-san's 2 sons were there, as well as Perun-san's daughter. Actually, all 3 children had the potential to have sword techniques as well. However, as they were still too young, they couldn't be blessed just yet. I look forward to that day though. You 2 sure have improved a lot. All right, I expect you 2 to give your best as well in our hunt later. Yes, master. The one who condescendingly said so to the 2 was Selen. In addition to having dual wield, she had received sword training from a very young age. For that reason, training the 2 fell on her. Still, for the 2 much older men to call a 15-year-old girl master, how do I say this? Isn't it a bit odd? Chapter 20, Our Savior. I had used my villager appraisal, On the 76 newest villagers, among them, 12 had the potential to have gifts. However, since 2 of those 12 were children, only 10 could be blessed right now. These gifts included sword techniques, Herculean strength, which increased the user's physical strength, beast's sense of smell, which heighten one's olfactory senses to rival even those of beasts, danger perception, which alerted the user to incoming danger, and poison resistance, which decreases the effects of poison on the user. Of particular note was shield master techniques. It was the superior version of shield techniques. Much like sword master techniques, this gift was exceedingly rare because the gift concerned shields. It didn't offer much in terms of attacks, but in return, it boosted the user's defense and even allowed them to take on the damage that should be for their allies. The one blessed with shield master techniques was a 13-year-old boy named Noel. He was only a year older than me, but his physique was already as large as Balrot Sands. One could say that his body was perfect for his gift. He wasn't particularly skilled at talking, but he was a kind and gentle soul, and apparently, he felt like he owed me a debt of gratitude. Village chief. Using this gift, I'll protect you. Thank you, Noel. I replied so to him. At the moment, he had only a wooden shield, but I hope we could give him something proper soon. Section. I have gathered you all here to share an important oracle. Upon hearing such a solemn announcement in the church, the gathered villagers began to whisper among themselves. These villagers were the ones who had received gifts. For that reason, they had strong feelings of reverence and gratitude toward the girl in front of the altar toward Milia. What I am to tell you is about our village's chief, Luke Sama. About the village chief? What kind of oracle can it be? Seriousness on their faces, the villagers listened intently to Milia. Satisfied with their response, Milia continued. Luke Sama is someone sent by the gods to save us from the wars of this world. Due to the scale of her announcement, the villagers were at a loss for words. Before any of them could recover, Milia continued talking. Yes, Luke Sama is our savior. As you all no doubt have seen for yourselves, he has been blessed by the gods with a truly powerful gift. Yet, Luke Sama has still not reached his full potential. Milia had heard from Luke that his village building could make more kinds of facilities as well as grant him more village skills if the thing called village level increased. At that, the villagers looked at each other. Sure, I thought that the village chief was no ordinary person, but, no, we're talking about the village chief here. It's totally possible. It seems we've come to a truly unbelievable place. They were surprised, but all of them believed Milia's words. How could they not when the person telling them such things was a priest that possessed the gift? Oracle. Sorry, everyone, what I've told you isn't an oracle at all. Even so, I absolutely believe that that is the truth. That Luke Sama is an envoy of the gods who are worried about the world we live in. Everyone, let's all give thanks to Luke Sama by doing our best to develop the village. Yes. Like that, and unbeknownst to the person himself, a new faith was born in Luke's village. Section. ? Huh? Just now, I felt a chill down my spine. Am I catching a cold? Then, I guess I better rest earlier today. While thinking that, I suddenly heard shouts of yes from the church. Oh yeah, Milia did say she was gathering those who received gifts so that they could do some worshipping together. Surely, they must be giving thanks again for the gifts they received, right? Still, Milia didn't seem to be the type before, but just by receiving the gift, oracle, she became totally like a priest. Chapter 21. Bandits who attack refugees sadly aren't rare. They sure are acting weird. I said so as I racked my brain for a reason why the villagers were behaving so lately. By acting weird, I was referring to their obviously abnormal levels of eagerness. Sure, they had been doing whatever they could for the village even before, but this was too much, and I wasn't just imagining it. I confirmed it by looking at them with villager appraisal. Before, majority of them had a village bond level of average or high, but now, more and more were having an ultra-high village bond level. What could have brought this on? Try as I might, the best I could come up with was that they were just grateful for receiving a gift. That couldn't be it though, at least not entirely, because even the villagers who couldn't receive a gift were acting weirdly. Wait, Hasn't Milia been holding worship gatherings lately? They're supposed to be sermons to a group of villagers at a time, but I wonder. Plus, the very first group to attend was composed only of those who received gifts. More and more people are participating now, yet she still hasn't invited me to join them. You mean Milia's worship gatherings? I haven't been invited either. Oh, you too, Selen? I wonder what it's like. Well, it was in a church and it was with Milia, so there shouldn't be anything I had to worry about. Leaving it alone for the meantime didn't seem to be a bad idea. I wasn't sure if it was the cause of this situation, but if it turns out that it was, well, not like raising the villagers' enthusiasm was a bad thing. That aside, the improvement of the hunting team is quite remarkable. Maybe it's because they're really motivated, but they've become really strong. They might even be able to hunt down orcs soon. To the north, there was a forest full of monsters. A bit deeper into it, orcs could be found. Orcs were pig-like monsters whose meat were quite delicious. Moreover, because orc meat was rather rare, they would normally fetch a high price if sold. By the way, the hunting team led by Selen was composed of 10 other people. Most of them had gifts. To name a few of the team, there was Balrat-san and Perun-san who had sword techniques, Rando-kun who possessed spear techniques, and Noel-kun who had shield master techniques. In addition to the combat personnel, the ones with Herculean strength, beast's sense of smell, danger perception, were part of the team as well. The one with Herculean strength was primarily there to carry the prey they managed to hunt back to the village. Chief, there seems to be another group of refugees coming to the village. After being informed so, I immediately came to greet the said refugees. This time, it was a small group composed of only 10 people. However, unlike the ones before, they were awfully terrified of something. Welcome. I'm Luke, the chief of this village. Most of the people living here are also refugees, so please just relax. Huh? At first, I thought they were just wary because they found a village in a place such as this, but it now seemed something else entirely. Did something happen? Well, actually, their voice trembling, they recounted what happened. Apparently, there was originally almost 100 of them. However, that quickly changed when a group of bandits attacked them. A few of us got killed after resisting, but most of us were captured and brought somewhere, with the ones somehow lucky enough to be able to escape and reach this place. Oh my! Being driven away from their homes was bad enough, but on top of that, they got attacked by bandits. After all that, of course they'd be nervous wrecks. Bandits who attack refugees sadly aren't rare. Aside from stealing from the refugees, the bandits also sell anyone they capture as slaves. Like Milia said, it was more of a stroke of good luck that our villagers up until now managed to reach the village without encountering bandits. If they had done perhaps even a single thing differently, they could have been attacked as well. As through the villagers were aware of that, they all had solemn expressions on their faces. How horrible. Indeed. But I guess this problem is a lot more personal for us now. Right. All of the villagers were refugees, after all. How I wish that's what I meant. But no. Huh? While I stood there unable to understand the meaning behind Selen's words, the refugees who just arrived bowed their heads. We're truly sorry. There's a chance that the bandit group followed us here. Huh? Chapter 22. My blunder should be forgiven now. The evening of that day I felt something weird. What's this? This is the effect of the village skill, intruder detection. Activating. Someone has been able to trespass into your village. I got that skill when my village level rose to 4. There hasn't been a chance for it to activate before, but it was now telling me that we had an intruder in the village. It seems like I can tell even how many intruders there are, but is there really only one of them? Wasn't the talk earlier about a group of bandits? The refugees who arrived today told us of the bandits that attacked them, so we were on alert. Finding a village in the middle of nowhere might have made them cautious. Selen said so. So, this one's a scout? Can you tell where that person is? Yeah, there by the fields. And so, together with Selen, I headed toward the fields. The sun had already set, so we didn't have much vision. On top of that, there were many tall crops in the fields, making them good hiding places. Even so, We should be able to locate the intruder's location thanks to my intruder detection. They should be around there. Understood. This'll destroy some crops, so sorry in advance. Selen said so and began casting her magic. Freezing! Exclamation mark. Right after, the area I pointed to became frozen in an instant. What's going? My body. So that's our intruder, huh? Exclamation mark. After walking around a bit, we found a man who was unable to move his body. Section. These bastards sure are lucky. I unintentionally said out loud, capturing refugees and selling them as slaves. That was how our group was making money nowadays. There was a large battle recently, so refugees from the villages near the battlefield could be found here and there, wandering aimlessly. So, thinking we'd make a killing, we captured these refugees without even stopping for a rest. However, just when I was about to sell them off to a slave trader, I made a blunder that allowed a few of them to escape. There was plenty more to catch, so I thought it was no big deal. Unfortunately, the boss found out and reprimanded me for it. Worse, he told me to not come back until I've captured the ones who escaped. And so, I reluctantly chased after the escaped refugees until I arrived at this wasteland. But how am I supposed to bring back 10 people all by myself? Well, I guess I should just kill the guys as well as the uglies. They won't sell as much as the beautiful women anyway. While I was thinking so, I discovered something bizarre. A village in this wasteland. I cursed my luck at first, but when I sneaked in to know more about the village, I thanked my fortune instead. There were about 150 people in the village, but most of them were women and children. There weren't that many young men as well. Like that, I decided to contact the boss immediately. Our group had someone with a very convenient gift called telepathy. As long as I imagine myself talking to the guy, my thoughts would be sent. Hey, Sir Satin, you good to talk right now? Oh, it's you, Bal. What the hell do you want? Have you found them? Of course, and not just them either. I found a village here in this wasteland. Have you gone mad? Everybody knows there's nothing there, but there definitely is a village here. Plus, after a bit of investigating, I found that most of them are women. My guess is that this here's a village made by refugees. If so, then conquering it should be easy, right? You're not just pulling my leg here, are you? Of course not. I'm telling the truth. Okay, all right. I'll go tell the boss. If it turns out that you are indeed telling the truth, then good job. This is quite a feat. Thank you. As soon as the communications ended, I clenched my fist. Kukaku, my blunder should be forgiven now. No, not just that. This should be more than enough for me to earn a promotion. At that moment though, exclamation mark. To investigate the village, I hid myself hiding between the tall crops in their field. Suddenly though, I was attacked by an intense chill, and before I knew it, my whole body froze in place. While I was unable to move like that, 2 people appeared before me, a girl with blue hair and a 10-year-old brat. Chapter 23, My patience is about to run out. When I came to, I found myself within a jail cell. Huh? What happened? Wasn't I chasing down the refugees that escaped us? And then I remembered. I discovered a village in this wasteland, snuck into it, and then reported to my senior that this place was easy money, what with it being mostly women and children. Right after reporting that though, my body became frozen and unable to move. Oi, Bal, can you hear me? Damn it, Bal? Sir TSK, if you can hear me, answer sooner. Sorry. When I noticed Saturn was contacting me telepathically, I hurriedly answered and apologized as well. We're on our way to the village you mentioned. Really? Yeah. More importantly, are you sure this is easy money? Of course. I answered so, but I immediately panicked. Despite being a village of only women and children, I was effortlessly captured and jailed. There was this chance that this might not be an ordinary village as I initially thought. I considered telling Saturn my current situation, but decided not to, for if I did, the boss would have been so enraged he would kick me out of the group right there and then. Moreover, they might not come at all to help me get out. And so, I decided to stick to my lie. I mean, come on, it's a village of only women and children. Plus, some of them should fetch us a high bid. I was technically not lying, not wholly, The blue-haired girl I saw before passing out ought to have a nice price attached to her. Just when I was thinking that, the girl in question appeared on the other side of the iron bars of my cell. "So, you've woken up." "So, you've woken up," Selen said so to the man she captured. He looked like he was in the latter half of his 20s. He was slim and seemed lithe, making him really look like a bandit. Hidden on his person was a knife. Of course, we had confiscated this. For the moment, he was being detained in the jailhouse I built. As an added precaution, we also shackled him to the wall. "So, who are you?" "You're a bandit, aren't you?" To Selen's questions, the man only answered with silence. "Why are you alone? Where are your associates? How many people are in your group?" His allies could possibly be on their way to our village. We wanted to get as much information as we could from him so that we could prepare accordingly. But as things were, "Why don't you leave things to me now?" Granny, with an enigmatic laugh, the oldest person in the village, walked in. Yes, it was the old lady whose suitable occupation was to be a torturer. "Oi, you, be sure to answer my questions, alright? Can you hear me? I'm asking if you can hear me, you fucking brat." All of a sudden, the old lady shouted really loud. At the same time, a kick from her made contact with the man's nether region! As much as the shackles allowed, the man fell down in utter pain. He hurts, doesn't it? But we've only just begun. I don't mind tenderly crushing your balls some more. Hi, Granny said so and then laughed maniacally. "Granny, you're so scary." "Enough. I'm so sorry, so please, enough." "Then hurry up and spill." "My patience is about to run out," Granny yelled so while tightening her grip on the man's balls. "All right, I'll talk. I'll talk." "Stop. I'll talk." His face pale white, the man told us everything. Like we suspected, this man was part of a group of bandits. He was pursuing the group of refugees who escaped from them. It was his fault that the refugees escaped, so as punishment, he was made to retrieve them all by himself. I had hoped that by imprisoning the man here, our village's location wouldn't be known to the other bandits for at least a while. However, because the bandits had someone with the gift called telepathy, the man managed to share such information. In other words, the group of bandits would be here soon. Telepathy, huh? Even though they're bandits, they have such an impressive gift. After saying so, Granny snorted and then spat on the ground. We didn't know how many exactly, but according to the man, their group easily had more than 60 members. 60 violent people adept at pillaging. Right now, we had no other choice than to confront such people. Chapter 24, How thoughtful of you. I am Satin. I was born into an aristocratic family, but through twists and turns, I was now a member of a bandit group. When I turned 12, I received the gift called telepathy. It was a convenient gift that allowed me to communicate with another person without speaking a single word. An extension of its ability was that it allowed me to hear the thoughts of a nearby person even without their consent. My family wasn't fond of it, so when I turned 20, I was driven out. For years, I moved from place to place, and about 10 years ago, I became a member of the bandit group led by Daryl. Time passed and I was now the boss' right-hand man. The other members even adored me as their older brother. All in all, I liked being in this group. The boss was scary when angry, but on the other hand, he didn't mind my gift and even treasured it. As for the boss himself, he possessed a combat gift. He was very strong. In this line of work, we would often clash with state-employed soldiers, but thanks to the boss' might, we overcame each of them. At the moment, our group was headed to a wasteland. A member of our group, Bal, was tasked to chase down refugees who managed to escape from us. According to the report he made via telepathy, the refugees were in a village here. Aniki, it's true. There really is a village out here. I see. I was half in doubt about it myself, but it turns out Bal was saying the truth. Huh. I was relieved to hear the scouts report because then, coming all the way here wouldn't be for nothing. Oi, Bal. We've found the village you mentioned. Hey, everybody here's asleep. Now's the best time to attack. I've already unlocked the gate for you. Entering will be even easier. How thoughtful of you. After confirming with Bell, who seemed to be within the village, I relayed the information to the boss. Ha, we can take this village even during the day. It's not worthy of a night attack, but waiting until morning doesn't make sense. All right. Let's end this right away. After saying so, the boss snorted and then walked toward the village, his favorite battle axe in hand. Standing at over 2 meters, the boss was quite a giant of a man. An ordinary human would have trouble just lifting his axe, but he wielded it so effortlessly with a single hand. Of course, we followed the boss as he walked. We left some members behind to watch over the other refugees we caught, so we only had about 40 members with us. Even so, this much was already overkill for a village like this. Before long, we reached the gate of the village. As precaution, we moved without any lit torches, relying only on the light provided by the moon and the stars. Now that we were here at the entrance though, we lit our torches all at once. Gang, follow me. Leading the charge was the boss himself. He slammed himself into the gate and it was blown away. Granted, it was only a wooden structure, but to do so much with a single attack was awe-inspiring nonetheless. Following the boss, we all rushed in as well. I couldn't help but notice something strange at that time though. I suddenly didn't feel the ground beneath my feet anymore. For a moment, I felt like I was floating. In the next though, my body began to fall, as well as the others panicked. Of course, did we fall into a pit? However, instead of falling onto some spikes, we only fell onto some water. Shit. They placed a moat behind the wall? I swallowed some of the water due to the suddenness of it all, but I made it to the surface without any other issue. But for me to even have to swim up meant that the moat was quite deep. Most moats were only about as deep as the height of the average man. And then, one by one, lights illuminated the other side of the moat, revealing the figures of several people. The people of this village not only knew we were coming, but also prepared against us. Don't make light of us. We can swim, are we? Before the boss could even finish, I felt the temperature of the water drop to the point that I shivered. The water, it froze. Chapter 25. The cold cut steep. All the same, the surface of the water in the moat froze. And we were in that water when it did. Unless something was done, we would be completely immobilized. Oi, Bal. What's the meaning of this? Oi, I know you can hear me. Oi. TSK, he's not responding. It's all because of him that we're in this mess. I won't forgive you for this, Bal. Then I thought of something even worse than Bal's incompetence. What if the people of this village had captured him and made him lie to us? They've set us up? Despite my panic, I tried to move forward. However, the frozen water made my progress slow. The other members were in a similar struggle. You think this is enough to stop me? I'll show you. While everyone else was helpless against the frozen water, the boss and the boss alone made great progress on going forward. Before long, the boss reached the other side of the frozen moat. Lass, you're the one who used magic to freeze the water, weren't you? The one the boss scowled at was the blue-haired girl who was the closest among the villagers to the water. The boss swung his axe at the girl. I couldn't believe what happened next. The girl not only managed to avoid the boss's powerful attack, she was also able to snuck in a couple of slashes with the swords in her hand while moving to his side. The boss had a gift called axe techniques. It was impossible for someone to be able to avoid his attack and then attack him in return, unless they had a similar gift. Of course, you can use magic and you're even great with swords? What? Are you a double gift? Double gift was the term for the rare people who had 2 gifts. But what's a double gift doing in a village like this? What the hell's going on? I shuddered at the thought. However, I realized that because the girl was fighting the boss, the moat stopped freezing further. Now was the best chance to get out. I hit my body so that the sensation I lost would return, and desperately swam forward. Thanks to that, I made it to land. The other members were reaching the shore one by one as well. The blue-haired girl was surprisingly still managing to fight the boss on about equal terms, but that should change soon. We could fight alongside the boss or simply take the other villagers as hostage. We who made it to land were suddenly sent back to the water by the other villagers who had weapons in their hands. TSK, don't you dare underestimate us. Sikkim. Our bodies might be sluggish at the moment due to the cold water, but we're still veteran bandits, damn it. Having weapons don't make you any less of an amateur. You're no match for us. I thought so, but what the hell? These guys are too strong? We got beat one by one. How can this be? Their movements. They're of amateurs, aren't they? So how? What shocked me more though was Boss's fight with the blue-haired girl. This lass. The boss was bleeding all over his body. Has all that bleeding made him slow? No. It's something else. My body's gotten heavier? Is this your magic's doing? Correct. Each time I slashed you, I lowered your body's temperature a little. Your muscles made it hard for my blades to slash deep enough, but the cold cuts deep all the same. Wouldn't you agree? I think I've heard about you. The Frozen Blades Princess of the Bazurata family. That's you, right? But then, what the hell are you doing all the way out here? I have my reasons. TSK. Well, you've pushed me like no one else has. And I admit defeat. After his declaration of defeat, the boss's large body fell forward. The boss has been defeated? Why, you're kidding me, right? After seeing that, there was just no way our group could muster up any will to fight further. And so, we surrendered. Chapter 26. If you've experienced as much as I have, you'd be able to see through all that. Great. It looks we're ready. Yes. Amazing. Luke Sama. While standing on top of a watchtower, I breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like we had a real chance of overcoming the greatest crisis this village ever faced since its founding. We had captured a bandit named Bal. Through interrogating him, we gained the information that someone among their group had the gift of telepathy. The oldest person in the village boldly suggested that we use this gift against them. But will he really tell them what we want him to? I mean, we have no way of checking. That's not an issue when I'm around. You see, unless they're trained to perfection, humans can't lie completely. If you've experienced as much as I have, you'd be able to see through all that. Granny seemed confident when she said so. In other words, you better do as you're told or your precious balls get crushed. Hi. Once again, Granny sure was scary. Oh well, better leave it to her. And so, we waited for the bandits to come. Through Bell, we led them into the village. Once I confirmed that all members had passed the village's gate, I immediately built a moat under their feet. Had I prepared the moat beforehand, we would have gotten a few members of their vanguard to fall, sure, but the others would have noticed it and stopped their advance. And it worked. All the bandits fell down the moat and made a splash. The next step was for Selen to use her blue magic to rapidly freeze the water in the moat so that the bandits would be stuck there. However, this step didn't go as well as we hoped. A man at least 2 heads taller than Balrat-san managed to break free from the congealing water. Thanks to the information I heard beforehand, I immediately knew that this was the so-called boss of the bandits. The boss correctly identified Selen to be the one who was freezing the water, and rushed toward her. To confront the incoming threat, Selen stopped using her magic on the water. And because the water in the moat hasn't completely frozen yet, the other bandits made it to land after some serious effort. Yet, this much was still within our expectations. To turn the tables back on the bandits, Balrat-san and the other villagers with combat-oriented gifts were on standby on the shore. The bandits' movements were probably slowed by the cold water, but in the end, what mattered was that the villagers managed to send the bandits back to the water. And when Selen finally defeated their boss, the bandits lost all will to fight. Like that, we protected our village from the bandits. Section. The bandits were now in our jailhouses. There were too many of them to fit into only one jailhouse, so I built another 3. Luke, we've returned with the people captured by the bandits. I'm so glad we got to them before they're sold. The dawn right after the fight, Selen led a group to look for the people who were captured by the bandits. They should have been immensely tired from the night of the fight, but they left to help as soon as they obtained the necessary information from bandits. Thanks for the hard work, Selen, and sorry for putting so much on you. It wasn't much trouble. The remnants of their group fought us at first, but as soon as they saw they were no match, they ran away. According to the information we got, there were about 20 bandits left behind in their base to guard the refugees they captured. However, because there wasn't anyone there who had any notable fighting prowess, Selen's group apparently didn't have much to worry about, and the one to acquire this information for us was once again Granny. These things aren't an issue when I'm around. I was too scared to ask what kinds of methods she used to coax the information out. The 94 people represented by Milia are now villagers. The refugees we saved agreed to live here now. All in all, I now had 267 villagers. Still, what am I to do with the bandits now? It is recommended to make them villagers. Chapter 27. I can make them villagers without their consent. Make the bandits. The guide's advice this time was so incredulous, I unconsciously repeated what it said. I had been offering refugees the option of becoming a villager. But this was a completely different matter. These were bandits, for crying out loud. They had done various crimes, and are thus a danger to the other villagers. Making them villagers is only for the benefit of your gift. You do not have to treat them the same as the other villagers. Oh, okay. After making them villagers, please consider making them stay at a rehabilitation facility. If done so, they can be part of the village normally. Oh yeah, I became able to build that facility. Of course, that would be only for those who haven't committed any serious crimes. For those that did, execution might be a good punishment. The guide said so, but we were just a small village. There was no way we could hold a trial for each and every bandit. Because their group did crimes all over various places, we could just send them to a lord of a territory and have that lord pass judgment on them. However, due to the times we lived in now, banditry had become so commonplace that I feared that their group would either be executed without any trial at all or be released after some kind of deal. If by chance their rehabilitation is unsuccessful, you have the option to banish them or turn them into slaves. By the way, you can assess the state of their rehabilitation through the village bond level line of villager appraisal. I see. I still had various concerns, but for now, I decided to make them villagers as the guide advised. Wait, can I make them a villager even without their consent? If an individual has spent a certain amount of time in a village, it's possible to make them a villager unilaterally. So, I can make even those just passing by into villagers if I make them stay long enough first. That seems kinda frightening. You can do that, but also keep in mind that if a villager's village bond level is low and they've spent a certain amount of time outside of the village, they'd automatically cease being a villager. I see. That balances things, I guess. And so, do you want to make the bandits your villagers? I decided to agree. The 43 people represented by Baron are now villagers. Congratulations. Because you now have more than 300 villagers, your village has become level 5. 500 village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, facility customization, has been acquired. Oh, another level up. Facility customization? As its name suggests, it allows you to customize facilities to your liking. Facilities have always been built with the same design or structure. For example, earthen walls had the same height and length each time I built one, so there was nothing I could do if I wanted a wall just a tiny bit higher. Through this skill though, I should be able to adjust those parameters, maybe even bend them and change their colors. In that case, a single earthen wall will be enough to surround my village, right? I mean, I'll just extend it as much as I have to. Depending on the type of customization, some village points might be required. Oh, I see. I examined it a bit more thoroughly. When altering the shape of a facility, no village point is required. When removing something from a facility, no village point is required. When changing the colors of a facility, no village point is required. When adding something into a facility, some village points are required. I see. That makes more sense. If change the location of a bathroom in a house or remove it entirely, I wouldn't need to pay points. But if wanted to have to, it seemed points were necessary. I decided to look at the finer details later, and instead try the village skill out for the moment. Oh, before that, I better build that rehabilitation facility first. Rehabilitating all bandits at once seemed too much, so I decided to only do so 5 at a time, starting with those who seemed to be less problematic. Why don't you leave this to me? I'll make honest citizens out of these brats soon enough. Exclamation mark. The one to nominate herself as the disciplinarian was the eldest person in the village. The bandits winced upon hearing Granny's words. Will they be all right? Chapter 28. Sorry, everyone. I did that. I catalogued the facilities my village currently had. First, we had one shed and one storehouse. Milia, and Selen currently lived in the only small house the village had. To house all of our villagers, the village had 16 terrace houses. Each terrace house had a dedicated water well, plus the one for our small house. So, in total, we had 17 water wells. We had 30 fields for earthen walls. By my count, we had 15 all in all. We had 3 jailhouses for the bandits. In connection, we had 1 rehabilitation facility. The moat I built to use against the bandits have been repurposed as an embankment. We had a watchtower for each of the 4 corners of our village. We had 1 outdoor kitchen. We had 1 incinerator. And lastly, we had 1 church. In addition to the points I've been saving up in case emergencies arose, I gained 500 points as a bonus. At this point, leaving it unused seems rather wasteful, especially if I can find a good use for it. But what could that be? Oh, yeah, I became able to build new facilities, didn't I? Let's check them out. By reaching village level 5, you became eligible to build the following. Road 5, Canal 10. Observation Tower 100, Public Bathhouse 150, Large House 200. Roads only cost 5 points while canals only cost 10. Aren't these so much cheaper than the previous facilities? It was only 5 points, so I tried making one. Apparently though, each one was only a few meters long. In other words, there was a need to build and connect many of them to get meaningful use. The cost made sense to me then. I would say though, the road was built much sturdier than I expected. It was made with cobblestones, but the gaps between each stone was so small. Moreover, the road was completely flat. Even the roads that connected the Albert territory with other major cities weren't this flat. I also built a canal made of piled together stones. Between this, moats, and embankments, we had a fair bit of flood control. Is an observation tower just an improved watchtower? How about this public bathhouse? Is it a facility for baths? If so, everyone's gonna like it, right? While the small house where I lived had a bath, the terrace houses didn't come with any. So, to wash their bodies, the villagers made use of the water wells. However, water from that tended to be cold. It wasn't much of an issue now because it was still warm this time of the year. But once winter comes around, washing their bodies would likely become quite the ordeal. All that being said, I decided to upgrade the village's earthen walls into stone walls first. I decided so in the hopes that this would improve our defense. Sure, our plan went well and we were able to defeat the enemies this time, but that didn't eliminate the concerns I had about the earthen walls. To upgrade the walls, I needed to pay only the difference between the types, which was 30 points. Now, given that we had 15 walls, that meant I needed to pay 450 points in order to upgrade all of them. What happened? I thought the walls were moving again, but they instead became made of stone. The 2-meter-tall earthen walls suddenly became 2.5-meter stone walls, so the villagers were flustered at what could have happened. Sorry, everyone. I did that. Oh, it's the chief. Of course. It's the chief. Who else would have been able to do a feat like that in an instant? Wait, aren't you all accepting this a little too easily? The villagers readily accepted that it was my doing. Not even a sliver of doubt crossed their minds. After regaining my calm, I proceeded to upgrade our small house. The villagers lived in much narrower residences than I did, so I didn't mind letting it be, but it was the villagers themselves who insisted that I go live somewhere bigger. I was able to build a large house now, but I chose to build a medium-sized one for now. Like when I upgraded the walls, I only had to pay the difference between the 2 versions, which was 50 points. Whoa, it has 2 stories now. I stepped inside. The first floor had 1 room in addition to the living room and the kitchen. Meanwhile, the second floor had 2 rooms. Compared to the small house, this was quite spacious, but there's still only 1 bed. The medium-sized house was quite furnished, but it only had one bed. It was placed on the second floor. It was a double bed though, so it could be said to be an improvement. And then, I had an aha moment. What if I use facility customization? Will I then be able to increase the number of beds? Will I finally be released from being sandwiched every night? Chapter 29. It's a public bathhouse. Facility customization was the village skill I acquired recently, hoping I could increase the number of beds in the house. I imagined the form of the new bed. After doing so, a semi-transparent bed appeared before me that seemed to allow me to adjust freely its size as well as to change where it was placed. At one corner of this semi-transparent bed, there was a number. When I noticed the number, it said 2 points. When I tried to make the bed bigger, the number increased to 3. When I tried to make the bed smaller, it decreased to 1. I see. So this is the amount of points required to build the bed. When adding something into a facility, some village points are required. I think it said 2 points seemed to be the base cost for adding a new double bed, but a bed worth 1 point looked enough to me. I built and placed a bed in the room on the first floor as well as in the extra room on the second floor. All right. We each have our own beds now. Ever since Selen arrived, I had been sleeping between her and Milia. I had gotten a bit used to being sandwiched, but even so, men and women of marriageable age sleeping beside each other was definitely not normal. It might feel lonely, sure, but I'd just have to keep the feeling of missing them a secret. Next, I'd like to add toilets and baths. Back in the small house, the toilet and the bath were in the same room. In this medium-sized house, they were separate. There was still only one of each though. Like this, incidents were liable to happen like they have many times before. Hopefully, adding more of them would decrease the likelihood of that. Whoa, the cost jumped up, haven't they? The bed only cost me 1 village points, but it would cost me 10 points to add another toilet room to the house. Meanwhile, it would cost me 5 points to add another bathroom. However, in order to avoid those incidents, this customization was a must. After being satisfied with that, I decided to build something in an unused space in the village, a public bathhouse. 150 village points will be consumed to build a public bathhouse. Proceed? Yes. No. I chose yes. In the next moment, a building larger than a terrace house appeared. Village chief. What's this? Belrith-san. It's a public bathhouse. Belrith-san came along at the perfect timing. He was my mediator with the other villagers, so if I explained to him how to use this new facility, the other villagers would also learn how to do so through him. They might even suggest rules to follow when using the bathhouse, a public bath home. Apparently though, Belrith-san wasn't aware of what even a public bathhouse was, which wasn't strange at all. If memory serves me right, even in the Albert territory, only the capital had such buildings. Well, why don't we go inside first? Let's check it out together. Seeing is believing, as they say. And so, Belrith-san and I walked inside the building. It had a small entrance, and a bit further in, there were 2 routes. A curtain with text written on it was hung in front of each route. One had male, and the other had female written on it. Men and women have their own. Are you perhaps talking about toilets? Nope. Trust me. It'll make sense in a while. By the way, that place you're talking about will be called a public lavatory. We proceeded to enter the men's bath. This is the changing room, I guess. The changing room? I encouraged Belrith-san, who was still clueless about what kind of facility this was, to walk further. After passing through a door, we found a large bathtub in the room. Perhaps it was because it was made of wood, but an aroma assailed my senses. There was already hot water in the tub, and the steam coming from it had clouded our visions. From where this hot water came, I had no clue. Well, if we were going to have an infinite supply of it like as was the case for the water from the wells and my home, I saw little point in bothering to figure it out. Do we soak our bodies there? Yes. Actually, it's called a bath, and this one can be enjoyed by everybody, hence, it's called a public bathhouse. Such a thing. There was a washing area, so we rinsed our bodies there. After doing so, we finally submerged ourselves in the bath. It doesn't really offer much now, what with the warm weather and all, but once winter comes, This should solve the issue of the freezing water. To build such a wonderful thing for our sakes. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, it's nothing. My gift did all the work. This is nothing? You are our Saf. Our village chief. Our village chief. After all. Save? No. No, never mind that. Anyway, I'm sure that everyone will appreciate this. What was that? That sounded awfully like he was trying to hide something. Chapter 30. But if it's the chief, I don't think I'd really mind. Because of the public bathhouse I built, the villagers were greatly delighted. Right after introducing it to them, many rushed to avail of its services, especially the women. So much so that they were almost not fitting in the bathtubs. Also, there already was a case of a young man trying to peep at the women while they were bathing. Unfortunately for him, he was immediately caught and then beaten severely by the women. Afterwards, he was sent to the jailhouse. Hopefully, that man was enough of an example to discourage everyone else from peeping. The women outnumbered the men in this village, so peeping on them was almost the same as antagonizing the whole village. In other words, peeping, nope, never. But if it's the chief, I don't think I'd really mind. Rather, why don't you take a bath with us, village chief? Yeah, we'd wash your back for you. No, thank you. I absolutely can't do that. After turning down such an absurd invitation from the ladies, I hurriedly ran away. Geez, when are they ever going to take me seriously? I escaped until I reached the edge of the village where the newly built stone walls were. There was something I wanted to try with facility customization. I mean, wouldn't it be really convenient if there was a stair in this side of the wall? The ability to climb the wall in an instant would be invaluable in case of an emergency. And so, I imagined a set of stairs. It appeared before me in a semi-transparent state. I placed the bottom of the stairs on the ground and then extended it all the way to the top. All in all, it cost me 5 points. I think I should install about 8 of these. While sticking close to the walls, I walked and installed stairs at set intervals. All right, done. Actually, now that I think about it, what if I put holes in the wall? That way, we can attack behind the protection of the walls, right? I tested it out. I was concerned that this hole would be used against us, so I made it to slope downward. Since I was actually removing parts of the wall, the hole didn't cost me any points. Yeah, but the walls are thicker than I thought. The stone walls were more than a meter thick. For that reason, probably only long spears could be used here. That being said, we hardly had any weapon of any kind here in the village. The few that we had were mostly made out of wood. As to be expected of wooden weapons though, they weren't very strong. Yet, it took a lot of effort to make even such weapons. For those reasons, the only ones who had weapons in the village were the members of the hunting group, which made the fact that we were able to beat the bandits even more amazing, in my opinion. I wonder how we can easily get more weapons. Our village was in the middle of nowhere, so we were far away from any town or city where we could procure weapons. Wait, hold on. I suddenly had an idea and headed for the center of the village. After a while I reached the very first facility I built. The shed. No one was living here anymore, so it was nothing but a storage space now. Maybe I can borrow some wood from this shed. I imagined carving out a portion of the shed's wall into the rod shape. Like that, a semi-transparent rod indeed protruded out from the wall and floated in the air. After confirming yes, the rod materialized and dropped to the ground. It worked. If used like this, facility customization can do even this. Even though I was still surprised, I proceeded to customize the rod further. However, this time, no matter how much I pictured it, nothing happened. What's the deal? Once separated from the facility, an item is no longer considered to be a part of the facility. So, once something is detached from the facility, facility customization can no longer be used on it. But if it's still part of the facility, there should be no problem, right? I tested out my theory. This time though, while the semi-transparent rod was still attached to the wall, I shaped it into a sword. When I was done, I separated it from the wall and materialized it. It worked. Seeing the sword I imagined, I involuntarily let out a shout. I was able to make a sword in an instant, as opposed to the effort it would take to normally make one. Like this, We should have no problem mass producing them. Chapter 31, If he tells you to die, you die. What just happened, Luke's armor? Milia. I made a sword out of this shed. Made a sword out of the shed? In front of Milia, I made another sword. It was my second attempt at a sword, so I was able to make it quicker this time. After a little more explanation, I went to see Selen. Wait, what? Using my gift, I made a sword. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I thought your gift is village building. Why then can it do something like making a weapon? Basically, my gift now has this ability to customize the facilities I've built. I customized the shed in order to make this sword. Oh, sounds like that can be used for a lot of things. Indeed, it was widely applicable. Through it, I could make not only weapons but also armor, accessories, and more. Yeah. For now though, let's check the performance of this sword. When I said so, Selen called Balrat-san. Try using this sword. Yes, they were going to test it through a mox battle. And so, Balrat-san swung the sword I made at Selen. He made one lightning fast slash after another, yet Selen easily blocked them with her two swords. About a minute since they began, the sword broke. So, how was it? To be honest, because it's not very strong, I'd be reluctant to use it in a real fight. I had heard that the wooden weapons used by the hunters were made of highly durable wood. They were still quite frail compared to Selen's swords of course, but the sword I made was apparently even frailer. If we compensate for their frailness by making many of them. No, because then the hunters will have to carry all of them. Worse, the weapons might break at the worst possible time. Guess I'll just have to improve the coil. Wait, what if some parts of a shed are tougher than the others? If I use those? While thinking of such, the oldest person in the village came by. These brats have finished their rehabilitation. Behind Granny were the first ones of the bandit group to be admitted to our rehabilitation facility. Thanks, Granny. After giving the bandits a closer look, I became speechless. Not one of them had any energy at all. Hey, are you guys okay? Yes. Their answer was just one short syllable, yet it still became almost inaudible toward the end. Yeah, there's no way these guys are alright. Listen, from this moment on, each and every one of you is going to do exactly as the village chief says. If he tells you to work, you work. If he tells you to die, you die. Understood? I'm to oversee these guys from now on? Yes. What a weak answer. Haven't had enough of my rehabilitation. Have you? Village chief. We are your slaves. We will do exactly as you command. From being expressionless, their faces were now of dread. After declaring so in the squeakiest of voices, they bowed down to me. They've become really obedient. I doubt they'll cause mischief now, but I'm worried that once I take my eyes off of them, they'll kill themselves. Their eyes were totally devoid of light, making it seem like they were capable of doing so. Leave them to me, Luke Sama. I am this village's priest. As someone who can hear the voice of God, I'll guide them. Oh, okay. I'll leave them to you then. Thank goodness. I was sincerely worried how to look after these empty people. Milia would surely have been able to show these people the value of faith, perhaps even lead them to find inner happiness. However, this decision was less about that and more about me passing the responsibility to someone else. I wonder which of them I'm going to rehabilitate next. Granny said so and then excitedly walked toward the jailhouse. Is it really alright to leave them to Granny? I mean, I'm worried for them, but who else can replace her? Wait a minute, the jailhouse. I had an aha moment. Yes, of course, I can use those to make swords. Yes. What I had in mind were those metal bars in the cells. Chapter 32, What the hell's going on in this village? I reached the jailhouse. The bandits within the cells had their eyes on me as soon as I entered, so I couldn't help but be a bit scared. I tried to pay it no mind as much as I could though, and concentrated on the task I came here to do. So, I lightly touched the bars separating me from the bandits. It looks like I can use this. My idea was to use facility customization on these metal bars and make weapons even stronger than those made of wood. But if I start as is, there'll be a gap between the bars. After paying 2 points, the bars in the cell increased by 1. Wow, The bandits, who were still watching me, saw an additional bar suddenly appear, so they were understandably surprised. I detached one end of the additional bar and made it shorter. Next, I expanded it horizontally, but also flattened it a bit. I then made the disconnected end become pointed. I repeated these things until the bar was shaped like a sword. When I was satisfied with its form, I detached the end, effectively making it no longer part of the facility. What dropped to the floor was unmistakably a sword. This only made the bandits even more clueless as to what was going on. I did it. Whoa. It's much heavier than I thought, I remarked so after picking it up. It was quite dense. But then, that should also mean that it was strong. Now that I think about it though, if I made the swords from the shed to be denser, maybe they would have become stronger as well. Leaving that thought aside, I decided to strike the wall with the metal sword I made. The impact with the wall caused shockwaves to be transmitted directly to my arms though. Ow, 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 I feel like my arms are about to fall off any moment. The problem was that the part I was holding was an extension of the blade. In other words, I was holding the blade's shank. If I remember right, they usually cover the lower part with wood or leather. After giving it some thought, I decided to make the hilt with the wood from the shed. So, I moved the shed next to the jailhouse. Next, I placed the blade's shank to the outer wall of the shed. I then made the wall wrap itself tightly around the shank. I made sure to make the wood be dense. Once I was satisfied, I detached the finished hilt from the wall. Obviously, I would have preferred to make the parts, the blade and the hilt, individually first and then combine them at a later time. However, because the sword parts wouldn't have been considered part of their respective facilities anymore, I wouldn't have been able to use facility customization to combine them. Am I dreaming? How can you be when I'm seeing the exact same thing? He made a sword out of the metal bar, and then suddenly made a shed appear. What's the hell's going on in this village? The bandits who saw the whole thing were stunned silly. I mean, it is a bizarre thing to witness. Anyway, it's complete now. The wooden grip should be able to absorb a bit of the shock. While I'm at it, I guess should try to make a spear. Only the tip should be made of metal, I think, and the rest should be made out of wood. As long as I made the shaft be compact, it should be strong enough. After following similar steps, I finished the spear as well. I brought both the sword and the spear to show it to Selen. Selen, look. I was able to make decent weapons this time. This is made from iron. Where did you get it from though? Selen was quite surprised by the weapons. Nevertheless, she summoned Balrat-san and sparred with him again. This time though, even after several exchanges of blows, the sword I made didn't break. It seems strong enough. Yes, I don't mind using this in real fights. It seemed like the sword passed. Next, to test the spear, Selen called Rando-kun who had spear techniques. It's so easy to handle. More importantly, its sharpness is so different from the one I've been using. With this spear, even I should be able to contribute to our hunts. Because Rando-kun has been using a wooden spear until now, he was so delighted to receive the spear I made. But where did this spear come from? I made it. You did, village chief. His eyes wide open, Rando-kun shouted so. Wow, I promise you, village chief. This spear will never see battle. Huh? Why? Because it's the very first item you've bestowed upon me. It's a treasure. No, it's more than that. It'll be an heirloom I'll pass on to my children and my children's children. No, please, just use it. It's not that grand. GHH. If I knew, I wouldn't have swung it so carelessly earlier. Not you too, Balrat-san. Chapter 33, I'll be sure to reward your admirable character. Weapons were made to be used. Yet, upon learning that I was the one who made the weapons, both Balrat-san and Rando-kun insisted that they were going to treat the first ones they received as heirlooms. They seemed so adamant about it that I felt like I couldn't convince them to do otherwise, so I decided just to make new weapons. Making more weapons was always the plan anyways. Is this a weapon workshop or something? No, this most definitely is a prison. But I was making swords and spears one after the other, causing the bandits in the cells to be dumbfounded like before, if not more. I wonder which of you I'll rehabilitate next. Hi. Will it be you? You? Or perhaps you? Before I realized it, Granny picked up one of the spears I made and began assessing the bandits. More than once, she seemed like she was going to poke them with the spears. Seeing them be frightened by that seemed to delight her though. All right, I've decided. You, and you. Also, you and you. Granny hasn't done anything yet, but the chosen 5 people became ghastly pale. And when they were being brought out of the jailhouse, their faces became that of utter despair. Hey, young man. Did I hear a voice just now? Just my imagination? I looked around, but it didn't seem like anyone was calling out to me. It's not your imagination. I am the one who spoke to you. I'm the man in the far back. I looked at where the voice said and saw a bandit who was leaning against the wall. He was a middle-aged man who looked far too proper to be a bandit. Now that I think about it, there was someone who had a gift called telepathy among them, wasn't there? I'm certain I belonged to a noble house before, but after some events, I was cast out of my home. After some more twists and turns, I found myself having to do ill deeds just to survive. He quickly told me his life's story. His story made some sense of things. Specifically, how a group of bandits had someone with a gift, a thing mostly reserved for nobles and wealthy merchants. I've really reflected on my actions today. Robbing people so that I could live is no way to live at all. I would rather die than to hurt another soul, but dying's too easy. Let me devote myself to this village as my way to repent for my crimes. Are you really sorry? Yes, absolutely. I decided to use my villager appraisal on the bandit who was desperately pleading for his release. Name, Satin. Age, 34 years old. Village bond level, rebellious. Suitable occupation, communications officer. Gift, telepathy. His village bond level is rebellious. Like it implies, the person is in the state where they are liable to do something rebellious against the village. Yup, he's not sorry at all. By the way, those who finished the rehabilitation process had a village bond level of low. While we shouldn't expect much from them, we at least didn't have to worry about them either. So, how about it, young man? Release me from this place, please. This man was clearly getting on my good side just to get out of his cell. You want to get out of being rehabilitated by Granny that much? Exclamation mark. Well, there's that. But it's so much more than that. I just want to be of use to this village as soon as possible. The moment I mentioned Granny, his face went pale. He might have thought I would be easy to trick, but he wouldn't get his way this time. Hey Granny. What is it? That man over there says he wants to go to the rehabilitation facility as soon as possible. Wow. When I said that, the man was shocked. Oi, what do you think you're doing? Oh, so that's how you really talk? You brat. Meanwhile, Granny was delighted with what I said. Well, aren't you admirable? She looked at the man, said so, and then gave out her usual hee laugh. All right. You, trade places with that one. Like that, the bandit named Satin begrudgingly switched with one of the previously chosen bandits. Don't worry, I'll be sure to reward your admirable character with a stricter rehabilitation. Maybe it was because she was able to perceive what transpired, but either way, Granny laughed sadistically. I was just kidding earlier. I tell you, kidding. I've really repented. Please, get me out of this, please. With beseeching eyes, he sent me another telepathic message, but I ignored him this time. Good luck. Chapter 34. You're brushing it aside like that? It doesn't make sense. It was evening. While laying on the bed, I tilted my head in bewilderment. A double bed came along with the upgrade to a medium-sized house. It was definitely better than the bed in the small house. Even if 3 people slept on it, it shouldn't feel so cramped. That wasn't the problem though. What's the matter, Luke-sama? What doesn't make sense? Milia and Selen asked me so. Don't act like you don't know. This doesn't make sense. I've made a bed for each of you. So why are you here acting like you're gonna sleep beside me? I had used facility customization to add 2 more beds. Obviously, I had also notified the 2 about it. Yet, for some strange reason, they were still with me tonight. Luke-sama, staying up late's bad for your body. You're brushing it aside like that? Yeah, Luke, let's stop talking and just sleep. You too, Selen. It seems like these two will sleep here no matter what. Fine. I'll just go somewhere else to sleep. When I tried to get out of bed though, I was pulled back and locked into place. Where are you going, Luke-sama? To the toilet. But you just went, right? Let's go to bed now. Good night, Luke. These two were usually at odds with each other, but when it came to things like this, their teamwork was impeccable. So much so that I wasn't able to get a word in to object. Fine. Good night. I accepted my fate of sleeping sandwiched by Milia and Selen. Section. Selen's hunting group hasn't returned? Why yes, they're usually back around this time. Selen and her group had ventured into the forest in the north to hunt. It had gotten late but her group still wasn't back, causing a bit of commotion in the village. The aforementioned forest was full monsters. It was dangerous even during the day, but even more so during the night. For that reason, the hunters usually returned well before the sun has set. Well, it's them, so I don't think there's much to worry about. By the way, because there were some people from the 4th refugee group who had gifts, the hunting team was now 15 people strong. And thanks to my facility customization, they were decently armed. Recently, their team has been hunting down a lot of a rabbit-like monster called Aru Mirage. Calling it rabbit-like might give the impression that it was cute, but the sharp horn on its head and its over 1 meter long body would quickly change anyone's mind. Moreover, it was quick despite its size. Even an agile soldier would have time against it. That being said, they were not hard prey for our hunting team. Whenever they would go out, they would often bring back 2 to 3 of the said creatures. Village chief. The hunting team's back. While I was thinking of such things, the one on the observation tower reported so. And they're carrying some kind of large game. After some time, Selen's group arrived in the village. Those are orcs. The hunting team took down orcs. Yes, orcs. Not just one, there's 2 of them. Wow, look how big it is. An orc was a monster whose head resembled that of a pig's. With a height of over 2 meters tall, these monsters were indeed huge. On top of that, they were muscular. So much so that the bandits' leader looked skinny in comparison. And there were 2 of them. Thankfully, someone in the hunting team had a gift called Herculean Strength. He carried one of the orcs by himself. His strength was truly astonishing. No wonder they got home late. Selen might say taking down orcs were easy, but for the average person, they were real threats. Even one would be enough to destroy a small village. The danger they posed was the reason that their meat was so rare and expensive. And, again, there was 2 of them right now. Yeah, we have little choice but to eat them now. All right, let's have a barbecue tonight. Everyone, get ready to eat lots of orc meat. When I shouted so, the villagers replied with voices of joy. We can eat the orc meat. I thought they're only for nobles. The chief's so amazing. I'll follow you to the ends of the world, chief. No, your expectations are a bit too much. I had some back in my parents' home, and honestly, they were just slightly better pork. While thinking that, I took some of the cooked orc meat offered to me. Chapter 35, or use our sinful bodies as meat shields. The orc meat was so much better than what I expected. I'm being filled with happiness by the juices overflowing from the meat. I expected it to be better than pork because that was the impression I got from the orc meat I ate back in my parents' home, but this was entirely something else. Freshness might be the cause. Orcs don't live anywhere near your family's estate, meaning the meat would have to travel several days just to arrive to the market, and then some more time until it's served to you. Selen said so. It made perfect sense. Keeping orcs as livestock was out of the question, obviously. Moreover, as soon as an orc was found near a town, soldiers would be dispatched to exterminate it. That way, they would not even have a chance to breed more of them. Because of that, orcs, and by extension, their meat, could almost only be found in frontier lands and deep within forests. What? So good. It was the first time for the villagers to taste orc meat. They were so astonished by the taste. I was worried they would go mad. There were 2 orcs, but for this many people, that was not much. Well, it was still enough to last us through a night of enjoying our first ever batch of alcohol. Section. We got gigantic crops again. I stood before the newly harvested crops, and I couldn't help but feel awe. We had carrots that reached up to my thighs and potatoes about the size of my head, not to mention Napa cabbages wider than my torso. Our very first harvest had many big crops as well, but it seemed like the crops this time were even larger. Moreover, we were able to harvest so much more and so much sooner this time. Is this thanks to the Master Farmer gift? The fourth refugee group and the bandit group made me concerned for our food supply, but looking at our harvest, that seemed like an unnecessary one. If anything, we might have too much, especially considering that summer was approaching. The heat would make the food spoil easier. And so, Selen, the usual please. I know. Through Selen's blue magic, we could freeze the food in a storehouse, thus keeping them fresh for longer. Village Chief, there's actually something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead, Balrat-san. In such a formal manner, Balrat-san, my mediator with the other villagers, asked to speak with me. I believe I've told you this before, but many of us had to leave our parents and grandparents back at our original villages. Oh, yes. Of course. Having guessed what Belrith-san wanted to ask, I immediately agreed. When the villagers left their original villages, they were forced to leave behind the elderly. The elderly, due to their lower stamina, could slow down their effort to escape. After all, now that they had found a new long-term home, it was only natural for them to want to bring their elderlies here. The reason they waited this long to ask was probably because they didn't want to impose. Ah, really, Village Chief? Yes, it'll be no problem at all, especially when it comes to food. Selen? Yeah, I heard your conversation. You want us to escort them, right? The villagers might encounter bandits along the way, so I wanted the help of Selen's hunting team. Hopefully, the others would agree as well, especially those who also had parents and grandparents back in their former homes. Luke-sama, please, let us help as well. I wondered who said so in such energetic voices, so I turned around to see. What I saw surprised me though. The ones who said it were the rehabilitated bandits who were completely devoid of vitality just a few days ago. We don't have any combat-type gifts, but we have experience in fighting. If worst comes to worst, feel free to use us as decoys or use our sinful bodies as meat shields. I couldn't believe their change. Are you really the same people? Chapter 36, Being hugged by an old geezer will only make me sweat. Luke-sama, please, let us help as well. It was totally possible that the former bandits were just lying to me so that they could escape, but each of them looked dead serious. Compare that to their eyes devoid of any will to live. In any case, I used my villager appraisal on them. Much to my surprise, each of them had an ultra-high village bond level. Do not worry, Luke-sama. All of them are now faithful servants of the gods. What they uttered was no falsehood, it was their honest desire. Oh, Milia, just what did you do to them to change them this much in such a short amount of time? Granny was amazing, but Milia was as well. After she began worship meetings in the church, more and more villagers had a village bond level of ultra-high. At present, such was the case for the majority of the villagers. Apparently, even for the former bandits. It's all the work of the gods. Oh, okay. Before I knew it, Milia had become a devout priest. Her eyes were so full of veneration, it even looked like she was gazing at the face of a god. Wait, why are you looking at my direction? I'm just overthinking this, right? At any rate, I decided to allow the former bandits go with the hunting team in their mission to bring to the village the ones left behind. Obviously, making all of the people who had combat-type gifts go at once would leave the village vulnerable, so I asked Balrat-san to stay behind. A few days after they departed, the hunting team was back. Father. Oh, Balrat, Belrith. Thank the heavens you're alive. That's our line. The brothers were so delighted by their reunion with their father. So that's the village chief of their former village. I'm glad to see he's safe. Such emotional reunions were happening throughout the village. When they parted with each other, they perhaps prepared themselves to never see the other party again. So, it was only natural they would be overcome with joy right now. What? You're still alive? I thought for sure you were dead already. Ooh, Granny. You're safe. Oi, don't cling on to me. Being hugged by an old geezer will only make me sweat. Granny, The one serving as our torturer, apparently had a husband. Moreover, this husband of hers seemed so gentle. Unlike her, I would like to say the villagers' families were whole again, but that just couldn't be the case for most of them. After all, the ones conscripted away still weren't back. Just in case they come back to the villages, Selen and her group left notes telling them to come here. It's all well and good, but aren't there too many of them? I heard that all the elderly from the 4 villages combined were at most 50 people. However, after a cursory count, it felt like there were 4 times that number. Moreover, there were many young people among them. We encountered refugees along the way and decided to bring them here too. Oh, okay. Great job, Selen. Huh? Why are the ones there tied though? For some reason, a group in the back was tied up with rope. There were about 30 of them. When I looked at them, they looked rough, almost ruffian-like. They're bandits. They attacked us, so we fought back. Most of them are actually the bandits we failed to capture the other day. Apparently, most of these newly captured ones were formerly part of the bandit group that attacked our village. They made a new group, but were still set on the ways of banditry. When I looked at the tied-up bandits again, I saw the rehabilitated ones talking with them. Oi, you guys better be grateful. Even though you're bandits, you get the chance to enter this village ruled by Luke's armor. What happened to you all? It's like you're completely different people. We've been enlightened, is all. To the greatness of Luke's armor. Did they brainwash you? Ha. Brainwash? If understanding the greatness of Luke's armor is being brainwashed, I'd happily be brainwashed over and over again. These guys really are. Don't worry. Soon, you two will understand. No, please, no. The tied-up bandits became so terrified. What could they have been talking about though? At any rate, we should send these bandits to jail. Chapter 37, I'm going to talk some sense into you today. Father, how can there be a village out here? I mean, look at the place. There's not even a plant in sight. We've just entered the wasteland. We can't know for sure unless we've traveled a bit more. I replied so to my son's whining. You know we have to do this, that we have to succeed. This is the last and only chance we have of preventing our village from starving to death this coming winter. There have been a series of tax increases in the land lately. According to rumors, the lord of the land was preparing to start another war somewhere. This was an age of war, so wars were not unusual in the slightest. Even so, this might be a war bigger than any other, if the taxes being imposed were any indication. Whatever the case might be, the fact of the matter was that small villages, like the one I led, just couldn't afford to pay these taxes anymore. Especially after the abysmal harvest this year. If nothing changed, we wouldn't have enough to feed ourselves through the winter. Try as I might, the only way I could see us getting through was by making a certain gamble. I had heard that the Lord's son was sent to reclaim this wasteland. If he ever succeeded, perhaps some of our villagers could work for him. It was often the case that newly developed lands were exempt from taxes, allowing us to earn just barely enough to make it through the winter. And you should realize how much of a pipe dream that is. This place is uninhabited because no one can develop it, despite the many attempts. Now you're saying a kid of 10 or so and without any follower can do it? I doubt it, to put it lightly. Considering the rumors saying his gift's completely useless, the more likely reason the kid's here is that he's been exiled after losing some kind of political struggle. Either way, he's probably either dead already or has escaped somewhere else. My son's points were reasonable. However, we simply had no choice other than to see this one through. Why did I have to be born in such a small village? One without beautiful women at that. If I went to the city and tried to become an adventurer when I was young, my life might have turned out differently. Better. Listening to my son whine without restraint, something inside me snapped. What's the point of complaining about things now, you stupid son of mine? Exclamation mark. I'm so terribly sorry our village is small. Damn it, if our ancestors heard you spout such nonsense about the village they so desperately developed, they'd be rolling in their graves. You narrow-minded fool. How can you call yourself the son of the village chief? Father. Also, you, become an adventurer? How can someone who always gives up at the first signs of hardships and have no courage at all ever become one? Hold on there, father. You don't have to go that far. No, this time I'll say everything I want to say. To begin with, you find faults with what people are trying to do, yet offer no better plan. This journey is exactly that. You whine and moan about every single little thing. It's because you're like that I'm forced to remain the village chief despite being over 50 already. And need I remind you why an old fart like me is here in the wasteland? Because you said you didn't want to go alone, that's why. Exclamation mark. Father, look there, don't change the subject. I'm going to talk some sense into you today. Just look, will you? It's a stone wall. A stone wall out here in this wasteland. Huh? My son was madly pointing his finger at something, so I reluctantly looked. What are you talking about? Has your eyesight gotten that bad that you can't see it? That's for sure a stone wall. Maybe there really is a village here. Oi! My son ran. At first, I thought he was just trying to escape my lecture, but after a while of following him, I too saw what he was trying to show me. It's true. There truly is a stone wall. Then, as much as I could tell, the walls were easily over 3 meters tall. Furthermore, it seemed to stretch infinitely left and right. It looked too splendid to be used for surrounding a simple village. It was comparable to those used in cities, but that kind of wall takes years to make, doesn't it? I believe so, father. The both of us were dumbfounded. Has someone been developing this wasteland all this time without our knowledge? That was the only explanation I could think of for the existence of these walls. At any rate, let's get closer. Yeah. Chapter 38. Please forgive my father. It has gotten noticeably colder recently. Summer has ended, giving way to fall. Soon enough, winter would be here. I got here around springtime, so it's been half a year already. I believe so, Luke Sama. Back then, I wondered about what would happen to us, but I didn't expect in the slightest that we would be able to have such a grand village in this short amount of time. And it's all thanks to you, Luke Sama. It's mostly my gift we have to thank, I think. After founding the village, refugees arrived one group after another. Before we knew it, we had a population of nearly 700 people. Right now, the village was surrounded by 2 layers of stone walls. I had decided to separate the fields from everything else by adding an inner wall. Because the village grew in size again, we could add more fields should we need to. Of course, if the space within the inner wall becomes insufficient, we could just reposition the fields and the inner wall itself to make space. Speaking of the space within the inner wall, it was lined with a lot of terrace houses. Previously, each terrace house only had one room for all the toilets. Moreover, there were no baths at all. However, through facility customization, I was able to give each unit of a terrace house their own toilet and bathrooms. Like that, the villagers should all have comfortable living conditions now. That being said, the public bathhouse still had great traffic each day. If anything, because of the increased population of the village, it served more villagers now than before. So much so that I built another one. Winter was fast approaching, and with it came the worry about our stock of food. Thankfully though, the harvesting of our crops was going well. Additionally, our hunters have been diligently obtaining meat for us. As long as nothing major happens, we should be able to weather the village's first winter. While thinking about such things, someone approached me to give a report. Luke Sama, 2 men have arrived in the village. Are they refugees? No, they don't seem like that. Is that so? Yes, but they didn't seem suspicious either. So, for the meantime, we allowed them to approach and wait at the entrance of the village. I see. Thank you for your work. And so, I headed to the entrance to meet them. When I arrived, I saw 2 men who were both nervously looking around. One of them seemed to be over the age of 50, while the other seemed to be around 30 years old. Their faces looked alike, so it seemed possible to me that they were related. Hello, I am Luke. I'm this village's chief. Oh, you're. The older of the 2 hurriedly knelt down to the ground and bowed his head. Seeing this, the younger one followed suit. We are from a village in the south called Mao. I am its village chief, Mac, and this here is my son, Manta. South? So, somewhere from the Albert territory? If If you don't mind my asking, are you perhaps Luke Sama, the son of Lord Albert? You know me? Oh, so it is you. We've heard something about Lord Albert giving you the task of developing this wasteland. But from the looks of things, I'm guessing development efforts have begun a considerably long time before that. Nope, it wasn't like that. There was completely nothing when I arrived here, ? He looked at me as though he was utterly confused. I just told him the truth though. Then, were you sent here to be exiled? I heard you got a useless gift. Is that true? Hoy, what's your... No, it's all right. It's actually as your son says. I briefly explained to them what transpired, that I was unable to inherit my father's swordmaster techniques, but my brother was, that I was sent here to be exiled in all but name, that somehow or another, I was able to build a village here. But enough about me. What brings the two of you all the way out here? Well, to be honest, it was my turn to listen to their story. The older of the two told me about the present state of the Albert territory and how that gave rise to their village's crisis, perhaps because their story contained heavy criticism about the lord of the land, my father. They seemed to have trouble speaking at first. At this point, I was pretty much no longer part of my noble house, so I told them to speak candidly. In the next moment though, the frustrations that the older man were keeping in came flooding out. Even if you win wars and expand your territory, we gain nothing by it. So, why then, must you impose these merciless taxes on us? It's not like you plan to improve our lives at any point. You don't think about your subjects at all. Wow, he really has a lot of pent-up frustrations. I thought so to myself as he spoke. At the end, his face fully red, he even let out a scream. Father, the son probably thought that it was too much to show the Lord's son despite my permission to speak candidly, so he kept glancing at me, all worried. Please forgive my father. When the scream came, the son apologized on his father's behalf. Chapter 39. Father, am I dreaming right now? I'm so terribly sorry. I got too into it. It's all right, don't worry. And I agree, constantly warring is pretty absurd. When he came to his senses, Mac, the village chief of Mao, apologized. When I voiced my opinion, Mac-san was shocked, like he couldn't believe the Lord's son would say that. So, just to summarize, you came here to ask if some of your people can work here so that your village will have enough to get through the winter? Yes, that's exactly it. Sure, that's fine, but why not just migrate here? We're open to accept any number of people. We have more than enough food, so if you want, you can even bring all of your villagers here. Ah really? In this age, it wasn't uncommon for people to leave their villages and go to some other place. At any rate, Max-san mentioned that this might be the biggest war yet. If so, I could hazard a guess as to who the Albert territory would be fighting next. The Sinner house was neighbors with the Albert house. They didn't have a great relationship though. Moreover, they were also one of the 5 major powers. If the Albert house somehow manages to defeat the Sinner house, the Albert house would have the largest territory out of all the major noble houses. Will Raoul be in the battlefield? Not that it has anything to do me. During that point in the conversation, the hunting team returned. We're back. We caught a lot today, Selen said so ecstatically. When I looked, it was as she said. They really caught a lot of game today. In preparation for winter, our hunters have been hunting tirelessly. Still, their haul today was something else. Whoa, what a beautiful girl. Manta-san looked at Selen and had an easy-to-read expression. However, once his vision wandered toward the thing behind her, toward today's catch, he fell down on his butt. I see. Even Max-san was shocked when he saw it. This time, he looked like he was about to run away. Please calm down. There is nothing to worry about. Look, it's already dead. See? What's going on? Did you guys that talk? Yes. A team of ours hunted it down in the forest over there. Among other things. Of course. Apparently, today's catch included 5 Aru Mirage and 3 orcs. Our hunters focused on hunting monsters because their meat was tastier than regular beasts. As great as a catch this was though, Selen wouldn't be brimming with pride like that. I mean, They have caught 3 orcs in a single hunt before. Fufafu, direct your eyes over there. I looked toward where she was pointing at. There, I saw an incredibly large thing being dragged toward us. Eh? What's that? It's called a giant boar. It was pig-like monster. It was easily over 5 meters in length, and even if it was standing on all 4 legs, it would still be taller than me. There were also formidable-looking tusks protruding near its snout. Even an orc would probably fall from a charge done by this beast. Wait, how'd you manage to take that down? As soon as Noel and Goth stopped its movement with their shields, the rest of us attacked its head all at once. The iron shields you made were pretty useful, Luke. Selen's explanation made it sound so easy. In addition to the swords and spears, I also made shields from the iron bars in the jailhouse. The ones Noel Kun, who had shield master techniques, and Goth-san, who had Herculean strength, used were much bigger than usual. Yet, upon closer inspection, those giant, bulky shields had deep dents in them. I shivered at the might of a giant boar's charge. By the way, the one dragging the giant boar was Goth-san. He was in his mid-30s and had a height of 170 centimeters at most. However, thanks to his gift, he could easily drag monsters so much bigger than him over long distances. It was a surreal sight to behold. Meanwhile, whether by the giant boar or by Goth-san unbelievable strength, Max-san and the Manta-san were at a loss for words. Father, am I dreaming right now? Want me to pinch you? Yeah, please. Ouch. It hurts. It's really not. Father, you can stop now. The two seemed really close. I'm a bit envious. Actually, Chapter 40, not many looks up to you that much. We left the village in the wasteland for the meantime, and began our way back home. Even now though, I still couldn't help but think that everything was just a dream. Those 2 magnificent layers of stone walls, those fields with gigantic crops, those hundreds of villagers all healthy and happy, the clean houses everyone seemed to have, those public bathhouses, and that church, and to top it all off, those monsters. Apparently, it has become a common occurrence for them to have certain villagers go into the forest full of monsters and hunt those very monsters. That seriously gave me a fright. I was almost jumping for joy when I saw that beautiful girl, but then I saw that orc behind her. All that being said, she truly was beautiful. You're twice that girl's age, in case you haven't noticed. In the village we live in, it would take considerable effort from us to chase away just a single arrow mirage. Should an orc ever show up, I fear our entire village would be destroyed. And then, there was also that great boar. I heard that to take down that pig-like monster, over 100 soldiers would be needed, yet their villagers took it down with only a few people. It was all a bit ridiculous, to be honest. Not least of which was that their village was founded just half a year ago. Is that true? Wait, in the first place, can that place still be called only a village? They say it's all because of that boy chief's gift, but that only made it all the more unbelievable. But perhaps the most unbelievable thing was that they said they were going to accept everyone from our village. We're supposed to return to our village and tell this story, but will anyone even believe us? I doubt you'd convince more than a few, Dad. Not many looks up to you that much. And whose fault do you think that is, you idiot son of mine? Sometime later, people from our village arrived here. This included Max-san and his son. Of course, it's true. Who would have thought that there was a village in this wasteland? See, just like I told you all, isn't it? I was half sure Chief Mac was going senile, saying all those crazy things. It would seem they had to see to believe. Welcome to you all. I am Luke, the chief of this village. A boy's really there. That's Lord Albert's son. Hey, what's that over there? That giant thing beside that house? I came out to welcome them, but their attention was less on me and more on the thing beside my house. That's the skull of a great boar. I wasn't sure if it was because she was so delighted by their success, but Selen wanted to display the skull somewhere conspicuous. It seemed overbearing, so I had asked her to place it somewhere else, like at the edge of the village, but she still seemed intent on placing it here. GG great boar. We still have some of its meat left. Do you want to try some? It wasn't as great as orc meat, but it was delicious nonetheless. There were too much for us to eat, so we were thinking of preserving the rest. We haven't decided on whether to smoke the meat or use Selen's magic though. I think it's time to build where you will stay. I decided to build the terrace houses right in front of them. They were bound to see me suddenly adding or changing something in the village, so I figured it was better to explain it to them now rather than later. A house. In an instant. Is this a dream? And like that, the 92 people from Mao village became our villagers. The increase in population didn't stop there though. I had asked everyone to tell me if they knew of a nearby village that was in trouble. After some additional steps, people from those villages came here. For them to leave their homes, the tax hikes must have truly troubled them. Curiously, the first ones to bring troubled people here were the former bandits. Despite that contribution, as well as the fact that they were now completely reformed thanks to Granny and Milia's efforts though, I still couldn't treat them the same as the other villagers due to the various crimes they had committed. As such, while everybody else lived within the inner walls, they lived between the inner and outer walls. They still lived in terrace houses like the others though. Another distinction they had from normal villagers was that we made them monitor, in shifts, the wasteland from atop the outer walls. Chief Luke, another group of people wanting to migrate I hear? Okay, understood. Saturn was proving particularly helpful. Back then, he used his telepathy in an attempt to trick me, but now that he has changed, he was using it to send me reports. Not all of them has been rehabilitated though. 2 are still in the jailhouse. Chapter 41, More Harder. While most of the bandits we arrested have been reformed and were now devoting themselves to the improvement of the village, 2 of them still haven't been reformed. One of them was a man so large, he made the cell he was in seem so cramped. When I approached this man, only his eyes moved toward me. This made me unconsciously take a step back. Name, Daryl. Age, 36. Village bond level, low. Suitable occupation, soldier. Gift, axe techniques. The man I was referring to was the leader of the bandits. No matter what I do, this one won't budge. Doesn't even show a reaction. This one's got balls. I can see why he's the boss of the bandits. Granny said so, almost as though in admiration. He's too dangerous to let loose. Why don't you consider executing him? As always, Granny said such a disturbing thing nonchalantly. On the other hand, Daryl didn't flinch. Didn't even move his eyebrows in reaction to what Granny just said. I didn't know if it was because he has looked at the face of death many times before, but he sure had nerves of steel. But then, he suddenly spoke. That blue-haired girl, where is she? Huh? You mean Selen? Is that the name of the girl who beat me? Why is he asking about Selen though? I'll never follow someone weaker than me. Okay, but if it's that girl, I don't mind obeying what she says. I decided to invite Selen here, so he says, but... Selen glared at the giant on the other side of the iron bars. What are you scheming? Do you think we'll let you out just because you say something like that? I'm not scheming anything. You've defeated me and I just want to show deference. Of course, I'm not saying you have to let me out now or the deal's over. All I'm saying is if you ever need my strength, you'll have it. Certainly. Having this man's strength in times of emergencies would be helpful, but I decided to put a hold on making a decision for now and check on the other remaining prisoner. Here is the other one. Isn't this guy the first one he captured? Granny? In the corner of the now almost empty jailhouse was the bandit we used to trap and capture the others. Name, Bal. Age, 23. Village bond level, low. Suitable occupation, grunt. Gift, none. Exclamation mark. Old hag. You've come again. Who's the old hag? You want to die? Granny shouted so. For some reason though, it seemed like Bal's body trembled not out of fear like the others would have, but out of excitement. Granny proceeded to strike him with a stick made of wood, the sound of each hit echoing in the prison. I am more harder. Bal seemed to be enraptured by each painful hit and even asked Granny to hit harder. With a look of disgust on her face, Granny then stamped on Bal's nether region. Damn this giant pervert! Exclamation mark. Ha, 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 ouch. Just watching made me cover my important bits. I. Bal drooled and writhed on the ground. However, not one trace of anguish could be found on his face. There was only pleasure. Wow. That was, wow. So amazing. You. While looking down at Bal like he was some kind of insect, Granny released a sigh. As you can see, nothing I do works on this one. How did he become like this though? Beats me. He was responding normally to the pain at first, but, little by little, he became pleased with it instead. He became pleased with the pain? How does that work? Because he's like this, I don't think any amount of rehabilitation using my methods will do any good. What are you talking about, old hag? Come on, punish me more. Recently, because he knows it make me angry, he has been purposely calling me that. This is my first time to meet a pervert like this. If possible, I would like to have nothing to do with him anymore. Granny ended up being the one scared. I guess I'll have to postpone judgment on this one as well. His village bond level said low, but it was still too dangerous, for different reasons, to release him. So, like with Dorile, I decided put a hold on making any decision. Chapter 42, What a very sinister skill. Ta. Congratulations, because you now have more than 1,000 villagers. Your village has become level 6. 600 village points have been acquired as level up bonus. You can now build more kinds of facilities. Maximum village area has been increased. The village skill, territory takeover, has been acquired. My village leveled up again after its continuous growth in population. We have now passed the 1,000 villager mark. Okay, but, territory takeover? Even if a particular territory is already governed by another person, you can forcefully acquire it through this skill. Note, however, that the piece of territory you want to acquire must be within a 50-meter radius around you. I wasn't able to use my gift before coming here because the territories I had been in were governed by somebody else. With this skill though, it would seem I could acquire territory from others without their consent. What a very sinister skill. Oh well, not like there'll come a time where I have to use it. After all, the village's maximum area has increased yet again and it was now the entirety of the wasteland. When I repositioned the outer walls, it only covered a small portion of the new area. Even this much land felt too vast for me, so I just didn't think taking away others' territories was necessary. Now that I have some distance from that world of endless wars, this village was more than enough for me. I did not share my father's desire for territory expansion. By reaching village level 6, you've become eligible to build new facilities with village points. They are as follows: Underground Tunnel 20, Bridge 20, Orchard 250, School 250, Apartment Building 300. An underground tunnel? Does that mean I can make a path beneath the ground? When I tried it out, the first thing I noticed was a stairway that led underground. It was made of stone and looked well built, so I decided to climb down through it. It's a dead end. I guess that's why it only cost 20 points to build it. I decided to build another one. This time, a path that was a few meters long appeared in front of me. Curiously enough, though there were no lights, I could see ahead just fine. Amazing. Like this, we'll be able to burrow through the ground easily. Not that we need one right now. Maybe we can use this as an emergency shelter. Next on the list were bridges. Since there were no rivers nearby though, we also didn't need bridges right now. Next, orchards. Having one doesn't necessarily mean we'll get fruits though. There is no need for concern. An orchard comes with a few trees by default. So, we don't have to bother growing them. Fruits were considered luxury food items even in the capital. This wasteland must be one of the least likely places to eat such things. Moreover, if we could get them right away without the need for seeds or the effort of growing them, 250 points was an extremely cheap price to pay. And so, I immediately built one beside a field. Let's see. What's a school? A place where children are gathered to be educated. Oh, I think I've heard something about that. Like, back then even in this country, children of the nobles and wealthy merchants were sent to some place and they study there. So, a school is what that's called. Such wasn't the case nowadays. Children of nobles and wealthy merchants were now taught individually and at home. typically by a set of tutors. Which reminds me, some villages have teacher as their suitable occupation. Children in this village don't have any critical jobs, so sending them to school should be a good idea, right? I thought they should learn at least how to read, write, and do simple calculations. And then, apartment buildings? What are those? It was a word I never heard of before, but according to the guide, apartment buildings were the next version of terrace houses. Moreover, instead of being made of wood, an apartment building was made of reinforced concrete, whatever that was, but they cost 300 points. By default, an apartment building has 4 floors, each of which have 5 residential units. In other words, it has 20 residential units before any customization is done. That's so much more than I thought. They might actually be cheaper than terrace houses. Chapter 43, There's nothing quite like a hot bath in winter. My name is Dant. I was entrusted with the duty of overseeing the north, an area in the north of the Albert territory. Back in the old days, our family was the noble house that ruled over this region. However, my father conceded the land to the previous Lord Albert. My father knew from the start that he stood no chance at all, so he surrendered the fortresses without any resistance. As a result, our family not only survived, my father was also made governor of the land, and now I held that responsibility. After acquiring the north, the Albert territory only continued to expand. Of course, as a governor, I had no choice but to cooperate fully in such endeavors. Dansama, another village, has been left behind by all its villagers. Again? I know the taxes are high, but aren't there too many deserters? To think entire villages would disappear. By order of Lord Albert, I have imposed heavy taxes on the people. I had expected some to not be able to pay such taxes and escape somewhere else, but I didn't expect them to be this many. After all, even if they flee, there was no guarantee that their destination would offer them a better life. There was even a chance that their life could be worse. Considering that, I figured majority of the population would rather endure the taxes. Sir, a few of our investigators have heard a curious story. A curious story? Yes. Apparently, there's a village in the wasteland to the far north. Moreover, this village is said to have comfortable homes and enough food for each of its citizens. Some even compare it to paradise. The story was so shady I reflexively grimaced. The wasteland north of even this place was completely barren. It was impossible to grow crops of any kind there. Moreover, monsters would sometimes emerge from the nearby monster-infested forest. It was no place for people to live, not for a lack of trying though. There had been multiple attempts to develop the land, but all resulted in failure. I dismissed the story at first, but when reports that seemed similar to it arose later on, I began to think there might be some truth to it, and so, I sent a proper investigation team to the wasteland. Dansama. It says, in the wasteland there's really a village there? Well, a city, actually, a city section. As winter approached, more and more people from the Albert territory were moving to my village. Apparently, the village has been in rumors more than I expected it to be. At the rate we were going, the governor managing the area on behalf of the Lord might complain soon. But then again, developing the wasteland and building a village was exactly what my father, Lord Albert, told me to do, so we should be all right. But enough about that. There's nothing quite like a hot bath in winter. A bath had this mysterious power of melting away my stress and worries. Covering myself with the rising steam and then immersing in the hot water seemed to alleviate fatigue as well. Not that I was too tired each day, but even so, at present I was in a large house I customized to have an open-air bath. I can have this much of a luxury, right? I mean, everyone, even the new villagers, were all settled and comfortable now, right? It was only recently that I upgraded the medium-sized house we were living in into a large house. In a word, the large house was amazing. It felt like 20 people could live here. It even had a large courtyard with a pond. It was in that courtyard where I placed the bath through my facility customization. The cold air made the hot water even better, in my opinion. All in all, it was wonderful. I did have one complaint though. Wow, so nice and spacious. Thanks to this, I'll always be able to bathe with Luke Sama. My one complaint was that it somehow became a mixed bathing space. You two know I built another one for you, right? How about you use that? It doesn't matter which one we use though, right? In that case, I choose to use the one Luke Sama's using. I already knew it was no use arguing against the two of them. Fine. But don't come any closer, alright? What was that? I didn't quite hear you. I said don't come closer, so stop getting closer. Will you? Also, cover yourself with a towel. While I was talking like that with the two, a message in my head came. Chief, a suspicious group has come to the village. Another group of refugees? No, not this time. One of them's introducing himself as the governor for the area. I was just thinking of them and now they're here? Chapter 44. It's just so hard to believe. I gathered my best soldiers and headed toward the wasteland. My goal was to investigate the villager, or rather, the city in the said wasteland myself. But Dant Sama, you don't have to go yourself. We'll do it for you. The one to ask me was Bazara, the commanding officer of the elite group I brought along. He has served my family for more than a generation now, partly thanks to his combat-type gift. He was a fighter who could take down an orc by himself, with plenty of room to spare. To be frank, there's something that worries me. That worry is what made me decide it will be better if I came with you. What worry is that, if I may ask? It's possible that Lord Albert's son, Luke Sama, is in the city in the wasteland. What? Everyone thought that Luke Sama would certainly be the one to inherit the whole Albert territory. However, immediately after their blessing ceremony, he was apparently sent away to some undeveloped land instead. This was only a rumor though. Lord Albert and his estate has yet to release any official statement on the matter, and perhaps to keep the public from knowing for certain, even I, a governor of a region, was left in the dark. On the other hand, news about Lord Albert's second son, Raoul, inheriting his gift, swordmaster techniques, was spread across the land right away. The fact that Luke Sama wasn't mentioned as well meant almost for certain that he failed to inherit the said gift. Even so, that alone shouldn't have been enough for Luke Sama to be sent away that quickly. However, if Luke Sama didn't get a gift at all or if the gift he got was deemed worthless, then his exile made sense. I stared at the wasteland ahead, wondering if this was the undeveloped land that Luke Sama was said to be sent to. All the same, it's just so hard to believe a city can be built in this wasteland in such a short amount of time. We'll have answers once we get there. Before long, the wasteland was in sight. As to be expected, there was no vegetation of any kind. The ground had nothing but sand and stones. Further in though, it was a different story. What's that? Bazara was shocked, and even though I was forewarned by the reports, I too could not believe what was before me. As though to stop the barren wasteland from proceeding further, imposing walls stretched almost infinitely. These walls were no less splendid than the ones in Reason, the city I usually stayed in. No matter how you look at it, that's a city, not a village. I guess the next question is if that city is really built within just half a year. Just by looking at the reddish-brown ground, one could tell that that was impossible. As such, Bazara and I could do nothing more than look at each other and tilt our heads. After a moment, we decided to get closer. When we were near enough, a viewing window about halfway up of the wall opened. The window revealed the face of a rough-looking man. This can't be a bandit's den, can it? Why have you come to our village? I am Dant, the appointed governor of the northern region of the Albert territory. I apologize for visiting without prior notice, but I'd like to meet with the representative of your city, village. The other person called it a village, so I decided to call it that as well for the meantime. I still wasn't convinced a village could have such magnificent walls though. In a city of comparable size, it would take a while before the proper authorities were notified and a little bit more before we would be let in. To my surprise though, it didn't even take a minute before we were given permission to enter. Dant Sama, do not worry. I know not what lies ahead, but in the end, this is a city in the middle of nowhere. As long as we are here, no harm shall ever come to you. Bazara confidently promised me so. What? When we passed through the gates, we were confused once more. Instead of a city, what we saw were fields. Farmlands are inside the walls. Normally, fields and such were kept outside of city walls, and inside of it were mostly houses and other buildings. It went without saying that building walls to surround such a vast area of land cost a lot in terms of manpower and money. There's a second layer of walls there. Is that where the people here live? Ha! This city is much smaller than I thought then. Bazara said so, relieved. I, on the other hand, became even more frightened. How can they build so many walls? Chapter 45, aren't these castle walls now? I can't believe it. These fields. At first glance, the fields here might seem normal. On a closer look though, one could see that it was anything but. Firstly, crops here were absurdly gigantic. Weirder than that though, there were crops out of season. An area was colored golden by what looked like wheat, despite the season being winter right now. I have never heard of wheat growing and being ready for harvest at this time of the year. In fact, I have never heard of anyone succeeding to grow any kind of crop out here in the wasteland. A little later on, I discovered they even had orchards. Moreover, this road our carriage was currently traveling on, a magnificent cobblestone road that could rival even the famous Alpera highway. I could hardly feel any shaking throughout the journey. If such a highway was present throughout the land, journeys, even the ones to the capital, would become more comfortable. The 2 layers of walls, this road. It goes without saying that these require substantial technological prowess. But the manpower required for all these must have been substantial as well. Even then though, it was still hard to believe that all these were built within the last 6 months. Then, has Lord Albert been secretly building this fortress city throughout the years and then sent his son? I thought that, but pouring immense resources here just didn't make much sense. This wasteland offered no strategic importance whatsoever. After all, to the south of the wasteland was the Albert territory itself, to the north was a forest and to the east was a mountain, but both were full of dangerous monsters. To the west was a land where 2 factions were fighting against each other, but Lord Albert showed no desire of wanting that land. Before long, our carriage reached the inner walls. After passing through a gate, the carriage stopped. Waiting for me to alight was a boy of about 10 years of age. I hurriedly got out of the open-air bath, and headed toward the village's gate. My body was still warm and I still got that fresh off the bath feeling. But there wasn't much of a choice this time. The carriage escorted by brawny soldiers was fast approaching. When I spotted it, it was already halfway through the road between the walls. Speaking of the walls, I had made them taller. The reason I did so was to lessen the impact of the cold winds blowing from the mountains to the east. It really was cold. The stone walls were now about 5 meters high, surprising the villagers when they first saw it. Some even commented that it could already be considered as castle walls now. After passing through the gate of the inner walls, the carriage stopped. Alighting from it was a nicely dressed man of about 40 years old. He looked very surprised when he saw his surroundings. In the Albert territory, there were about 20 people who held the position of governor. They were all appointed by my father, but each one's circumstances were different from the others. After a territory has been taken over through war, the former lord and their family was usually executed and then replaced by a loyal subordinate of the victor. However, it wasn't unheard of for an opponent who has surrendered and swore fealty to the victor to be made that newly acquired territory's governor. They already knew the land, after all. In the case of the northern region of the Albert territory, it was the latter case. That said, the incorporation of the region into the Albert territory happened in the generation before my father's. Welcome. I am Luke Albert, the chief of this village, and I am Dant, the appointed governor of the north. Technically speaking, I held the higher social status because I was the lord's son. As such, Dant-san felt it proper to kneel down. I deeply apologize for not greeting you sooner. Dant-san apologized like so. Whenever the lord's son would be sent on a mission, like developing a frontier land, nearby governors would usually give the lord's son a courtesy call right away. This time though, my mission of developing this wasteland was just an excuse to exile me. No governor would go out of their way to pay me a courtesy call now. They probably didn't even expect me to give building a village a good try. There was even a chance they didn't know I was sent here in the first place. Oh, it's nothing. Please don't worry about it. More importantly, I hope you enjoy your stay here. He was the leader of the neighboring region, so it was likely we would be interacting with one another plenty of times. As such, I wanted to make a good impression as much as possible. I didn't know it at the time, but some of my villagers were less keen on building a good relationship with Dan-san and more interested on keeping an eye against him and his group. Chapter 46, Each home here has a bath. I met him only once before, but I was certain the boy in front of me was none other than Luke Albert Sama. Welcome. I am Luke Albert, the chief of this village, and I am the appointed governor of the north, Dant. I introduced myself and knelt down. I deeply apologize for not greeting you sooner. I didn't even know he was sent here, so it was naturally impossible to greet him any sooner. Even so, for the sake of appearances, I decided to apologize to him. Oh, it's nothing. Please don't worry about it. More importantly, I hope you enjoy your stay here. Luke Sama said so with a kind smile. From then on, I was back on being surprised again and again. First, there was the array of buildings that I have never seen before. These buildings were tall and wide at the same time, and were cubic in shape. They weren't built with wood, but they didn't seem to be built with stone either. According to Luke Sama, these buildings were the homes of the villagers. We're calling them apartment buildings, by the way. Apartment? We continued going around. I couldn't help but notice how clean the village was. In frontier villages, it was often the case that no proper waste management system was in place. They typically just dig holes and throw their wastes there. Needless to say, the area around such pits reeked. In this village, however, the air seemed so pure, not a whiff of foul odor anywhere so far. At the very least, it smelled better here than in the city of Reason. Apparently, this was because each home had its own flush toilet. What a great waste disposal system. It wasn't just the village, the villagers themselves were so clean. It wasn't rare for frontier villagers to lack a reliable water source. The scarcity of it made cleaning their bodies not a priority, resulting in the villagers to smell. In this village though, the villagers were able to wash themselves every day. So, despite their worn-out clothing, they were actually very clean. Each home here has a bath. Not only that, we also have 2 public bathhouses. Each home and 2 public bathhouses. I also noticed that on top of their cleanliness, the villagers were also quite healthy. It might be obvious after seeing the fields, but not one of the villagers I passed by were suffering from malnourishment. After a while more of walking, we reached the village chief's home. The elite troops I brought with me were surprised at each point as well, but what made them make a commotion was the adornment on Luke Sama's home. The skull of a certain monster. That can't be a giant boar, can it? It is. Our hunters have hunted it down in the forest over there. You've hunted down a great boar? Sorry if this is rude, but is it possible that your hunters just chanced upon a corpse and bring that here? Haha, it's all right, I understand. Well, I didn't see it myself, but I think they really did take it down. I mean, I saw the giant metal shield they said they used to stop the great boar's charge, and it was crushed in a way only a creature like the great boar can. I cautiously looked at Bizarro and tried to ask through my glance if our elites could do such a feat. To that, he simply shook his head left and right. Maybe they're bluffing. I hope so. More and more, I was regretting coming to such a crazy place. Section. I guided Dan-san's group and went around the village. I've shown them all that I should, right? Yeah, I think that about covers it. Luke Sama, I'm sorry to ask this again, but is this village really built just half a year ago? Yeah, it is. When I came here half a year ago, it was nothing but a wasteland. Dan-san showed a face of disbelief. Well, you see, it's mostly thanks to my gift, village building. Village building? Yeah. I then began to explain my gift, because Selen has warned me to not mention my village skills and the fact that I could do more things as my village levels up. I omitted those points. What an incredible gift. I see, so that's why Lord Albert sent you here? No, I don't think so. I myself only found out what my gift can do exactly when I got here. I wonder what would have happened if I found out back then though? I think I could have prevented my banishment. But then again, I like how things turned out. I enjoy my leisurely life here and I don't think I'd want it any other way. Yeah, like I thought way back then, I'm not suited for this age of war. Chapter 47, we've hunted some of the orcs living in the forest over there. To make Dance San's group feel welcomed, I asked the villagers to prepare a feast for them in the village plaza. Thankfully, the villagers, especially the housewives, obliged. They did their utmost to prepare dishes made with orc meat as well as those made with the crops we harvested. As for the drinks, it was of course going to be the alcohol we made. It's so delicious. I'm glad you like it. That one's made from the crops harvested in this village. What about this meat? It's orc meat. We've hunted some of the orcs living in the forest over there. It's orc meat. Voices of surprise came not only from Dance San but also from the soldiers acting as his guard. There seems to be a fair number of orcs in the forest, so supply shouldn't be an issue for the meantime. My point is, please don't hold yourself back. Supply shouldn't be an issue. He's bluffing, right? He's got to be bluffing, right? Dance San's group seemed to still be tensed. They should be able to relax a little once they drink some of our alcohol though. I thought so. But then, Milia suddenly stood up and addressed the whole crowd. What is she going to do? As our entertainment for tonight's festivities, our village's esteemed fighters would like to hold exhibition matches. Huh? They're doing what? How come I didn't hear of this before? That said, exhibition matches would definitely make things exciting. After Milia was done with her announcement, Balrat-san and Perun-san, who both had sword techniques, walked to the center of the plaza. A short while after, a fierce, lightning-fast sword fight began. Meanwhile, the villagers watched with gradually increasing excitement. There were even some who stood up and shouted to cheer. The two were really amazing. I had seen them spar before, but it felt like they were so much stronger now than back then. Huh? Is it my imagination or have Dance San's guards completely stopped eating? Excuse me, but is the food perhaps not to your liking? Oh, it's not that. The food's heavenly. It's just that I can't stop watching. Because it worried me, I decided to ask. So, the one who hurriedly shook his head and answered my question was Bizarre-san, the leader of the guards. Well, duh, they're fighters, so of course they'd be focused on watching the exhibition match. There's no doubt about it. Those two, they have their sword techniques. Gift. But how can there be two such people in a remote village? Bizarre-san uttered something under his breath, but it was likely an analysis of the fight that only a fellow fighter would understand, so I didn't bother asking. After a while, the exhibition match ended. Balrat-san and Perun-san made their exit, only to be replaced by two others. Much like before, the replacements began a mox battle. Huh? Don't tell me this place has more people with gifts. We had more villagers, so as to be expected. We had more people with gifts, including the children who couldn't unlock their gifts yet. About 10% of the population had gifts. That was easily over 100 people. From those, 31 had combat-type gifts. However, excluding the children, the elderly, and those who had stamina issues, the count goes down to 24. To name a few of the gifts present in our village: sword techniques, spear techniques, axe techniques, grappling techniques, whip techniques, bow techniques, and Aiki techniques. As the night went on, it became more and more apparent that each of those 24 villagers would participate in tonight's series of exhibition matches. As for the other villagers, they enthusiastically cheered the fighters on. Wow! The whip flows so freely, it's like part of their arm or something. That's it. There go. Oh my, you're so cool. On the other hand, Dance San's group was eerily quiet. It could be that they were just so focused on watching. They look a bit pale though. When the exhibition matches for the 24 villagers who had combat-type gifts were over, those who had magic-type gifts stood up and walked toward the center, fully intent to showcase their gifts. Magic-type gifts were even rarer than combat-type gifts. In fact, we only had a total of 8 villagers who had such gifts. That count included Selen as well as 2 children who were yet to be blessed. There are even those who can use magic. What the hell is going on in this village? Are you sure you're alright? I guess the food's really not. No, I'm fine, really. So don't mind me please. Even though he definitely didn't seem alright, Bazara-san shook his head rapidly. Chapter 48. I'd like to apologize to you. When the feast was over, we were guided to a certain location. It was a residence that looked exactly like the village chief's own home. If my memory serves though, I don't think there was anything at all here when we were shown around the village earlier. It was likely thanks to Luke-sama's gift. Still, for a building as splendid as this to be built in such a short amount of time, it was nothing short of unbelievable. Feel free to stay at this place. I think it's big enough to comfortably accommodate your guards as well. Thank you very much, Luke-sama. We entered nervously. Just like the outside, the interior was built well too. Not only that, there were even furniture and other furnishings placed already. There were other unbelievable things too, like proper indoor bathrooms and lavatories. His gift was just incredible. Be frank with me. What do you think about this village? While sitting in a couch in the living room, I asked so to Bazara, who was sitting across me. It's abnormal, to say the very least. I completely agreed, but then again, everybody in whole world would probably agree as well. Dan-sama, I'd like to apologize to you. What for? Before we entered the village, I promised you that as long as we were near, no harm will ever come to you in this place. I would like to retract those words. Bazara was a skilled and seasoned soldier, yet he still told me so. We just don't stand a chance. If they decide to attack us, all of our elites here won't be able to hold them off for long. Retaliating with the rest of the troops back home is not only ill-advised, I'd say it's suicidal. I vaguely suspected it already, but it was undeniable now. This village really did have more war potential than any place called a village could possibly have. I can't believe that they have so many people with combat type and magic type gifts. Especially if what they said is true, that most of the people here were refugees from the west and from our own territory. Maybe they can bless all of them without restriction. When I thought about it, there was a building that looked like a church. For some reason, they didn't talk about that building. Naturally, it seemed odd to me, but I didn't think much of it. I was overwhelmed as it was after all. But then, where can they have gotten a priest who will perform the rite? Without exception, all priests who had the gift called Oracle were all managed by the church. After all, to receive the gift of Oracle, the church had to perform a blessing on them first. I couldn't imagine the church agreeing to bless all of these villagers. However, if for some reason an exception was indeed here in this village, but supposing ordinary villagers can get blessed, will this many of them receive gifts? I'm not sure. The church has always claimed that even if commoners are given the right of blessing, less than 1% of them will receive a gift. If that's not true though, oh my, if, or rather when, the church learns of this village, they wouldn't remain silent. And unfortunately for this village, the church still had some level of influence even in this age of constant warring. So then, what do you plan to do with this village, Dan-sama? After reporting it to Lord Albert. Of course, no, I won't even make a report. Really? Bazara stared at me with his eyes wide open. Lord Albert is currently busy preparing for his next war, so domestic affairs like this will likely be entrusted to Raoul-sama. And in the event that Albert House wins against the Schneider House, it was highly likely for Lord Albert to stay in his newly acquired land and govern it at least for some time. If so, Raoul-sama would then likely be put in charge of all affairs in the present-day Albert territory. In other words, my report will almost certainly go through Raoul-sama first. I've heard Raoul-sama is quite antagonistic of his stepbrother. So, I suspect he doesn't want Lord Albert to know of Luke-sama's success here. Thanks to having inherited swordmaster techniques, Raoul-sama was set to become the next lord of the Albert territory. However, it still wasn't impossible for Luke-sama to steal that away. Raoul-sama's going to try to crush this village before Lord Albert has any idea that it exists. While the church was a threat for this village, Raoul-sama undoubtedly posed a much more significant one. But Dan-sama, if it gets discovered that you tried to conceal the existence of this village, I was a servant of the Albert House. If it becomes known that I acted on my own in this matter, my life would be over. Even so, I'm choosing to take a chance on this village. On Luke-sama. As governor, I had always managed this land exactly as how the Albert House wanted me to. When I was told to impose heavy taxes on my people, I did so, sometimes through force. I had convinced myself that I had to, that I had no other choice. Yet, cowardly as I was willing to take a chance on this village in the wastelands. Instead of Raoul Sama, I think it is Luke Sama who should become the next head of the Albert House. I think Luke Sama will be a greatest lord the land has and will ever have. Section. Unbeknownst to Dant and Bazara, there was someone lurking beneath the floor of the living room that they were in. Depending on their conversation, this lurker might make it so that the two would never be able to return to this village in this wasteland. In other words, thanks to Dant's declaration, he unwittingly escaped death. Chapter 49, I'll make a road for you. Good morning, Dant-san. Did you manage to sleep well last night? Luke Sama. Good morning. Yes. Thanks for the accommodations. Dant-san seemed refreshed this morning, like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. He didn't look so well yesterday, but it was probably just because of the long journey he had. Similarly, Dant-san's guards who looked even worse than him yesterday were now also looking better. Luke Sama, there were so many things that surprised me yesterday that I forgot to tell you something. Dant-san suddenly put on a serious expression, naturally, that made me wonder what he wanted to say. For taking in the people of the North, I sincerely thank you. Oh, okay. Actually, I think I should apologize for that. I mean, I did take away some of your citizens. No, please don't. It's entirely my fault for allowing their living conditions to deteriorate to the point they're forced to leave their homes. So, rather than reproach you, I would rather thank you. Thank goodness he's not angry for that. And I realize this is awfully shameless of me, but can you perhaps sell some of your food to us? To be frank, the North is currently suffering from famine. Apparently, they weren't able to harvest many crops this year. Add in the taxes and, in my opinion, now just wasn't the time for wars. Many people have managed to take refuge in this village, but they were only a small fraction of all the people suffering from the famine. Yeah. Of course, we actually have more than he can consume right now, so you'll be saving us from wasting good food. You really don't mind? Yeah, definitely. If it turns out that we need more food, we can simply increase the number of our fields. Plus, given the nature of our fields, we're able to grow crops even in winter. The majority of our over 1,000 villagers worked in agriculture, so workforce wasn't an issue either. I'm really glad to hear that. However, the North lacks coin right now. If possible, may we offer goods instead? Sure. Our village was made just recently, so there are so many things we still lack. We'd prefer it to be that way, to be honest. Thank you, Luke Sama. Dant-san said so and then bowed his head repeatedly. His family was the noble house that ruled this place before the Albert House took over, so unlike most governors who came from outside the territory they were assigned to, Dant-san truly and deeply cared for his people. This probably made his inability to oppose my father's directives even more vexing though. All right, so, how are we going to exchange goods? Should we send someone? I think it'll be more convenient for the both of us if I ask a trusted merchant company to send their merchants here to give you our goods. The merchant company I have in mind has branches all over the North, so procuring what you need and also distributing the food to our people should go smoother than if our own government offices were to do it. I see. All right then. One of the things I wanted out of this deal was clothes. At the moment, we had no way to make clothes in the village, so everyone was washing and re-wearing the same clothes over and over again. If possible, I would like to have completed several deals already with Dant-san before winter really kicks in. Snow and other things would hinder travel, after all. Afterwards, Dant-san notified me that they would be departing as soon as possible. I asked him to stay a little longer, but he wanted to go back and notify the merchant company right away. And so, I traveled with them up to the outer walls gate to send them off. Please come visit again. I definitely will. I look forward to what this village has become by then. Haha, it'll probably be the same. When Dant-san boarded his carriage, I suddenly thought of something. Traveling though this wasteland must be tough, right? I'll make a road for you. Excuse me? I made the road in the village stretch all the way to the end of the bumpy wasteland. I couldn't see all of it, but I somehow knew that it reached that far. Like this, even the merchants who would come here wouldn't have to suffer a bumpy journey. Thank you, Luke Sama, so much for remaining the same. The village has changed before I even left. Chapter 50, There might spend the night there. Selen's group isn't back yet? Selen and her hunting group had gone out to hunt but still weren't back yet. The days have been getting short recently, so it would be dark before long. I hope they're alright. The hunting group has grown in number, so I was fairly certain they were running late for no real reason. However, when evening came and the surroundings became totally dark, I couldn't help but be anxious. So, when Saturn reported that the hunters have returned, I became somewhat relieved. His next words made me worry again though. They say only about a third of them are here. Did something happen? I hurried toward the northern gate, the gate closest to the forest. Upon arriving, I did a cursory look. I failed to find Selen. I subconsciously went near Balrat-san who was in the vanguard. What happened? Where's Selen and the rest? Sorry for worrying you, village chief. They're all right. Of course. That goes for Captain Selen too. Balrat-san's words allowed me to let out a sigh of relief. If that's the case, where are the others? Well, Balrat-san then proceeded to recount the day's events. We were hunting like usual when all of a sudden, we heard what seemed like a roar and a scream from further inside the forest. We didn't fully believe someone else besides us were in the monster-infested forest, but we still decided to investigate. At the scene, we saw two groups fighting one another, a group of enraged monsters called Mad Grizzlies, and a group of elves. Elves? The elven race was considered to be related to us, the human race. They had long, pointy ears, had a really long lifespan, and most of them was said to have beautiful features. It was said that back in the day, they interacted with us. However, oppression due to their appearance have apparently made them cease all interactions. So, they were hiding out here in this monster-infested forest. We decided to help the elves out. It didn't take long for our combined forces to defeat the whole group of Mad Grizzles. Our group was mostly unhurt, but a lot of the elves sustained heavy wounds. The elves mentioned that they have a settlement deep in the forest, but going back while so many of them are injured seemed extremely dangerous. At that point, Captain Selen offered to escort them up to their settlement, but they thought that doing so without any notice to us would cause us to worry. As such, they decided to let some of the hunting group return. So, right now, Selen is headed to the elves' settlement? Yes, they've probably reached it by now too. But nights in the forest are extraordinarily dangerous, so they might spend the night there and return tomorrow. An elven settlement, huh? I wonder what that's like. Well, in any case, I'm just glad that Selen and the hunting group are safe. The next day, Selen and the others returned. Huh? Aren't there more of them? So many of them look unfamiliar. Wait a minute, they're elves. Are you Luke Dono, the village chief? Why yes. One of the elves stepped forward and started talking. It was my first time to talk to an elf, so I was nervous. Unfortunately, that made me reply in a high-pitched voice. My name is Philianius Melreborleonius Serenala. So long. There's no way I'm going to remember that. I realize it's long, so please call me Philia. Oh thank goodness. Philia-san. Now that I can remember. They looked like warriors. They wore leather armor and had bows hanging on their backs. Much like what I was told, elves were indeed beautiful. Even among them though, Philia-san's elegance, her pretty eyebrows, her height, her coolness, all of it combined made her something else. We are deeply indebted to your villagers. On behalf of our leader, we've come here to give our thanks to you. I see. I appreciate you going to the trouble. We don't have much in this village, but please make yourselves feel at home. Like that, I showed around the village the very first elves I met. Chapter 51. Do you want to take a bath first? That's an elf? They're all beautiful women. No. Actually, I heard there are men among them. Huh? No way. There can't be men. Elves unexpectedly came to our village because they weren't often seen. Our villagers gathered to get a sight of them. It's rude to stare, you know. Sorry Selen-san. I'm sorry about them, Philia. Don't worry about it, Selendono. If anything, this is only fair. Our people did the same thing when you arrived in our hamlet. The two of them already spoke quite casually to each other. The other elves were tensed and alert, but Philia-san and Philia-san alone didn't seem fazed by all the attention. So cool. At any rate, before I knew it, a village has really been built here in this wasteland. This wasteland where crops shouldn't be able to grow. Pardon me, but what are those large mounds? Ah, those are where we live. The ones we have now are called apartment buildings. Basically, it's many houses combined together to make one larger building. Apart? I was wondering why I wasn't seeing any houses, but I had no idea human beings lived in such strange things. Not really. I think it's safe to say that the apartment buildings are unique to this village. For the meantime, I brought them to the village chief's estate. In other words, to my home. We went through the gate and then past the garden, away from the eyes of the villagers. There, the other elves relaxed a bit. You can relax a little here. It's just us here. Aside from the elves, the only people here were myself, Selen, and Milia. I considered asking some of the hunters to act as our guards, but decided against it in the end. I chose to believe that the elves wouldn't do us harm. Thank you for your consideration. It seemed like Philia-san recognized my intentions and said her thanks. To be frank, we don't have a good opinion of human beings. However, I think we can trust at least you. Oh my. This is not how one should talk to their benefactor. Please don't worry about it. Horrible people do exist, and worse. I've heard horrible people have tormented elves in the past. We moved our conversation to the living room. When we sat on the sofa, I noticed something. I then nervously made a suggestion. Do you want to take a bath first? There was no way I could have said it plainly, but the elves had dirt all over their bodies. Also, well, they reeked. Selen might have thought so too because she immediately agreed to my proposal. That's a great idea. Have I mentioned that in this village, everyone can take baths whenever they want? I see. The villagers here did seem to be considerably clean. When we asked for more details, we learned that there wasn't anything that could really be called a bath within the elves' settlement. To clean themselves, they had to go to the nearby river, but as winter approaches, wiping ourselves become more of the case. It was cold, after all, but Commander, we'd be defenseless. It's all right. If they really wanted to harm us, I'm sure they'd be able to do so easily without resorting to tricks. Out of vigilance, Philia-san's subordinates raised a concern. Philia-san disagreed with her subordinates though. Okay, this one is for the men. For the women's bath, please follow Selen. There were currently 2 open-air baths in the estate. There was also the indoor bath included when the house was first built. To my surprise, I discovered that about half of the elves were men. Their appearance gave no indication at all. It wasn't only because both the men and women had beautiful faces, but also because their physiques were almost the same. Philia-san was even the tallest among them. Anyway, I led the men to the men's open-air bath. A bath outdoors. Isn't this more of a pond? Look closely though. There's steam rising. While taking my clothes off, I asked them to do the same. I believed going in the bath together would take some of their wariness away, but then, so this is what an open-air bath is like? It's quite spacious here. I know, right? Just taking a plunge here is enough to take away the day's fatigue away. For some reason, Philia-san and the other girls were here. Wait. Why? Chapter 52, was there a trap in the lavatory? What are you doing here, Philia-san? No need to worry. There are very little differences between male and female elves. Moreover, we are like brothers and sisters here, so we often bathe in the nude together. While explaining so, Philia-san was taking off her clothes. That's fine and all, but that can't be applied to us humans. I quickly turned away and shouted so. Sure, I always bathe with Selen and Milia, but that didn't mean I was used to bathing with naked women. However, my complaint went unheeded. Philia-san, now naked, proceeded to submerge herself in the water. The other female elves followed her lead. This feels so good. Those were the first words they said. So, this is what an open-air bath feels like? It's so refreshing. And even though it's so open, I still feel secure here. What a marvelous thing. I, who was at one corner of the bath so that I could avoid the women, asked something. Bathing in a river is quite dangerous, isn't it? Naturally. There are monsters who live in and around the river, after all. As a precaution, we sprinkle a liquid that the monsters don't like. But there would still be times where a monster attacks us. In fact, every year, without fail, some of us will get wounded while taking a bath, and sometimes there will be deaths too. That's a river within that monster-infested forest for you. Yet, you have something like this within the village. At the moment though, these are the only open-air baths we have in the village. That said, every home does have their own regular-sized bath. An alternative, especially for those who want to bathe somewhere bigger, is to use any of the 2 public bathhouses we have. Perhaps due to being pleased with the open-air bath, the elves spent nearly an hour bathing. I felt lightheaded already, so I got out first. Now that they were cleaned and refreshed, we resumed our conversation in the living room. Mad grizzlies rarely form groups, but even alone, they're formidable monsters that can take on multiple orcs. If Selen's group didn't arrive back then, our damages would have been far greater. For that, I'd like to give my thanks again. The other elves, who were not as wary now, nodded to what Philia-san said. Lest I forget, they even escorted our injured back. Because of that, none of our people died. Glad to hear that. Please take this as a token of our gratitude. Philia-san said so and then handed to me a container which had about 10 small bottles. The bottles themselves contained some kind of liquid. Are these potions? Potions were medicine that could be considered dreamlike. They say that drinking it would cause your wounds to recover so much faster than they naturally would. However, methods on how to make it have been lost, meaning those made in past were all that was available. Elves have been passing down the way to make the potions from generation to generation. Even so, are you sure we can have these valuable potions? 10 valuable potions. At that, to thank you for saving the lives of my fellow elves, these potions are reasonable gifts. After all, no number of potions can bring back the dead to life. Afterward, I asked the elves to dine with us so that they could experience the food here in the village. However, because they might not want to attract more attention from the villagers, I decided to hold the dinner party here in my estate. Sorry, but may I use the lavatory first? Of course, it's the first door of the corridor. Thank you. I guided her to that corridor, but after a little while, I suddenly heard a voice from the restroom. Thinking something happened to Philia-san, I hurried to the corridor. She had just gone outside of the restroom when I arrived. However, everything that she wore for the lower half of her body, even her unmentionables, was down by her feet. In other words, Philia-san was out in the corridor with her lower half fully exposed. Philia-san, my butt. Something attacked my butt. Huh? The other elves arrived just then. Commander? Was there a trap in the lavatory? How dare they do that to the commander? While guarding her bottom, Philia-san had fallen into floor of the corridor. Hearing what she just said and then seeing her like this, the other elves grew angry. As for me, I peered into the restroom and understood what caused this situation. It's not like that. You see, this toilet has function where if you press a button, that one over there, water will come out to wash your bottom. Huh? Chapter 53. Water shot out because I pressed that button. I see. Water shot out because I pressed the button for that. You washlet thing, is that right? Why yes, that's right. I should have properly explained it to you beforehand, sorry. It was only natural for Philia-san and the elves to be surprised. A toilet seat with such a function was a first for me too. Back in my parents' estate, after doing my business, I would use a piece of cloth like hemp to clean my bottom. However, wealthy nobles were usually the only ones who could afford such a thing. Common folk meanwhile would use things like leaves or water that they have drawn and stored. Fabric was scarce in this village, so back when I lived in a medium-sized house as well as the times before, through gathered water was how I cleaned myself. Thankfully, we had water readily available. However, when my home was upgraded to a large house, the toilet in it evolved. As for the villagers, the toilets in the apartment building also had the washlet function, pleasing everyone. I'm quite envious of your villagers. Ahaha, it sure is convenient, isn't it? Yes, it is. But it's something else I'm envious of, ? She's envious of something else? Anyway, How is such a toilet built? I have no clue how it's normally built, to be honest. You see, this house, the baths, this restroom, and a whole lot of other things in the village are built using my gift." "Your gift?" "Oh right. We haven't talked about that." Well, I explained my gift, how it was considered a useless gift, how it led to me being exiled, and how I developed this wasteland. "No matter how I look at it, it's a useful gift. Is your family perhaps a bunch of fools? When I was back there, I myself didn't know anything about my gift, including how to activate it. Turns out, if someone else already has ownership over a territory, this gift won't activate at all." So back home, it was indeed useless. I could probably be called back now that I knew how my gift worked, but I didn't feel any desire to go back at all, to be honest. "So then, in other words, we can't have a toilet like this back in our hamlet." Philia-san then groaned in frustration. "Perhaps we can find a way to build it manually." Rather than let them go home the same day they arrived, I had asked the elves to stay the night. There weren't that many of them, so I decided to let them stay here in my estate rather than in the one Dan-san's group used. The next morning, "You can stay for another day or so, you know. Thanks for the offer. But the people back in our hamlet will surely worry if we stay any longer." "You have a point, but please do try to visit again in the future." "You can count on that. You have a beautiful village here, with great tasting food, warm baths, and a clean environment. We'd certainly visit as much as we can." With some reluctance, the elves have decided to depart from our village. They were anxiously on guard initially, but they were now relaxed and even seem to have taken a liking to our village. If nothing else, they seem to have fallen in love with our baths, based on the fact that they took a second bath last night and then again shortly after waking up this morning. "Huh? Where's Philia-san?" "The commander said earlier that she's going to use the toilet. Now that I think on it, I feel like Philia-san has used the restroom so many times since yesterday." "She doesn't have an upset stomach, does she?" Worried, I came to check on her. When I was near enough, I heard a voice from within the restroom. "Ha. So good. There. Ah." I silently yet quickly turned around. Yup. I didn't hear anything. Nothing at all. After a while, Philia-san showed up. She had an extremely elated expression on her face. "We feel so thankful for your hospitality. I trust it wouldn't be a problem if we return someday, right?" "No problem at all." While trying my best to look calm, I nodded. "I heard nothing." "I heard nothing at all." Like that, the elves left our village and made their way back to the forest. Wikipedia page of Washlet, Chapter 54. Okay. "You see this place? This'll be your new home." As through they were substituting for the elves who just went home, the merchants that Dan-san mentioned arrived. There really is a village out here in the wasteland. The rumors were true. "What's that?" "That building." I greeted the bewildered merchants. "Nice to make your acquaintance." "I am Luke Albert, the chief of this village." "Nice to make your acquaintance too. I am Brookley, the one to oversee this group." "All things considered, you have quite the marvelous village here." To be frank, I myself was half in doubt until we arrived. Brookley-san was a man of small build in the middle of his 30s. Not only was he part of the founding family of the Kane Company, one of the most distinguished companies in the north, he was also serving as the vice chairman of the said company even at such a young age. Yet such a person went to the trouble of going to our village. At any rate, the things they brought were mainly the goods we lacked. To name a few: clothes, seeds, medicinal herbs, and seasonings. All we had to offer in exchange for such things though were just the crops we harvested. I intended to offer orc meat as well, but the villagers were vehemently pleading against it. "I mean, I know you like orc meat, but I didn't know you love it that much." And so, our crops were more important than ever. "This is the first I've seen a vegetable this big. Would you like to taste it?" "Maybe?" I nodded and the merchants came closer. No signs of pests. It looks appetizing as well. If it's only a matter of making them grow this big, I'd say it isn't that hard. The real challenge is to grow them this big and have them be tasty too. Also, it can be hollow inside for all we know. In front of the vegetables that were several times larger than normal were the skeptical merchants. They could have done this commission from the governor simply by delivering their goods and receiving ours. But the merchants still inspected each of the goods personally and carefully. I clearly felt their pride as merchants. It's so delicious. This tomato is so sweet. But aren't these out of season right now? Their high praise for our crops made me happy. On top of its size, its taste is also first class. I can't believe this is grown here in the wasteland. How is it? Far better than I expected. Naturally. This means we are willing to continue the deal. They gave an estimate price for each good, allowing us to exchange almost seamlessly. The price they gave was more than I thought we would get. Thanks to that, we were able to buy all the goods we needed. I don't know if the other things you've brought are critical to the village right now, but I'd like to buy them as well. All of them, if possible. Are you sure? Yes. I've heard many villages are suffering from the shortage of food, so I'd like to help in this small way. If the traded food still isn't enough to make their life bearable, please tell them of this village. Tell them we're willing to accept them as immigrants. As though stunned, Brooklyn-san stared at my face without uttering a word. Is something wrong? No. Not at all. It's just that for a moment there, I thought of what it would be like if you were the Lord. Our lives would probably be a lot better. Forgive me, that comment just now wasn't in any way meant to speak ill of Lord Albert. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. I too am not too pleased about the way my father rules, but then again, what do I know? I am but a village chief. I will never be a lord, nor do I have any desire to be one. Like that, our first transaction was over. The merchants went home without staying the night. The goods they obtained needed to be sold as soon as possible. After all, what we received in the trade wasn't just goods. Pork, cows, goats, and chickens were also part of the deal. I'm so excited for their milk and their eggs. Okay, you see this place? This'll be your new home. Through my gift, I built an animal barn. The moment the animals went in, bork, bork. What's gotten to all of you? Everyone suddenly became excited and started running around. They say it's because they entered the barn. Yes, I'm Naeru, the one with the gift called Heart of the Animals. Naeru was a girl 1 year older than me. Her gift allowed her to understand the feelings of animals. Is it alright if I leave these guys to you? Certainly. I'll make sure they'll be able to breed so that we can get more milk and eggs from them. Chapter 55. Alright, please bring this person to our rehabilitation facility. No. At this rate, they're going to break through. It's all over the moment they enter our hamlet. Stop them at all cost. Shouts, screams, and roars were flying left and right in a deep part of the monster-infested forest. At the moment, the hamlet of the elves was facing a dire situation. The stone walls the elves built to keep out the monsters was being assaulted by a group of gigantic monsters that had pig-like heads. Is running our only option? Run where? They're hungry. They'll keep on chasing us until they've eaten the last of us. Then what do you propose we do? Open the gates so that they can eat us faster? Elves were usually mild-mannered, but even they couldn't help but be at each other's throats when a grave crisis was in front of them. And then, one particular elf spoke. We're getting out of here right away, to the south. Their assault is weaker in the south. The soldiers will break through their formation, and the rest will follow as soon as a path is made. It was Filia, the commander of the hamlet's soldiers. In such emergencies, her commands carried greater weight than even the patriarch of the elves. And so, even in such chaos, they quickly followed her orders. Almost as soon as the orcs destroyed a portion of the wall and gotten into the elves' hamlet, the elves have managed to escape. Now we protect the rear. Everybody else, run. While letting loose an arrow that soon hit an orc's head, Filia issued that command. However, many wise elves could tell that it was all for naught. In addition to the elves' low tendency to have children, they also lived for a long time. In other words, their population was rather old. While an old elf can still move about unlike an old human, the fact remains that their strength has diminished. This of course slowed their group down. The option to go ahead and leave the slower ones behind was always there, but all of the elves were too noble to ever take it. No. There's still hope. If we can get out of the forest and get to the wasteland. Such thoughts ran through Filia's mind. The village she visited just a few days ago was built in merely half a year, yet it was unbelievably pleasant, and more importantly, strong. Elves didn't have a good impression of the humans, but Filia was convinced already that the ones in that village were very kind, gentle, and trustworthy. What made Filia so convinced even though she had been there only once was the toy isle. Was its young village chief. I feel bad for this, but we really have no other choice than to ask that village for help. And so, to an elf who have been to that village before, Filia issued a command. Lute, you run ahead and deliver a message to that village. I will. Instantly recognizing what her intention was, the said elf sprinted with all haste. After a fleeting glance at the elf's running figure, Filia nocked another arrow and aimed her bow at an approaching orc section. Likely because the merchants from the Cane Company spread word about us, there have been an increase in people who wanted to migrate to our village. Of course, as more people arrive, the more likely it was for a troublemaker to appear. Name, Delt. Age, 32 years old. Village bond level, rebellious. Suitable occupation, manual labor. Gift, none. Because of that, I was making use of villager appraisal like this. It says rebellious, so it's easy to figure out. All right, please bring this person to our rehabilitation facility. Certainly, Chief. Ha? What's that something? Oi. Let me go. Where are you people taking me? The man screamed as he was being dragged away. At that point, Chief, an elf-looking fellow is approaching our village from the direction of the forest. An elf? He seems very flustered. Can they perhaps have left something behind? No, that can't be it. I'll try contacting them now. By the way, Saturn usually stayed at the top of the observation tower built in the center of the village. Like that, he could see the signals sent by the other former bandits stationed in the other observation towers and gates. He would then relay those reports to me. After a minute, Saturn contacted me again. The elves apparently asking for our village's assistance. Chapter 56. Will we be able to get them all at once? Commander, the vanguard has left the forest. Ha, 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 I see. Good. We're withdrawing too, protecting their brethren's rear and making the orcs occupied were the elven soldiers led by Filia. Upon receiving such a report though, they immediately retreated. Before long, they too were out of the forest and in the wasteland. Burua. The orcs behind them also exited from the forest. Hang in there. Just a little bit more. Run. Run toward those walls. The elven soldiers shouted such exhortations toward their brethren. Unfortunately, there was something they overlooked. In the forest, they were able to make use of their smaller, more agile bodies to pass through the terrain and vegetation. The orcs, on the other hand, were slowed down significantly. The wasteland was very open though, nothing was standing in the orcs' way, making it the more convenient terrain for them. Oh no! Should we have made them stay in the forest a little longer? Regret began to make their way into Filia's thoughts. With nothing in their way, the orcs began to close in on the elves. From the start, the orcs were superior to elven soldiers in terms of both numbers and might. Now that the elves were exhausted, defending for long was likely impossible. But we've made it this far, but it's not over yet. If we can buy a little time, at least the ones ahead should be able to reach the village. Like that, Filia prepared herself to fight to the bitter end. She stood her ground and faced the orcs. However, several orcs took that chance to jump at her almost simultaneously. I wish I had used the toilet one more time. While thinking of her dying wish, she braced herself for death. In the next moment though, rumble rumble, exclamation mark. Go? The earth shook and suddenly, there was a stone wall between Filia and the orcs. Having too much momentum, the orcs weren't able to stop in time and crashed into a wall that appeared out of nowhere. Screams of pain were heard immediately after. What just happened? Wait, those walls, they're like. Commander, now's our chance. Right. The elves have narrowly escaped from death. Filia, out of shock, initially just stood there. When her subordinates called out to her though, they resumed their escape. Using the sharp eyes that allowed her to easily master the bow, she looked into the distance. There, she found the figure of a particular person standing atop a watchtower of some kind in the center of the village. Luke Dono. Thank you for saving us. While running toward the village, Milia whispered such words of gratitude toward the young man. Section. They're in danger. I was at the top of the observation tower built in the center of the village. There, I saw the elves being chased by a group of orcs. After a short while, I saw that the orcs have almost caught up with Milia-san's rearguard unit. And so, I hurriedly constructed a stone wall. Somehow, I was successful in separating the two groups. At a glance, one might assume that my gift could be used only up to the village's outer walls. In reality though, the range was far more than that. Because of that, I was able to build a wall near the forest. What should we do now though? The elves at the front have reached the village's outer walls, and Milia-san's soldiers look like they would be able to reach the village soon as well. The question now was if our village could win against the orcs. Even from where I stood, I could see that there were easily over 100 orcs, and more of them were still emerging from the forest. The only villagers who could fight them were those in the hunting team. While being the defenders did make things a bit favorable to us, I couldn't imagine it to be enough to defeat so many orcs. I know that wall won't be much of a problem for the orcs. But what if I built several of them and make a really large moat? Will that be enough to exhaust them? But orcs have absurd stamina, don't they? I suddenly thought of an idea. If we do that, will we be able to get them all at once? Like that, I built walls at a certain place. Chapter 57. She did say that they'll do anything. I climbed down from an observation tower and headed to the northern gate of the outer wall. What's the plan? I very much doubt that even us can take down that many orcs. Unsurprisingly, even Selen was feeling anxious. According to Saturn's report, there were over 200 orcs sighted so far. It would probably take at least about 1,000 experienced soldiers to take down that many orcs. We had many with combat-type gifts, but even that would still not be enough. Oh, how about you build thicker, taller walls? That way, they won't be able to get in. That's certainly one thing we can try. A normal stone wall could be destroyed and climbed over by the orcs with relative ease. If I used facility customization on a stone wall to make it larger though, even the orcs shouldn't be able to enter the village. However, in that case, the orcs might simply surround the village and wait for us to come out to look for food. But then again, most of our food supply were produced within the village, so we should be able to stay indoors for quite a long amount of time. But leave things to me. I have another idea. Please open the northern gate. I gave such command to a former bandit who guarded the northern gate. They might have thought that I wanted to open the gate temporarily, for just enough time to let the rest of the elves in. No, keep it open. And everyone, step away from the gate for now. ? When the bewildered guards stepped away, I built a pair of parallel stones walls that stretched toward us. The two new walls established a path from the northern gate. Is your idea to funnel them through this path? I mean, sure, it'll limit the number of orcs we have to face to maybe 5 at a time, but we'll likely run out of stamina before we take down all of the orcs. That's not it, Selen. Here. At that moment, a group of young men arrived. Our village had many women. Our population was currently over 1,000, but only about 300 of us were young adult men. At any rate, in their hands were a spear I mass produced through facility customization. Wait, what's this? Don't tell me you're going to make them fight? You've got to be kidding. These are orcs we're up against. Simply increasing our numbers won't be enough. No, don't worry, I won't make them fight normally. After pacifying Selen a little, I spoke to men who just arrived. Everyone, please lend us your help. Count on us, Chief. For you, Chief, I'd lay down my life. Even at the cost of our life, we'll take down those orcs. Wait, there's no need for that much resolve. Their village bond level was quite high, so they tended to say some frightening stuff from time to time. Meanwhile, the elves have passed through the gate. Because of the obstacle I placed in front of the orcs, the elves made it to the village with some time to spare. Eventually, the elves also made it through the path created by the two walls. So, Luke Dono, we're so sorry. Sorry for getting you wrapped up in this. Among the elves was Milia-san, who was catching her breath. When she found me, she suddenly apologized. Let's talk about the details later. For now, although I know you're all tired, I'm going to have to ask you for your cooperation. Certainly, we'll do anything. We don't have many who could still fight though. She did say that they'll do anything. Then, can you and your warriors stay here? And just to be sure, be ready to fire your bows. Are you planning to funnel the orcs with this path and have us shoot at them? Considering our numbers and theirs though. No, like I said, the bows will be just an insurance. It was less about shooting the orcs and more about being in a place where the orcs could definitely spot them. That way, the orcs would run through this path for certain. In other words, the elves would be our baits, but as to be expected, it was difficult to directly ask them to be such. To those who have a spear, please spread yourselves as evenly as possible behind both of these stone walls. Right after giving those instructions, the first of the orcs entered the path. Looks like we won't have to worry about meat for a while. Chapter 58. It's not over yet though. Boo-roo-ah-ah-ah. A starving orc roared. The orcs have managed to reproduce to an absurd degree. Because of their numbers though, they have consumed nearly all of the available food in the forest. At this point, the only ones that could fill their stomachs were the elves in the forest. They were smart enough to recognize that the place protected by walls, the elves' hamlet, was dangerous. But that was before their horde was this big. As they were now, the orcs could successfully invade the elves' hamlet. Worse yet, the orcs were also smart enough to recognize that elf meat wasn't something orcs particularly enjoyed. If anything, they thought it tasted awful. As such, they only seldomly ate a captured elf, and more commonly played with it until it dies instead. However, their hunger right now has exceeded that preference. As soon as they could grab one, they would eat it in the hopes it would fill them. It was that hunger that made them chase the elves past the forest and even into the wasteland. Just when the orcs thought they could finally eat some elves though, a wall made of stone suddenly appeared in front of them, separating them from their prey. Brrrr. In a fit of rage, the starving orc smashed the wall and followed after the elves. However, after only a little while, another stone wall appeared before him. This happened again and again. The orc was already starving and enraged, so smashing walls one after the other unsurprisingly made it reach peak exhaustion. The other orcs were of course having similar difficulties. At this rate, they might just give up and eat each other instead. The starving orc was initially at the forefront, but those in the back have quickly caught up to him. And in front of the bunched up together orcs was a stone wall bigger than any before. Despite its size, the orcs should still be able to break down this wall. But then, they noticed something else about the stone wall. This one had an opening in the middle. And further into that opening, they could see the figures of the elves they have been chasing. Boo-roo. Without hesitation, the orc rushed forward. The others quickly followed suit. After they entered the gap, they quickly noticed that there were also stone walls to their left and right, thus making a straight path. The elves in the distance were just sitting down, not moving at all. The orcs figured that maybe it was because the elves simply got too tired to go any further. The starving orc wasn't that far from the front, so soon enough, he should be able to eat some elf. Sure, elf meat tasted awful, but the orc would eat as much of it as he could regardless. But when that was only a few moments from being realized, suddenly, the ground shook. At the same time, the walls to their left and right began to move, making the path they were treading narrower by the second. Bui, slow-witted the orc might be, but he knew what would happen if he didn't do anything. He tried smashing the walls that were closing in, but perhaps because it was thicker than the other walls, his attack only made a small dent. Continuing to attack it might not break it in time, so running towards the end of the path was becoming more and more the only real option. The other orcs realized this as well and began to speed up. But then, the elves suddenly stood up and shot arrows one after another toward the orcs. The orcs were slowed down by the volley of arrows, yet the walls kept closing in at the same pace. And then, finally, the path became too narrow to let an orc pass. Boobui section. Haha. Like always, you're so unbelievable. It's not over yet though. It looks like many of them didn't die from being crushed. After I told that to a dazed Philia-san, I shouted something to the villagers. Everyone, are you ready? Yes, the villagers gave an enthusiastic reply. Each of them still had a spear I made in their hands. Not many of them knew how to wield a spear, but for the simple task I had in mind, that didn't matter. All right. With all your strength, just thrust the spear into the hole. Ready, go. I used facility customization to make a hole at different places of the two walls that made a path. I then asked the villagers to position themselves in front of the hole. And when I gave the signal, they thrusted their spears forward. Oh, beauty! The orcs within the path roared their last and died without resistance. Just like I planned, we were able to round up the orcs in one go. Chapter 59. That's no ordinary orc. What just? I swear I saw the walls move. What's going on here? Never mind that. Are we truly safe now though? While in shock, the elves whispered among themselves. Zuzazazazazu. The stone walls moved again, this time to widen the path. That revealed the countless orc corpses within. Be it the walls or the villagers' spears that finished them off, the fact of the matter was that no orc was moving. So that's why you made them carry spears? Well, they definitely won't be in harm's way if they attack the orcs like that. Looking as though she was impressed, Selen said so. At first, I thought of using the walls as just covers for the villagers, but as you might imagine, it won't do much if the orcs can still move. So, I thought, why not make the orcs unable to move with the same walls? I have to say, no one else but you could have done this kind of plan. I was fairly familiar with the speed the walls could move via reposition, but timing it right was a bit of a challenge. We had to lure enough of the orcs inside, but if I was even a little late, some of them might get through and attack the tired elves. In the end, I made it in time. But that was undeniably thanks to elves who shot arrows to slow down the incoming horde. There are a few survivors though. The orcs in the far back didn't enter the northern gate and thus managed to escape our trap. Some of the villagers had confirmed that survivors were still outside of the gate, but given their losses, it shouldn't take long for them to retreat completely. One of them got in. One of the orc survivors outside have passed through the gate and entered the path packed with orc corpses. Huh? Is it me or is this one larger than the others? I couldn't tell before because there was some distance between us, but the lone orc was definitely larger than an ordinary orc. Easily twice the size of the orcs it was stepping on. Exclamation mark. As though to let us know that it was furious about the deaths of his fallen brethren, the large orc let out a terrifying roar. And in the very next moment, it ran with unbelievable speed. How can something that large be that fast? Suddenly, with panic in her voice, Philia-san shouted something. Be careful. That's no ordinary orc. That's an orc king. An orc king? An orc king was such a frightening monster that at least an entire battalion would be dispatched immediately to take care of it. The reason the orc horde has gotten this large was likely due to the orc king. But not only could an orc king form a large horde, it could also command the horde as though they were its limbs. With such a description though, one might be led to think that it was easy to deal when it was by itself, separated from its horde. Just one look at its physique and how fast it moves should quickly dispel that assumption. I tried to make the walls close in again, but I couldn't have made it at the speed the orc king was going, so I also built a new wall at the end of the path. Like that, the orc king was completely imprisoned by walls, with the two parallel walls still closing in to pin it in place. Zoog. When I heard the roar, my expectations and the newly made wall were destroyed. What? That wall was supposed to be thick. How did it smash it so easily? The orc king kept on charging. I tried to build new walls to stop it, but I noticed something. I had no more village points left. Unable to build anything, I simply stood there as the giant monster was coming my way. Wait, it is coming my way, no doubt about it. It's charging right at me. My guess was that the orc king somehow figured out that I was the one who built all those walls. Village chief. Suddenly, two people with gigantic metal shields stood in front of me. Noel-kun? Goat-san? The orc king's gigantic body made contact with the gigantic shields, producing an intense sound. In the next moment though, the two with shields were sent flying behind me. Exclamation mark. Those two managed to stop the charge of a great boar, but you're telling me that even they're not enough to stop an orc king's charge? Their efforts weren't for nothing though. They managed to deflect the Orc King's charge, making it pass by my side. Its momentum too great. It continued rushing into a nearby field. Garua, the Orc King stopped its charge, turned back my way, and then roared, "Luke, get to safety." While shouting that to me, Selen got in position to fight the gigantic monster. As soon as Noel Kun and Goat-san, who both seemed fine, got up, they picked up their shields and followed after her. The other members of the hunting team followed as well. Even the elven soldiers had their arrows at the ready. "Everyone, be careful." I did as I was told and retreated to the backlines. While I did so, I took a glance at the western sky. The sun was nearly setting. Just a little bit more. Chapter 60. It looks to me like you need my strength right now. Swish swish. The elves were firing their arrows in unison. Their arrows were hitting the Orc King, but his skin and muscles were so thick that the arrows didn't look like they were doing any damage. Rather than hurt him, the arrows merely irritated him. After that volley, Selen rushed forward. The Orc King swung his arm to strike her, but she dodged by a hair's breadth and even counterattacked with magic at point-blank range. Her ice arrow struck the Orc King's leg, but even that didn't seem to have much effect. Watching Selen fight was so nerve-wracking. I wish she didn't take that much risk. "Get behind us, Selen Dono, use your magic from behind us." As through the two had the same thoughts I did, Noel Kun and Goat-san hurriedly stood in front of her with their shields. And so, while the two were stopping the Orc King's attacks, arrows and magic were dealing damage to the enemy. At times, sword and spear attacks were mixed in whenever there was enough of an opening. However, this strategy of ours placed a heavy burden on the two shield bearers. Intercepting the Orc King's attacks would occasionally send them flying again. Each time though, they would stand back up and continue fighting, despite being wounded all over. "Noel, this can't be your limit, right? There's no way someone with your gift will be exhausted way before me, right? Of course, I can still fight this village. I'll protect it." Goat-san, who had Herculean strength, goaded Noel Kun, who had shield master techniques. In response, Noel Kun roared back. The two of them should have reached their limit a long time ago though. Even if we used the few potions we had, it might still not be enough to make much of a difference. At this rate, as though sensing as well that the fight was going in our favor, Selen's face was distorted with irritation while she attacked with her magic. It was then that, "It looks to me like you need my strength right now!" You. The man who appeared before Selen was someone who could rival an orc in size. This man was Dorile, the leader of the bandit group that attacked our village. In his hand was a shield like those carried by Noel Kun and Goat-san. I'm no expert in using a shield, but, well, it don't look like anyone other than me can do this, so can't be helped. Why are you? I've said it before, didn't I? If you ever need my strength, you'll have it. Don't you agree that you need it now? Dorile replied so to Selen and then snorted. He then proceeded to charge into the Orc King with his shield. Aura! Thanks to Dorile's shield bash, the Orc King was greatly thrown off balance. Like I thought, if there was anyone who could help the Noel Kun and Goat-san, it would be this guy. Thanks, Satin. I never would have thought that the boss would do something for this village though. Through Satin, I had asked Dorile for his cooperation. I was naturally anxious on letting him out of the prison, but I was more concerned at the moment on lightening Noel Kun and Goat-san's burden. Gwah, damn it, is this giant pig really this strong? Am I not going to last long against you, you bastard? Well, there was only so much he could do to help the two shield bearers. Dorile's gift was axe techniques, so unless he was using an axe, he was just another man with a large physique. Asking him to endure as much as the two was just unfair. Nevertheless, with three shield bearers, we were fighting in a safer manner than before. Whenever the chance presented itself, Rando-kun would poke with his spear. Similarly, Balrat-san and Parun-san would occasionally slash at the Orc King's back and then quickly withdraw. The villagers with magic-type gifts have been firing their magic attacks as much as they could, ready to use all of their magic power if they have to. The elves were similarly firing their arrows non-stop. In fact, Their fingers were now bleeding due to repeated drawing of their bows. Bubarua. Thanks to everyone's perseverance, the Orc King was gradually accumulating damage. It now had wounds all over his body. Occasionally, he would even become staggered. Yet, for all that, he still had no trouble swaying his arms to attack our vanguard. Everyone, just wait a little bit more. While I was watching with bated breath like that, 14 village points have been acquired as your daily income of village points. Finally, it's here. Each day, I am given a number of village points. And because the number of my villagers have exceeded 1,000 already, I earned more than 1,000 points each day. Everyone, get away from there! Exclamation mark. Thanks to their trust in me, everyone quickly distanced themselves from the Orc King even though I didn't give them an explanation as to why. Burua, not wanting to let the villagers get away, the Orc King chased after them. However, I immediately built a stone wall in front of him. This stone wall was thicker and taller than any I've built before. Even the Orc King shouldn't be able to destroy this one so easily! Exclamation mark. Perhaps it was because he sensed danger that he hurriedly tried to escape. Of course, I didn't let him. I built special stone walls that formed a shape. Together with the first one, the Orc King was now fully enclosed. Even through the thick walls, I could tell how confused the Orc King was to be in such a situation. The sound of stone being repeatedly pounded could also be heard through the wall. But, it's useless. Like when I was making weapons, I used facility customization to make the stone in the walls be as condensed as possible. With the walls being this reinforced, even the super strong Orc King shouldn't be able to make any significant damage anytime soon. Now for an observation tower. On top of the walls, which formed a square, I built an observation tower. If I use facility customization on it and condensed it enough, it would fall in between the walls. The observation tower's made of stone, so I think that should be heavy enough. Even the Orc King should be crushed by that much weight. Boobuii Squish. Chapter 61. So, if you'd like, how about eating it with us? Did we defeat it? It is to be dead, right? Even the Orc King should be dead after receiving my ultimate move facility press, but because we have been acquainted with his terrifying endurance, we still couldn't be completely sure. Well, I'm going to remove the observation tower and the walls now. I doubt the Orc King's still alive, but, well, it's best to be on guard. I said so and then removed the said facilities. In its place was the Orc King. Well, most of him. Yeah, he's got to be dead. Still doubting though, we came closer to confirm. He wasn't breathing at all. We did it. We killed the Orc King. All the tension in the air was suddenly gone, and we shouted in joy. Ooh. Villagers either high-fived one another or hugged each other, but that last attack was by the village chief, right? Must be. No one else would have been able to do that, right? The chief's really so amazing. Everyone really did well, especially the hunting team. Wait, how are they right now? The two shield bearers might have been injured the worst, so I hurried to them. Village chief. Did I manage to protect ya? Yup, you sure did. Wait, never mind that, look at your wounds. Here, drink this potion for now. Huh? But, isn't this crazy expensive? It's fine, just drink it. Noel Kun hesitated to drink the potion despite his injuries, so I kind of forced him. Sure, a potion was rare, but getting more of them wasn't impossible. I mean, we deserve at least that much from the elves after this event. Goat-san, thanks for your service too. Here, have some potion as well. Thank you very much, village chief. Perhaps because he understood that I would just force it on him even if he refused. Goat-san simply took the potion. Oi, how about me? The one to utter that to me was the former boss of the bandits, Daryl. You showed up right at the end though. Plus, you were much worse with the shield than I expected. TCH, what harsh words. He was a criminal after all. Just because we temporarily let him out of the jailhouse didn't mean we were going to start treating him the same as our normal villagers. But then again, he did help out a little. I should reconsider later what kind of medical treatment we were going to give him. An elf then timidly approached. This elf with an unusual set of facial hair could perhaps be described as dandy, but not now while he had a haggard expression on his face. "Are you perhaps Luke Dono, the village chief?" "Yes, I am. And you are? Pardon my late introduction. I am Leonius Melreball and Linnaeus Elusabora, the patriarch of the elves." "The patriarch, huh? Wait, another long name. We are deeply sorry for involving you." He said so and then immediately bowed his head. The other elves followed suit. "Please believe that we had no other choice than to come to your village for help." "Even so, from your perspective, we must be villains who brought the orc horde and thus danger to your village. We have no defense. We're ready to accept whatever punishment you think is just." Leonius San declared so with full resolve. It was as though he had readied himself for the worst, like being turned into a slave. The other elves seemed to be the same. "That aside, I bet you're tired from all that running. You must have gotten hungry too, right? Huh?" "To tell you the truth, we obtained a large amount of orc meat a short while ago and we really couldn't eat it all by ourselves. So, if you'd like, how about eating it with us?" I ignored the elves' shock, and addressed the villagers. "There you have it. We'll be having an orc meat barbecue party tonight. Let's all work together to prepare it." "Yes," the men screamed and hurried, almost like they were racing against each other, to pick up the orc meat lying around. The orcs were the objects of our fear just a while ago, but right now, they were seen as nothing but delicious meat. Luke Dono. "Just what?" "Ha ha ha." A laughter emerged from the person beside Leonius San. "That person was Philia San. What did I tell you, father?" Luke Dono's excellence is larger than the monster-infested forest itself. "Oh, Leonius San is Philia San's father, huh? And probably due to his character, the humans of this village are all wonderful people as well. I'm fairly sure that none of them thinks ill of us for what just happened." "Philianius, I guess you're right." Leonius San then finally displayed a smile. "Did you hear that, everyone? I am now convinced that the people of this village are good neighbors. Let us thank them for their kindness, and also strive to deepen our bond with them." Yes, at that moment, I noticed something. But before eating, why don't we take a little bath? You look like you've all worked up a sweat. So you smell a little. There was no way I could say that to them. Chapter 62, Great job, Commander. I've heard tales of it, but this place is unbelievably pleasant, isn't it? Yeah. That heavenly bed, that bath you can use whenever you want. Those fantastic food. And that toilet. Yeah, that toilet. It's so amazing. I ended up trying it a bunch of times. My, these humans, they really live a great life, don't they? No, apparently, this village is special. Everything here is supposed to be because the village chief has a powerful gift. I saw some elves talking about something, so I came closer to greet them. Good morning. Did you have a good sleep? Village Chief Dono. Why yes. Thanks all to you. Glad to hear it. After the barbecue party, the elves stayed the night. They said they didn't mind sleeping outdoors, but as expected, it would look bad upon us as hosts to let them do so if it could be helped. Fortunately, we still had apartment units left unoccupied. We also had my estate and the already built estate for guests. For the remaining elves, I built a new 2-story apartment building. Thanks to all that, the more than 200 elves all slept indoors last night. Section. Luke Sama, there's actually something I'd like to discuss with you. Leonius San politely said so. He was looking so much better than he did yesterday thanks to having a good night's sleep. We've sent someone to look at our hamlet, but as we suspected, the damage to it was tremendous. It's possible to repair it so that we can live there again, but that would probably take some time, especially now that it's winter. Then, until that time, how about living in this village? Maybe? Yes, of course. In case you haven't heard, this village is composed of immigrants from all over. So, aside from your race, your circumstance will be pretty similar to the ones we've accepted and the ones we will happily continue to accept. I see. Thank you very much. It might be for only a while, but this means I get to use that toilet. Sorry, did you say something? No, nothing at all. Their first priority must be fixing their hamlet's walls. Otherwise, they would be very vulnerable to monster attacks, especially from the remaining orcs. Actually, if you don't mind, how about I go make going to and from your hamlet be completely safe? How will you do that when that forest full of monsters lies in between? By going underground. Excuse me? So, this is your hamlet. By the looks of things, it would certainly take a while before repairs are done. Yes. We really can't stay here as it is. What was originally a beautiful settlement that blended with the forest was now in ruins after the orc horde's rampage. Of note was the walls surrounding the hamlet. It was now totally incapable of keeping monsters out. By the way, this was my first time inside the forest. My presence was required this time, so going here myself couldn't be helped. The villagers were worried for my safety and thus tried to stop me from going. But because the hunting team led by Selen accompanied me, they didn't push the matter. But are you sure you don't want me to help repair the hamlet? It'll be easy for me. I could build residence units, but that might conflict with the aesthetics of the hamlet, so I was more referring to building stone walls. It was at least one less thing to worry about. Your offer is generous, but with all due respect, we don't want to rely on you that much. This is our hamlet, so I think it's only proper that we handle the repairs ourselves. I understand. One of the elves' virtues was their indomitable spirit. All right, that should allow us to stay in that pleasant village for at least this winter. Great job, Commander. Did something happen? The elves somehow look like they're so pleased. Well then, may I use this area? After a short tour around the ruined hamlet, we approached the southern gate. What for though? What exactly did you mean when you said you'll make going to and from your village be completely safe? Let me just show you. This place is already under someone else's control. Would you like to take over? I was asked an unbelievably unsettling thing, but I simply agreed. This was their territory takeover village skill I got when the village became level 6. Takeover complete. This place is now part of the village. I have now confirmed that territory takeover could indeed make an area part of the village. Build an underground tunnel. And now that it was part of the village, I could build facilities in it. After paying 20 points, a staircase leading underground appeared. What is this? Come on. Let's go. I urged the surprised Phileas to go down the stairs. Beyond the stairs was an underground tunnel. It was a dead end after a few meters though. Build an underground tunnel. I used another 20 points to extend the tunnel. If I repeat doing this enough times, we should eventually reach the village. I knew this would need a considerable number of points, so I saved up for this. And just like I hoped, when I only had about 100 points left, we finally arrived. All that was left was to build the staircase leading up. We're back. You really did connect the hamlet and the village. After going up the stairs, Phileas was surprised to see the fields. This tunnel should make repairing the hamlet not only safer but quicker as well. Why yeah, you're right, but it'll also make our stay here in the village shorter. All right, we'll just have to work slower. Chapter 63, Are you nothing but a bunch of small fries? Raul Sama, are your preparations done? Yeah, I'm ready to go anytime. Then, this way please. A retainer guided Raoul into the training grounds of the territory soldiers. Today though, a large cage was installed in the training grounds. Soldiers with solemn faces surrounded this cage. Neither monster nor beasts were inside the cage. No. This cage contained a number of criminals. Criminals who were sentenced to death, to be exact. These criminals had no idea what was going to happen, so they all looked scared. Raoul stood in front of the cage and then gave the signal to open it. Without hesitation, he proceeded to enter. The soldiers followed and then threw weapons at the feet of the criminals. Afterwards they addressed the criminals. Listen up, pick whatever you want to use, and then, go fight that person. If you bastards somehow win, your sentences will be reduced. Yes, that means you won't be executed. As to be expected, the criminals grew excited. Is that true? Yes. But what if we end up killing that guy? That won't be a problem. Woohoo. Thank you, kid. As through they had already obtained the reduction on their sentences, the criminals began celebrating. After all, the one they were told to fight was a boy who was still in his teens. Moreover, A lot of them were either former mercenaries or adventurers, some were both, so they were quite confident in their skills. Today's our lucky day. Kukaku. I wonder what this boy did to deserve this. Don't know. Don't care. All I care about is killing him and reducing my sentence. The criminals picked up weapons and approached Raoul. How? Die, brah. Ha? The first one to charge wielded a sword. However, just when he was about to slash at Raoul, his arm along with the sword, suddenly flew in the air. It whirled in the air for a while until it finally hit the ground. Ugh, shut up. Ghhh. Raoul stabbed at the criminal's throat, ending him with a thud. The corpse fell to the ground. Despite being all smiles just a few moments ago, the criminals' faces were now ghostly pale. Who is this guy? What the hell just happened? I don't know, I didn't even see a. Before that criminal could finish his sentence, he staggered and eventually collapsed to the ground as well. In the blink of an eye, Raoul had not only closed the distance but also stabbed the criminal in the heart, the second one already. How boring. Are you nothing but a bunch of small fries? Go at him all at once. The criminals figured they wouldn't stand a chance if they fought Raoul one by one, so they decided to attack at the same time. However, their attacks hit nothing but her. Meanwhile, Raoul has been taking them down one by one. Before long, only one criminal was left. This man has somehow managed to survive many of Raoul's attacks. Just who are you? I have sword techniques. So why can't I do anything? No. Don't tell me. You just die. Gah. After the last of the criminals fell, cheers and applause came from the surroundings. It's Raoul Sama's win. It's only been half a year since he was blessed, but he's grown to be this strong. So, this is what Swordmaster techniques is like. Raoul approached the crowd of soldiers and knelt down before a certain man. Father, well done, Raoul. You've impressed me. In the next battle, I shall take you with me. My thanks, Father. I promise to produce significant results. Section. Raoul Sama, a report. What is it? While the excitement in the training grounds still in full swing, Raoul headed back. On his way, a retainer rushed up to him. We've received word from the governor in the north regarding the rumored village in the wasteland over there. According to their message, they've investigated the area, but found no such village. I see. That makes sense. It is impossible to build any village in that wasteland, after all. Raoul said so and then snorted. Kukaku, for all we know, he might have died like a dog somewhere. It's just a shame I wasn't there to see it. If I was, I might have even offered to make him my servant, only so that I could have worked him to death. Whatever the case might be, the bottom line to Raoul was that they were never going to meet each other again. He was a bit worried when he heard those rumors, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. And then, about Selen Sama. As yet, even the Bizurata house still has no idea on her whereabouts. TSK, don't tell me she wanted to avoid getting married to me so much, she's gone into hiding. I am sure that can't be the case, sir. While it displeased him a little, such a thing was trivial for Raoul today. Once this winter is over, I will have my first war, and father will have his most important one so far. Raoul whispered so and then smiled from ear to ear. And if we win, father will leave to govern the new territory, leaving me in charge of the current Albert territory. In other words, this whole large territory will be at my beck and call. Kukaku, ha 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 ha. Raoul eagerly waited for spring. For now though, he let his loud laugh reverberate in the wintry sky. Unbeknownst to him, the greatest threat to his plans was steadily growing in strength in the wasteland in the north. Characters that appeared in the first volume. Luke Albert, 12 years of age, the protagonist, born as Lord Albert's eldest son, so he was expected to inherit his father's swordmaster techniques. Instead though, he was blessed with the gift called village building. Following that, he was sent to develop a particular wasteland in the north. After arriving, his gift activated, he has since been working day and night to build a good village. Somehow has been able to protect his virginity. Milia hasn't disclosed her age, but Luke was able to find out, formerly a maid of the Albert house, given her performance and her background of being from a low-ranking noble house, She was a candidate to be headmaid in the Albert house. However, she gave all that up and followed Luke. The thing that majorly influenced her decision was her love for young boys. Relentlessly aiming for Luke's chastity, as their oracle gift often misuses her position as the only priest in the village to spread the faith of Luke. Selen Bazurata, 15 years of age, a woman of the Bazurata house, a noble house which has a friendly but uneven relationship with the Albert house. She was arranged to marry Luke, but when he was exiled, her partner then became Raoul, Luke's stepbrother. She didn't want to marry Raoul, so she ran away toward Luke. She's on bad terms with Milia, except on certain occasions. Has the gifts, dual wield, and blue magic. Belrith, 36 years of age, leader of the first group of refugees, currently serving as mediator with the rest of the villagers. Balrat's older brother, father of one boy and one girl. Unlike his younger brother, he didn't particularly excel in physical activities. Balrat, 32 years of age, a villager from the first group of refugees, has a large build, has received their sword techniques gift. Joined the hunting team. Belrith's younger brother, father of two boys, unlike his older brother, he didn't particularly excel in the art of conversation. Nima, 63 years of age, the old lady whose suitable occupation is to be a torturer. A hee is her signature laugh. She was an adventurer in her youth. Even in her old age, she's still quite strong. Has safely reunited with her husband who had stayed behind in their original village. Noel, 13 years of age, possesses their shield master techniques gift. A member of the hunting team, has a large build and a rather rough personality. Came to the village along with the second group of refugees, but he was from somewhere else and only joined them midway. He didn't want to be conscripted, so he ran away with his little sister. For accepting him and his sister into the village, he has immense gratitude toward the village chief. Goat, 35 years of age, part of the second group of refugees, possesses their Herculean strength gift. A member of the hunting team, his physique isn't that great, but thanks to his gift, he could carry things that were several times his weight. An older brother figure, especially for the younger members of the hunting team, the father of two sons and two daughters. Perun, 26 years of age, part of the third group of refugees, possesses their sword techniques gift. A member of the hunting team, often practices with Belrith, the father of one daughter. Rando, 15 years of age, part of the third group of refugees, possesses their spear techniques gift. A member of the hunting team, his father was conscripted, lives with his mother and two younger brothers. Tor, 20 years of age, part of the second group of refugees, possesses their master farmer gift. Contributed greatly to the village by increasing the productivity of the fields by 20%. Father of two daughters. Totoru, 14 years of age, part of the third group of refugees, possesses their literary talent gift. By Milia's order, he has been recording Luke the Savior's actions, achievements, and so on in a book. This book will likely be used for proselytization. Dorile, 36 years of age, former bandit leader, possesses their axe techniques gift. He was a knight until he was discharged for misconduct. He then formed his own bandit group, and committed crimes here and there. Saturn, 34 years of age, former bandit, possesses their telepathy gift. He was born as part of a noble house, but is somehow turned into a bandit. After completing rehabilitation, he has been serving as the village's communication officer. Bal, 23 years of age, former bandit grunt, often scolded for screwing up. His blunder also caused the end of their bandit group. While being tortured by Nima, he started to feel pleasure. Now enjoys being locked up. Mac, 53 years of age, the village chief of Mao village in the northern region of the Albert territory, still worries for the future of his already adult son, Manta Manta. 30 years of age, Mac's son, unmarried, after seeing so many beautiful girls in the village, including Selen, Milia, and even the elves, he has only grown more hopeful of finding a girl for him. Insists that he will only marry a young woman with great looks though. For someone who places such importance in looks, perhaps he should first look at himself in the mirror. Naru, 13 years of age, former refugee, possesses the heart of the animals gift. Her main duty is looking after the livestock. Her way of talking is quite similar to Belle, yet the two have never met. Philianius, Philia, 114 years of age, daughter of the patriarch of the elves, serves as the commander of the elven soldiers. Having known the joys of the washed toilet, she has become addicted to it. However, because she uses the wash toilet for more than an hour at a time, she has gotten a light case of hemorrhoids. Leonius, 321 years of age, patriarch of the elves, Philia's father. Having known the joys of the washed toilet, he has become addicted to it. However, because he uses the wash toilet for more than 2 hours at a time, he has gotten a severe case of hemorrhoids. Dant, 41 years of age, the governor of the northern region of the Albert territory, laments the suffering of his people. Hasn't reported anything about Luke or his village to the capital Bazara. 37 years of age, Dant's trusted soldier, possesses their sword techniques gift, has served Dant's family for more than a generation, and is completely loyal to them. He will never admit this, but in his shock of the wasteland village's military might, he wet himself a little. End of Volume 1.